Welcome to the first round of the 2026 HKRC Kart Racing Club Championships here at Kimbolton, where we will be getting things underway very shortly. Final group currently underway. The Mini Inters are out on the circuit right now. We'll be getting underway with the first of 23 races in just a few moments' time, starting with the Senior Rotax, moving our way through to the various race categories. 2 heats per category, 3 for the Junior Rotaxes, as always a big entry for that category, and then the finals later on this afternoon. Weather conditions here at Kimbolton, rather cold. You may remember the first round of the 2025 season did not take place. It was iced over. It's just that tiny bit warmer today, just enough to get racing underway. Still the temperatures very low indeed, 1-2 degrees. Very cold indeed in the commentary box, I have to say, let alone outside, out on the circuit. But it's going to be a cold one, and there is the possibility of rain showers later on this afternoon. It will warm up ever so slightly, but we are expecting the rain as well. So some proper wintry weather to kick things off around number 1 of the championship. Currently the Mini Inters are making their way back into the paddock. We'll see them a little bit later on today for their first heat. Starting things off in just a few moments is the Senior Rotax. They will kick things off for this 23 race program. They'll be followed by the R177s in the SX30 category. KZUKs will be race number 3. The first heat for Junior Rotax getting underway for heat number 4. Then the Hondas, Micromax and Mini Inters. Each of the groups having 2 heats per driver. There will be 3 Junior Rotax heats as well, and the finals later on today. So welcome back to Kimbolton for 2026, where the action is getting underway very shortly indeed. As we say, the Senior Rotax will be kicking things off very shortly. We'll have a look at the lineups in just a few moments' time. Senior Rotax drivers having 2 heats. They are, of course, the randomised grid, so the drivers starting towards the front of the grid in heat number 1 will start at the back at heat 2, and vice versa. And as always, of course, the drivers who have a good grid position in heat number 1 will need to make sure they get underway very quickly and make the most of that good advantage in this first heat today. So even at the start of the day today, all to play for in this first round of the championship. Senior Rotax currently on the dummy grid right now, and they will be getting things underway to kick off the 2026 season here at Kimbolton in just a few moments' time. Just having a look at some of the grid lineups here. It'll be Joshua Smith from Mikey Walker, Victor Hansen in 3rd position, Eli Singh-Baden 4th from Alfie Thompson, Jake Fisher, Braden Donahue, Dejon Bennett, Bailey Waters, Nathan Travers, Noah Barnon and Daniel Kahoff amongst the front 3 rows of the grid. So drivers now making final preparations before the first race of the day gets underway. And as you can see, look at those mechanics and look at the officials' big coats. Hats are the order of the day here. As we were saying, the temperature's not much above freezing, so it will certainly make things very treacherous in these early races. The track is dry, but the actual surface here at Kimbolton does tend to retain some of the moisture in the tarmac in these early cold conditions, so it is a little bit greasy out there at the moment. Coupled with that, the low track temperature as well, with the temperatures barely above freezing, and it will make the early races potentially quite treacherous. We saw back in December similar conditions in the early races where the track was quite greasy and quite slippery, drivers having to play it cool on the opening few laps. Here's the recap of the grid then for heat number 1. The Senior Rotax, Joshua Smith, number 15, will lead them away from Mikey Walker, Victor Hansen, Eli Singh-Baden in 4th position, Alfie Thompson, Jake Fisher, Braden Donahue and Dejon Bennett on row number 4. Row number 5 is Bailey Waters from Nathan Travers, Noah Barham, Daniel Kahoff, Janik Merritz and Janik Metters, I should say, Jason Duchess, Jamie Burt and Tom Pryor on row number 8. Row number 9 is the number 22 of Jaden Sherwood from George Cole, Ethan Martin and Emma Stoner on row 10, Miles Roby, Oliver Liversedge on row 11, Harvey Williams and Charlie Grommet on row number 12, driver number 45. And taking us through towards the rest of the grid, the final row made up of Michael Morgan and Bailey Heath. 26 drivers, 13 rows for heat number 1, Senior Rotax, which will be getting underway in just a few moments. The drivers are now in the carts. Officials are making final preparations The Orange Army, as always, the track crews all out in position, and we are ready to get the 2026 season underway with the first heat of the day, Senior Rotax Heat number 1, 23 races in total today. And in these tough wintry conditions, the Senior Rotax are about to kick things off. As always, a big group of Rotax here. We've got the senior and the junior categories, and junior Rotax having 3 heats across the various groups during the day as well. So here we go. Drivers now making their way out onto the grid. As we were saying, of course, the usual protocol here at Kimbolton in the heat races, the drivers towards the front of the grid will start towards the back in heat number 2. So these drivers who are just leaving now, they'll have the benefit of a front row start or near the front in heat number 2. So here we can see already the drivers as they make their way towards Derek's corner, really working those tyres, getting the temperature into the brakes and into the tyres. The track, especially on the run down the Hines Straight into the first corner, very slippery indeed. Here they come through the Dan Weldon corner, and you can see, we'll watch them as they make their way down the KZ Straight in just a few moments' time. There is Joshua Smith just working those tyres hard. Well, that's Mikey Walker, I should say. There's actually Joshua Smith alongside him now. Both drivers really getting the temperatures in. They're going to bring the grid right down to almost a walking pace. Look how aggressively they are working those tyres, weaving from side to side, getting that temperature in. They haven't got much time to get the karts warmed up and ready to go. We are going to go straight through into racing as they make their way through the Kimbolton corner, heading towards the Hines Straight. And 2026 is about to get underway. They make their way over the line, charging into the first corner, but the start has been called off. Didn't look very good in the midfield, drivers falling out of position, and the start has been abandoned. We've got a wave round. If you look closely when the race starts, you see the green flag with the yellow chevron sticker. That is to, there you can see on the side of the marshal points there, that's to indicate that the start has been called off. It was a full start. The karts do have to be within, relatively within the white tram lines at the start. So the drivers do have the benefit now of another lap just to get a bit more temperature into those tyres as they make their way back down the KZ Straight. And once again, we see Joshua Smith and Mikey Walker 15 and 32 bringing the grid under control. They make their way in towards the Kimbolton corner now. And 121 just behind there. That is Victor Hansen. Eli Singh-Baden, number 13, just alongside there as well. They make their way through Kimbolton back towards the Hines Straight, so the grid is formed together quite nicely. Here they come over the line, and for the second time of asking, 2026 gets underway. They're charging down into the first corner. Drag race to the first corner. Oh, and number 15, Joshua Smith, loses the back end, goes right to the side of the circuit, and 1 or 2 drivers caught up in the melee as well. As we would possibly predict there, it was a difficult start on a greasy circuit, and Braden Donahue, I think, may have got away quite well there as they make their way through Derek's corner for the first time. That is indeed the number 63 of Braden Donahue, who was around the 4th row, so in all the trouble on the first corner. Donahue with a brilliant start. Oh, he almost outbraked himself there coming down towards the Kimbolton corner. He's got the 121, looks like Victor Hansen, right behind in second place as they make their way over the line at the end of the first lap. So Donahue charging up 6 positions at the start there. Noah Barnum in second position. Now the 21, there's still the yellow flag as they make their way through towards Stowe Corner and through the Willow. So somebody still in trouble there. We can see the driver on the infield. So Baden in third, Jarek Metters in fourth, Tom Pryor, Mikey Walker, Dejon Bennett. I think the driver who has crashed out of the race on the first corner there is the unfortunate Alfie Thompson. Driver, as we saw, is okay, but quite evidently stood on the infield. His race is over. We'll have to hope for better things in heat number 2, but a great start here from Braden Donahue. Oh, and down the inside, neat little move there. There's a whole logjam of drivers here battling for the lead, and fighting his way through to first place now is Eli Singh-Baden. Charging down the first corner, Donahue second, defending from the 21, who goes down the inside there. Noah Barham with a neat move into Stowe, charging through the Willows into second place. Donahue drops to third position. And then still Metters, Pryor, Mikey Walker, Dejon Bennett, Jaden Sherwood, Joshua Smith a bit further down. Ethan Martin making good progress through the field as well. But number 71, Tom Pryor, one of the drivers who's starting towards the back of the grid in heat number 1, has made up 11 positions and is now sitting in fifth place now as they make their way through towards Kim Bolton and back onto the start straight once again. So Baden leads. And let's have a look at the gap. Half a second from Noah Barham. Those two just starting to break away slightly from Mikey Walker. In third place, Tom Pryor and Braden Donoghue right in there as well. And they make their way back down towards Derek's Corner. So heat number 1 of the 2026 season is now well and truly underway here with Eli Singh-Baden, Noah Barham, Mikey Walker in third place, Tom Pryor, and the early leader, Braden Donoghue, now dropping to 5th place, but nonetheless still running strongly. There is the number 71 of Tom Pryor, who's a brilliant start, making up positions very early. We've still got 5 minutes to go in this race, so heat number 1 here, Senior Rotax. My name's Chris Sora, taking you through the action in 2026, and joining us now in the commentary booth is Charlie Ellis, who's been out trackside this morning, checking out the conditions, talking to some of the drivers. And as we look at this brilliant start here from Eli Singh-Baden, we have to say I was talking at the start there, Charlie, about the cold, treacherous conditions here. We saw the first lap, very difficult indeed, and with these cold track temperatures, tough conditions for the drivers here. Yeah, it's always going to be that first lap where drivers are trying to find the grip where, well, on a month like this, there is no grip because it's so cold, and so it's very hard to get these tyres warmed up, and they have to work in a certain window to optimise grip. But Eli Baden at the moment looking pretty good so far, but has got that pressure from Noah Barham. The time's looking good for Baden. He is fastest at the moment, 42.54. He's on the fast on the last lap. But Barham is just sticking in the slipstream, which in the cold conditions can work on the inside. Oh, that got very close, and Baden's taken to the grass. Barham round the outside. And who's this coming through for second place as well?
Oh, that's the 32. That's Mikey Walker, who's put together some nice lines on the previous lap. He just seemed to be tagging onto the back for that battle for the lead. So Barham forces his way through on Derek's Corner. Oh, look at that down the inside. Brave move from Mikey Walker, and he makes it stick very neatly. Block passes Noah Barham as they make their way over the line, and it looks like Barham trying to fight back down the inside into Stowe. Oh, he may have outbraked himself there. Yes, he has. And as they go through into the Willows, this left-right chicane, Noah Barham back into the lead, and Baden has fought back here in third place. He got shunted wide here on the previous lap at Derek's Corner, fighting back quite nicely. Tom Pryor, who's made up 12 positions in this first heat. He's one of the drivers starting towards the back of the field on a tough grid position for him in the first heat, but made up a lot of positions very early on, and he's trying to get involved in this three-way tussle for the lead. So Baden right back in there after losing the lead on the previous lap, but now it is still the number 32, Mikey Walker, that leads the way. And these drivers running very closely indeed, but look out for Tom Pryor here, who looks threatening in fourth place.
This is going to be very interesting. Of course, I have to say, Thomas Pryor, 71, one of our senior drivers, let's say. He's been in the class for a few years now, has a lot of experience around this circuit as well, so he's going to be someone to watch as well. Eli Baden there, still in third place. Of course, moved up from junior Rotax last year. Was quite a driver who was at the front of the field most of the time. Now learning his feet in the seniors. Not always an early playing ground to go into, but he's making the most of it at the moment. And Mikey Walker, who had a brilliant year last year, did a couple of rounds of the season, but was very much at the front end of the field as they come through the first couple of corners, running the new Jack's Motorsport sticker kit, which looks very nice indeed. A very nice blue and green livery. But Barham, for the Dan Holland Racing team, still sticking on his rear bumper. But you can see in these cold conditions how much harder they're having to work the steering wheel. You'll see him coming to the Dan Holland complex really hard on the brakes, and that rear axle locking up very easily. Of course, his driver's still trying to get temperature into them tyres, as well as the brakes as well, because these brakes need to be in a nice warm optimising window for them to really work and get you slowed down for the corners as they come through. Now the driver in fifth place as well, someone to watch out for, someone who we haven't actually seen here at Kim Bolton, is Braden Donoghue, who at the moment he's made up 2 places at the moment, running in the top 5, which is not a bad playing ground, saying for your first time at the circuit. So he's doing pretty good. He's for the Coles Racing team. A couple of drivers making up some ground. Jaden Sherwood, a driver who's just moved up to senior Rotax, and stays slippery surface flags out into Dan Weldon. So I wonder what that could be for, but none of the drivers going off just yet, so it might be just a bit of debris, or it could be maybe a coolant on the circuit, but we never know. But the marshal's doing a great job to notify the drivers as we come down to turn 1 once again. One of the hardest braking zones on the circuit, but Barham closing just a little amount. It's coming down to really the finer points between these three drivers. All of them so consistent. It's all about who can make the mistakes. But it seems to be Barham a lot harder on the brakes, but just can't carry that minimum speed through the corners. That lets Mikey pull away just a tad, but you'll see him come through the second sector, close up a little bit, but it's really just trying to find the grip. If Barham was a little bit wide, that wouldn't have helped him out so much. But 20 seconds left on the clock. It's going to come down to the wire. Will Barham make a move? We'll have to wait and see. Of course, it's the first heat. There's nothing really to there's no point going for a risky move or a big move. It's just going to be about playing the patient game, and well, you win trophies in the final, don't you?
Yeah, that's it. It's all about getting through these heat races, getting a good solid score. We are moving on. Next time round will be the last lap, and still looking very close between these three drivers. So the 32 of Mikey Walker still looking very strong as he makes his way through towards the Dan Weldon corner. Double apex right-hander 21 right on his tail there. Noah Barham and Eli Singman right on his tail in third. These top three just starting to pull away now from Tom Pryor, who was looking to get involved in this tussle for the lead, but the top three working well together here, maintaining a good pace as the last lap board goes out. Down towards the first corner, into Stowe they go, and line astern as they make their way through the willows. The top three as you were. So still Mikey Walker from Noah Barham, Eli Singh-Baden in third place. Noah Barham, incidentally, last time round with the fastest lap of the race, 41.27. They're running a very strong pace at the front. Baden just watching in third. Tom Pryor just seems to have dropped away a little bit now, but running strongly in fourth place, but now turning into a battle between Mikey Walker and Noah Barham. Could Baden get involved if these two get together on the final corner? Here they come, and having a peek on the inside, but no, it looks like Walker's got the line covered out of the final corner. And the first race win of 2026 goes to the number 32 of Mikey Walker from Noah Barham, Eli Singh-Baden, Tom Pryor in fourth, and Jaden Sherwood running up the top five with a final lap move there from Jake Fisher, the number 78, taking sixth position.
That was very smart by Barham. I thought he was going to go for the move, but I think he's just thinking better of it, thinking of the later game. So a good result for Mikey Walker as well, who is showing some strong pace so early on. Eli Baden, great result for him into the top three. Thomas Pryor in fourth. Jaden Sherwood on his return back inside the top five as one of his first races in the senior Rotax category as well. Jake Fisher, Jarek Metters, Ethan Martin up into eighth. Ran out your top 10 was Miles Roby, who had a great drive up into side the top 10. Josh Smith there in 12th, one to watch out for a bit further on when a bit further up the field. Victor Hansen, who finished in 16th, he's a driver to watch out for as well. That was great racing there in senior Rotax. He's of course got a bit tasty at the start, but it's going to in these sort of conditions, and it's sort of all settling themselves out and producing some great racing. Now we're going to go into the next race, second race of the year, and it's going to be Rotax 177s and Senior X30.
Yeah, the Rotax 177s and the Senior X30s, two race groups in one. They're making their way out onto the circuit in just a few moments. So the 177s, by virtue of the name coming from the combined weight of the kart and driver, the minimum weight, very much your clubman racing category, you might say. These are the drivers who, in the adult ranks, you'd say, they compete in karting in its own right. They're not looking to move into formula racing or anything like that. They just come here to enjoy the racing and enjoy some strong, spectacular kart action. Let's have a look at how they line up. So it's going to be Reg Hayward from Ben Hitch, Joshua Gollin from Harrison Crook on row 2, Mark Gilly, Stavros Athanasopoulos on row number 3, Alex Jones and Richard Ball on row number 4. The fifth row is made up of the 165 of Liam Ferguson from Sean Rudge, Chris Thomas and Josh Bass on row 6, Sam Yaxley and David German on row number 7, Colin Walker and Rob Simpson on row number 8. Row number 9 is made up of the number 16 of Elliot Kennedy from Scott Smith, Joshua Militello and Jonathan Militello and Scott Clee on row 10, Steve Gilly and Mark Taylor on row 11, Mark Cushley and John Davis on row number 12. Johnny Kent, William Omar, Peter Jurovic, Josh Jones, Bailey Brooker, Dominic Parabuck and Bradley Heath on the SX30s. Starting a little bit further back, 31 drivers in total on the grid.
This is going to be exciting. Of course, Reg Hayward, who was one of the front runners last year, is probably trying to make a name for himself this year. Ben Hitch, who was also a front runner, definitely inside the top 5. So we've got a good mix of drivers who are really quick at the front of the field, some drivers who are a bit inexperienced who are going to be near that front as well. Now we're going to go around once again, full start, so looks like most of the drivers weren't really formed up there, so they're going to go around once again. Great to see Harrison Crook in this race as well. He's there in the course car. He's the driver who'll be starting from 4th on the grid, so it'll be the second row of the grid. Now he's a driver who competed more in the NKC series, which is the usually a lot of tracks that are up north, more your Clay Pigeon and Mansell Raceway. So this is a bit of a different circuit that he's probably been used to, but a very strong driver is Harrison Crook. So we'll wait to see how he gets on. Of course, your senior X30s, Will Omar starting from pole position. Jurovic in second place. Of course, Jurovic and Joshua Jones were two drivers who were up at the front of the field last year, so they're going to be trying to work towards that championship fight as well. Verity Brooker and Dominic Parabic, who was another quick couple of drivers as well. Let's see if we can get going for the second time of asking then. Of course, Liam Ferguson in the field as well. He's champion from last year. He's going to be trying to work towards maybe another championship to add to the books. Will we get going to racing then? Yes, we do. Down into turn 1, and Hayward is going to cover that inside line. And Ben Hitch is going to try to go around the outside. I say watch out for Crook as well. He's going to the outside. Will they get the kart stopped? Yes, they do. And all the drivers will try and power through the next couple of corners. And I think they just about make their way through. Just about. All drivers jumping all over the curbs. But Ben Hitch is straight into the lead of the race. No playing around. But Reg Hayward is not going to let him get away.
And the senior X30 is getting underway a little bit further back there. They're making their way to the first corner with William Omar, Peter Jurovic and Josh Jones charging away into the first corner. Meanwhile, back at the front here, Reg Hayward with a good strong start as they piled through the first corner. Leaders now making their way through, but it's Ben Hitch that takes the lead with Hayward right on his tail in second place. The top two just trying to break away here as Hayward takes a neat line coming out to Kim Bolton. But you can see here Ben Hitch guarding that inside line. That's going to leave it open for Hayward down the inside as they make their way through into the Willows, and a neat move there from Reg Hayward, the 173, to take the lead. You could see Ben Hitch very aggressively guarding into Stowe Corner. And that was always going to leave that outside, and that was always going to leave the line coming through to the Willows for the 173. So Reg Hayward takes the lead. Ben Hitch, and it's Mark Gilly third, Stavros Thanasopoulos in fourth position. Harrison Crook with the fastest sector so far in fifth position. Alex Jones and Sean Rudge a little bit further behind from Liam Ferguson, who started off well up to 8th position, and Josh Bass making some positions up as well as they make their way through into the top 10. The X30s currently with Josh Jones leading from Peter Jurovic and Dominic Paraboff in third place.
It's going to be exciting to see what Harrison Crook can do in third place. Now, he's lost a bit of the pack. The top two at the front just pulling away. Hayward has put in some mega laps these past couple times round. He has really put the pedal to the metal. In the lead at the moment, got about a half a second gap, which might not sound like much, but it's definitely a big margin when it comes to kart racing. There he is on your screens, and you will probably have known the face quite a lot around last year as well as maybe the years before. He's definitely in the junior and senior ranks here at Kim Bolton, but he's definitely making a name for himself. And then maybe this could be the year that he takes that crown, but we're going to have to wait and see. Of course, it's always the long game with the championship. You never win it on the first rounds, because it'll be a long game as the battles go on a bit further down. That's for fourth place, which is being held on by Mark Gilly, who we haven't seen much this year, this season at Kim Bolton. But the battle for fourth is still going on. Liam Ferguson's making a move as well. There's a couple of the X30 drivers on your screens, but Mark Gilly's there in fourth. And looks like Liam Ferguson now into the top 5. Now Ferguson, who started all the way down in 9th, he's just trying to pick each driver off one by one. There he is on the screens, the white helmets with that white and red car. He's going to look for a move on the last corner. Yes, he is. Nice clean move to the inside, and very clean indeed. There's Sean Rudge getting involved in some of the battles as well. He's in that white helmet, but the red and white car a bit further behind these two as the battle is still rage on. I mean, we've got battles going on for every position on this grid. It was always great to see, and it's going to be interesting to see how the drivers adapt to the circuit, because every lap the track's going to change the more rubber that's being laid down, and obviously they're going to be trying to find where maybe those ice patches are. And that's not something we've really spoken about much, because we've never had that sort of issue. But of course, January, as you all may have seen, a lot of snow that also led on the circuit, and it meant that especially yesterday, the practice day, a lot of drivers will tend to use the wet tyres for most of the day, which is quite interesting. But I think the track is still... Oh, big contact.
Oh, that is going into Kim Bolton there, wasn't it? Two getting
like
together.
Sean Rudge, Mark Gilly, two drivers involved there. Looked like Sean got onto the inside line, and both drivers met at the apex, so we'll let the stewards sort out that one. But big shame for them too. Of course, Sean Roche took a couple of podiums last year. Now I think they've both managed to get themselves out of the barrow, which is always good, but really unfortunate. Mark Gilly, who's just got back going, wonder if they'll be heading back to the pits now. They're going past the X30 runners at the moment.
Yeah, we've got Johnny Kent and Chris Thomas. I think they've dropped out of contention. Bailey Brooker and William Omar are making their way through towards the back of the X30 field. The X30 runners currently led by Peter Jurovic now, the number 57 from Josh Jones, 84 in second position, as we focus on the 165 here. Very experienced Kim Bolton driver, number 165, Liam Ferguson, who has now fought his way through into fourth place, starting a little bit further down the grid. He's made up 5 positions up to fourth place, so he'll be looking for a strong position. There he goes, the white helmet just ahead of the 164, Josh Bass, the driver that we are looking at right now. There he goes, making his way down the Catered Straight, and 71. That's one of the lappers there from the X30 category. That'll be I believe it'll be Bailey Brooker, who's currently 28th overall. Leaders now making their way over the line, just under 3 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining. And there's the number 41 of Ben Hitch, currently in third place, but Liam Ferguson appears to be closing slightly, only by a few tenths here and there on the previous lap. Race leader is still the 173 of Reg Hayward, who very neatly took his way through into first place on the approach to the Willows a couple of laps ago. And since then, 173 has very much got to work here. He's put his head down, put in some good strong laps, and currently leads by 2.6 seconds as he closes up on some of the established drivers. A bit of bad luck here for number 55 in sixth place. That's Stavros Athanasopoulos, who was running well in the top 6, but he has picked up a technical black flag. That's the black flag with the orange disc on it. So that means that the driver has picked up some kind of mechanical issue. I haven't seen the 55 out on track in person, so I couldn't tell you what the problem is, but usually it's if fairing has got loose or some sort of bodywork on the kart where it would cause a danger to other drivers. So Stavros, unfortunately, will be black flagged and out of the race. No real fault of his own, you would say, but that's just bad luck with racing sometimes. But Reg Hayward looking strong here as the race draws to its closing laps.
Yeah, this is going to be exciting. Yeah, big disappointment for Stavros. I'd say can't really see what's happened to that kart, but real big disappointment. We'll try and have a little look, see if we can spot it, but on your screens at the moment, Reg Hayward, who's really just been putting the laps in, just super consistent. You can see the front of his car is really sitting up high, made for these winter conditions, that he can just sort of float across these curves and drive really smoothly and consistently, which is what he's doing at the moment. The gap is 3.4 seconds, so he's definitely someone to watch out for. He's really leaning on the car, using the seat to pull himself around, which is a technique that drivers try to use, but it's never really easy to condone. And he's catching one of the X30 drivers. That's a bit further down the field. I'll have a little work up into Bailey Brooker, who's having a good race so far. Trying to use the brakes to try and get that kart slowed down. Of course, these are different karts, different tyres, different engines as well, so they're going to be completely different to each other, but in some ways are still the same if you just look at what it is, which is just a bare chassis, and the drivers just use what they can to develop their driving. Of course, as I say, different tyres, you have to work them differently, different operating windows, and the way you have to push on them and get them warmed up. Some tyres last for a bit longer than others, which is something you've got to watch out for as well. Doric Parabic is in that battle. Now here's a battle for second place in X30s. So Peter Jurovic had a brilliant race. He's already cleared off by quite a few seconds, and now it's between Josh Jones and Doric Parabic. Now the number 88 has received a technical flag. Now that's Mark Cushley, who's in 18th. Now unfortunately he's been given the black mechanical flag, so he'll be going straight to pit lane, which is quite unfortunate, saying it's coming down to near the last lap, but they've always got that window where they have 3 laps to come into the pit, so he could try and work his way around that. But as Rage Hayward comes around the final corner, he's going to be starting the last lap of the race. Now hopefully the battle for second place here won't in the X30s won't play too much into effect. Of course, the X30 driver is struggling a bit more because their Comet tyre really struggles to get up to temperature compared to these Mojo tyres.
You can see there, even through the willows, it's a good indication there. You can see how aggressively that Reg Hayward is able just to clamp that kart through there. The X30 is a little bit more squirrely, you would say. They're not able to carry the speed quite through there. Reg Hayward closing up on this battle for the X30s, but he's got time on his hands here. An incredible 4.7 seconds. As 24 gets a bit wrong. Nervous moment there for Hayward, but it looks like he's got this one under control.
Really smooth driving from Reg Hayward, and it's a brilliant victory as the battle for second place is still going on. Here it is in your screens from Derek Paradick and Josh Jones. They're going to battle it on for their last lap, but Reg Hayward takes a very nice victory from Ben Hitch in second place. 5.6 seconds is your gap from Liam Ferguson, who made his way up into the top three. So good start for Ferguson, our champion, from Harrison Crook and Josh Bass, who ran out your top five. Well, Scott Smith, who from 18th on the grid managed to get up to 6th. Then it was Sean Rudge and Josh Godin from Alex Jones, and Scott Clee, who nipped into the top 10 from 20th on the grid. Then it was Rob Simpson from Sam Yaxley and Steve Gilly from Mark Taylor and David German.
Jurovic has just gone over the line now to win the X30s. He'll be 17th in the race. So Dominic Parabuk is second. Josh Jones in that battle that Charlie was just telling us about there. So there's your Rotax 177 results. Reg Hayward, 5.6 seconds at the checkered flag. Not something we see too often, and especially when you consider into that as well, there wasn't really any sort of accident or any incident that would allow him to break away. So he just really seemed to get to grips with a difficult Kim Bolton circuit very early on. So a brilliant start to the meeting there for the 173 of Reg Hayward. We'll see how he gets on in the second heat a bit later on. He will, of course, have a poor grid position a bit further down, so he'll have a bit of work to do to fight through the field, but nonetheless, a very encouraging start to the 173. Ben Hitch, Liam Ferguson third, Harrison Crook and Josh Bass running at the top 5 in the Rotax 177s. Now we move to the shifter karts, the KZ UK. Now, the little bit of a track alteration, if you're not familiar with this, the Hunts Kart Racing Club here, they out on the circuit now and have just taken out the Derrick's Corner chicane. These KZ UK karts, they run the full length of the Mitsu Straight, which we see the karts almost topping out, so pretty much at 100 miles an hour as they make their way through towards the Dan Weldon corner. A little bit more of a depleted grid, you would say. We'll have a look at the lineups in just a few moments. We have still got the 177s on here. Not so many KZs as we saw last time out in December, but nonetheless we are expecting a very strong race, very fast, and some very competitive drivers making up the grid here. We'll have a look at the lineups in just a few moments' time as they make their way out onto the circuit. They do get an extra warm-up lap here. The karts, they carry a lot more speed, so in the interest of safety, the drivers are allowed another lap to get the tyres. They got the 3 brakes, got the front brake on the karts as well, but they need to get it all warmed up. And you'll normally see them practicing a few starts as well, getting the clutch and everything all warmed up and ready to go as we get ready for KZ UK heat number 1. Drivers just making their final preparations. So not so many drivers here, Charlie, but nonetheless we're expecting some good strong racing today. Actually, bear with me a second. I think the lineups have just been confirmed from race control, so the drivers to look out for in this heat, we've got Lucas Blanford, number 67, the driver you can see closest to the camera, will lead them away from Leo Robinson, Jonathan Railton, Oliver Harris, Jensen Pugh, Hannah Lang, George Barker and George Robinson rounding out the start grid. So as we were saying there, Charlie, not so many drivers here today, unfortunately, in the KZs, but with some of these names that we're looking at on the grid here, I would expect there still to be some close racing.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting, of course. Well, I expect for most of these drivers, they don't want to be out in January, do they, in these cold conditions, but you only need 2 drivers to have a race. That's the way I see it, so we've got plenty of action, and we've got a whole host of really talented drivers. Leo Robinson, who of course was second in the championship. Jensen Pugh, who's been mechanicked by the champion from last year, Lucas Enningham. Lucas Blanford, who's got his own racing team as well. Now, Lucas Blanford is also a driver coach as well, which is always great to see. Now, Lucas had a bit of trouble yesterday. Had a big moment going into Dan Weldon, one places you don't want to have a moment. And just touched the eyes when he went onto the brakes, went straight flying off. So, hopefully none of that today for Lucas Blanford, but plenty of action coming towards us for the start of the KZ season. Oliver Harris, who's driving for the Pro Train team, he had a bit of success in the last round. Of course, some drivers, we've seen a lot of drivers who tend to do the past couple of rounds of the year just to get used to their new equipment and maybe a new class before they go into that new year. But it's going to be exciting to see what Leo Robinson can do. Of course, this is going to be a new year for Leo Robinson. I think he's going to try and brush off what happened last year. He had made a few mistakes, I have to say, that sort of maybe lost him the championship. It may have not. It may have been one of them things. But I think he spent last year learning a lot about what not to do, and hopefully it's going to help him out as the drivers start to do their practice starts. So you might have wondering, well, where was Blanford going there? Well, he was actually slowing down, sort of coming to near a halt, and you'll see him do this once again. They're going to try and spin up their rear tyres, but also get that clutch biting point right. So you see a couple of drivers just stopping just to get the biting point right, and they'll line up in their grid spot. There is the TD Media, who is running off the circuit very quickly because he does not want to get hit by these very rapid karts. These karts can get away quicker than most supercars can, which is always exciting to see. And if you're ever standing nearby, it's always a good one to watch.
It's just the pure power-to-weight ratio when you consider these karts don't weigh very much at all, but they've got an awful lot of power. You can see the radiator covers over the right-hand side of the pods there. So we're ready to go for heat number 1, KZ UK. And they're away, charging into the first corner. Brilliant start on the inside line there from Blanford. And on the outside there, number 36, Leo Robinson, trying to square the turn off there. Let's have a look when they cut back through the willows to see if he made that move stick. It was a brilliant line, and it looks like he's made it work. So Leo Robinson, brilliant start to the race there. Here we can see they charge all the way down the Amitsu Straight. But Leo Robinson squaring the turn on that first corner. He let Lucas Blanford go, but was able to repass as he made his way through to the willows. So excellent start there for the number 36.
You can see they're really having to be hesitant on their karts because their tyres are just not warmed up. Well, we've got to get the 2 laps. It's just not enough for these karts. And, of course, front brakes on these karts as well. So very hard to get temperature into them. Jensen Pugh's running brilliantly at the moment. A driver who we usually saw in the CNX30 category. He's currently there in 3rd place at the moment. He's having a brilliant race so far. Just on the tail now of Lucas Blanford, who recently went into the KSA category as well. I think we're going to see a lot of experience gain, and that's will show between some of the inexperienced drivers and Leo Robinson, someone who's already done it for a year and has plenty of seat time under his belt in one of these KZ karts. A driver who's for the FF Course Academy, which of course run the Ferraris, and you'll see him a lot in GT racing. So obviously a clear mind for Leo Robinson and the future that he wants to take. Of course, these are the best formula to get into for ones who are trying to get into car racing, or for those who've maybe gone car racing and want to fall back and still do a bit of racing and get all them gears going, but still want to race a car and do it on I say affordable scale. It's still not cheap as hell, but it's still affordable to some extent. And always produces some great racing. You have to drive these cars so differently as well.
We do often see some racing car drivers coming back to the KZs as guest appearances or even just practicing as well, because it is a cost-effective way of getting practice, basically. Imagine like a footballer will be able to train quite a lot and practice football. A tennis player will be hitting the balls, hitting the nets quite a lot as well, but you can't really do that in car racing because of the cost implications. So it is a useful way just to get some brilliant level of track time.
Yeah, exactly that. You can just jump out whenever you want and go have a play. It's as simple as that, which is always great. And of course, these karts are just amazing to drive. There's one of the drivers a bit further down the field. That's George Barker, who we haven't seen much of at the moment. He's just trying to get himself sorted. He went to a new chassis last year, and it seems to be helping him out just a tiny bit. Of course, he has a brilliant YouTube channel that he puts vlogs on and really shows behind-the-scene content, which is always what people want to see nowadays. And I got very close. George Robinson put it up against the expert, Hannah Lang, but goes in a bit too deep, and Hannah Lang fights it back. Hannah Lang, who's back for another year of KZ racing at Kimbolton, she just can't get away from it. She had a massive crash last month, or it might be the month before, but managed to fight her way back, and she's having a great race so far. This is the battle going on for 5th place at the moment, so just nipping inside the top 5. But we've got battles going on all throughout the field. This is brilliant racing.
Looking at some of the pace here, the number 23, George Robinson and Hannah Lang, they both seem to be finding a bit of pace out there, picking up the pace in relation to the drivers. Now, there's a warning flag for the number 23. And I would suspect that was for that opportunistic move on Hannah Lang on the previous lap. It was very close whether all four wheels were actually on the course when he went down the inside there. So we just saw on the virtual marshal, which the drivers see when they cross the line, there was a black and white warning flag for the number 23. That's your, you could almost say that's your karting equivalent of a yellow card in football. It's just a warning that the driver is being watched. Action has been taken, and if it does continue, then they may get repercussions later on in terms of a penalty. Oh, look at that trouble there for number 36. Front end locking up straight into the tyre barriers. Did well to save that, actually. That could have been a huge shunt there. It's a very fast part of the circuit, but almost like the front brake was binding there. Locked on for Lucas Blanford, the kart. Leah Robinson, I should say. Robinson understeering off the course into the tyre barriers and out of the race, but the driver, Battenberg flags are out. Here's a lot of course damage coming into the first corner, so I'm assuming that's the reason why the Battenberg flag has come out. This is you'll see the driver's really having to slow down, and that was a very nasty shunt there for the race leader, Leah Robinson, the former race leader, I should say. Right here, the front end, I haven't really seen that before. It just seemed like the front end locked in.
That was really interesting. Now, of course, as you said, these karts are front brakes. Of course, because of how quick these karts go into corners, they need more brake pressure to get them stopped. And unfortunately, that's one of the issues with how cold these conditions are. They need to get them into that right optimum window. And you saw a lot of drivers struggling with the brakes, and that's just what happens when you get it wrong. Of course, this isn't now a Battenberg. They took it out last year. Now, this is the new slow down procedure board, which is it basically works the same as a Battenberg, but makes it more easier to do. It's a lot as a term that was used more out in Europe that they've brought to UK karting. So you'll see the slow boards out, and you'll see the yellow flags out, and they'll start coming in when we're about to go racing. So
still on the wave yellows as they cross the line.
Still on the wave yellows, so we're going to go around once again now.
I have to say that Leo Robinson did well to save it in a relative sense. He still went into the barriers quite heavily, but that was a very fast part of the circuit where he lost control. He just seemed to be able to glance into the barriers. He was aware that he was out of control, but just seemed to save himself a bit. If it had hit that to any kind of angle, that would have been a huge shunt. Yeah,
very lucky. I mean, you saw the whole car literally separate around him. Of course, the bodywork doing its job of protecting the driver and the chassis as well. Hopefully it hasn't caused too much damage and he can get back out in the next race, but that's definitely not the way you want to go out. But these drivers, now the slow down boards have come in around the circuit, but you'll see the board still out in the last two on the last post.
So he's got to stay slow now until he passes the last board.
Yeah, exactly that. So now green flags are back out. We're back out and racing. 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock. So this is now going to be a big battle to the end. And Blanford's going to have to try and hold on to this one. But look at the drivers in the middle of the pack. Jensen Pugh running a bit wide, trying to fight the car. This is a lot different to your senior X30 that he's been used to. But he's trying to get that power down. But look at Blanford's lead at the moment.
Yeah, brilliant start for him. This could be useful now for Hannah Lang and George Robinson. That's a bit of a commentator's curse there. George Robinson, I think that was that went off the circuit at Dan Weldon Corner. Both of those drivers,
they looked like the front brakes yet again. Yeah, so definitely a big issue for these KZ drivers, but looks all good at the moment. I think he's got himself back going. We'll just wait and see.
He's back on the track off the camera. So Hannah Lang, you can see she was just starting to find some pace before the slow boards came out, and now it's almost acted like a reset. So she is right in the mix here on the tail of the 111 Oliver Harris. So as we've seen a couple of times in this race, the cold temperatures making things treacherous. And we've seen the wrong time, the brakes failing, the drivers understeering off. As a nice move there for Harris, who will now move into second place. Jensen Pugh drops to third. Hannah Lang right on the tail in fourth as Pugh tries to fight back. And again, you see the braking troubles here as 111 Oliver Harris, the stopping power wasn't there. Understeers off the track. He's gone off into the infield tyre barriers and is out of the race.
Big disappointment for Harris. I was just about to say how well he's been driving this KZ car. Really getting used to it, but really unfortunate there. He had a great move into the Dan Weldon complex. A corner that, an overtake opportunity that's very hard to do because, of course, it's one of the fastest parts of the circuit. You've really got to get that one nailed. So yellow flags are out at the Dan Weldon complex. And unfortunately, that's the end for Harris's race as we're about to head onto the final lap of the race. And for Lucas Blanford, it's looking good so far. Of course, Jensen Pugh still there. He has just got to hold on for one more lap, which, well, watching what's happened just then, might not be as easy as you think. But these drivers have learnt their craft. And, of course, Lucas Blanford, who's been driving all sorts these past few months, a lot of testing in the Rotax karts, the X30 karts, but seems to have found his bread in these KZ karts. And what a great start to the season it will be for Lucas Blanford if he can just hold on for these final couple of corners, which, as we said, not as easy as you think. Hannah Langs drove to a brilliant third, Pugh into second place, but round the final corner will come Lucas Blanford to take a first victory in the KZ class. Brilliant driving from Jensen Pugh, who went to second place. Hannah Lang ran at your top 3 from Rowton in 4th. It was George Barker who ran at your top 5 from George Robinson. And, of course, we lost Oliver Harris just at the back of shot. And, of course, Lee Robinson with that big accident that could have ended a lot worse. But very thankful it didn't. And he's going to be out of the first race, but he's got a lot of work to do now, hasn't he?
Yeah, so a bit unfortunate there for Leo Robinson after that huge shunt at the end of the Hines Straight. Oliver Harris, the other driver who pushing the kart back to the paddock as we speak. Driver is okay. And George Robinson also getting caught out by the cold temperatures, just seemed to lose the braking. You almost see the karts effectively understeering off the circuit. It's very tough with these cold conditions, as we were saying, just above 2 degrees at the moment. We hope the rain stays away, because that would make it even more treacherous for the drivers. We've got the first of the junior Rotax about to make their way out onto the circuit. So we keep talking about tyre temperatures here, Charlie. Should just explain, if you've never driven a competition kart before. You've got, for example, a lot of the corporate karts. They have a very hard-wearing, safe tyre that offers a decent amount of grip. These karts going out onto the circuit now running competition slick tyres, it's a very narrow window to how these the tyres operate. And if you just drove flat out of the pits here and into the first corner with them on cold tyres, the kart would just basically understeer off the track, wouldn't it? So it just goes to show that they need to do a lot of work to get these tyres operating.
Yeah, of course, all the tyres are different in their own way. There's multiple compounds out there that are suited for each class. So the Rotaxes use the Mojo tyre, the X30s will use the Comet tyres. And the main difference is when you go out on that circuit for the first time, especially if you're on a new tyre, it's a really hard surface layer, so you've got to try and break through it before you get to that nice grippy stuff. But of course it all depends on the temperature of the circuit, of course your tyre pressures, which can be changed, and tyre pressures can make a big difference of when the tyres actually come into effect throughout the race. So all these drivers are going to be trying out different bits and bobs, but of course, as you said, tyres are big essential around this circuit.
It would surprise me if this race starts. They're not very well formed up.
First time. Pure junior Rotax fashion, let's say. Of course, if there's any race you want to watch, it's junior Rotax, because they always like to provide a little bit of action. Of course, these drivers up and coming, so they're going to be learning a lot through the way. Always the up and downs with karting.
I think quite often in these sort of cold conditions as well, we quite often see what you might call a bit of gamesmanship from the drivers here, where they almost purposely will not be in too much of a hurry to get into the grip position. They won't mind too much that the start has been called off here, as it gives them another opportunity to get some more temperature into the tyres. May even be another full start possibly, but usually they can only push the envelope too far before the officials, who haven't got much window to run races today with the shorter days in the winter, they'll lose patience if the drivers start pushing the envelope too much there.
Yeah, it's the old-fashioned rule, I think it is, and just the old rule being that, you know, you try and get that one full start, but you can't push it too far unless actually people have gone out of tram lines, then you can take the most of it. We're going to go race for the second time. Yes, we are down into turn 1. Then it's going to be very exciting. The cold racing car on the inside. You can see all the drivers struggling for grip, full lock on their karts as they go through the first couple of corners into the Willow section. Hopefully they can all nip their way through, but they're all having to mount the curve. It's the only way they can get some grip. And a great start from the driver in the lead of the race. That is Zach Turner, who of course won last time out in brilliant fashion into second place. Who is that? That's one of these Strawberry Racing carts, it seems. And we'll wait and see. It might be Connor Large, who's had a great start. No, Connor is in the back of this field. He's there in 6th place at the moment. So we'll watch as all the drivers come flying through to finish the first lap of the race. But look at the lines they're taking. They're really wide lines from these junior Rotax carts. So they've got no temperature into these tyres whatsoever. And into second place is Luca Holmes-Ballock, who we've seen a lot in the cadet categories. He's trying to find a way through. And Blake Southern, who's gone to a new team for the first time.
The race leader there, number 99, Zach Turner. You can really see how much he's having to work the kart through the willows there, and they really are struggling to get the speed down into the corners here. Look how much they're having to work to bring these karts down. And again, chopping away at the steering there. Look at that Dan Weldon corner. You wouldn't see that normally on what you might call a warm track. It's almost like wet weather driving this. Just watch the leading group here, how much they're soaring away at the steering wheel. And the Lake Soundman 100 having to work hard there to get the kart through the corner. These drivers are really working hard at the moment.
I always think these are the best conditions for these drivers, where we can see actual talent, because this is where the drivers are having to find that hidden grip to get that extra ground. And Charlie Wolfit's gone straight to the inside. You see what I mean? He's found that extra bit on the inside. It's gave him that extra grip, and he's found his way into second place. He's got past Blake Southern, who's of course champion from last year. Now he's moved teams to the Dan Holland Racing team, so having a little go with the new team. Of course, he used to be with the Jack Dex race team, so moved over, new chassis as well, so something to watch out for. We'll see how he gets on. Max Wheatley's having a brilliant race inside the top 5 at the moment. He's one of the drivers who moved up from the cadet category, did a bit of running through juniors last year, and has now moved up. Southern running wide, and well, this is going to be very interesting, because it looks like, is that raindrops? This
wondering,
could be slicks in the wet. This is going to be interesting.
There is rain and sleet forecast for today, and it's difficult to tell from our commentary point here.
Yeah, you can see it.
Yeah, you can see it on the camera now. There is rain. It's looking apparent when you watch how hard the drivers are having to work in the corners. The pace really slowing down now. The drivers now in the high 49s, 50 seconds for a lap time, and by Bolton standards, that is pretty slow, and you can see why. The karts simply have no grip whatsoever, and we still have 5 minutes to go in this race. So the rain showers that were forecast have come pretty early, and even the race leader, Zach Turner, very gingerly, almost lost the back end there, but did well to save it. This is pretty much like driving on ice now, because they're on slick tyres. They're on a very cold track, and just to add a bit of moisture in there, you can see again the braking starting halfway down the Heinz straight. He can't make the corner hardly. He's having to work so hard. And we'll have a look at the lap times again. He's well over 50. He's the only driver anywhere near 50 seconds at the moment, with the drivers about, looking at some of these lap times here, 53, 54 seconds. They're almost 10 seconds slower now than they would expect on a dry track. And looking at the pace of the leader, very slowly, gingerly making his way through. He's driving brilliantly here so far.
I was about to say, this is the most satisfying thing about watching drivers race slicks in the wet. You can just see how much control they have over the steering wheel. Look at his body movements as he goes into the corner, and that's because he's moving the weight distribution around the car to try and get that extra grip. This is stuff that we're watching 13, 14-year-olds here who knows this sort of stuff. This is amazing stuff, and this is why we love junior Rotax Racing. Look how hard he's having to use the brake, but you'll watch it, he moves his body to the side to get that extra grip, to push him round the corner, and look at his body movement once again. Look at the steering angle as well.
Using the curve
as well, because the curve adds that extra grip. And this is the sort of things that you won't see until you're actually in a go-kart. The amount of driving implications you have to put in when it comes to these sort of conditions.
He is currently, at the very quickest, he is currently 3 seconds a lap quicker than everybody else.
That is amazing.
That's the very quickest drivers further behind him.
This is a true British racing driver. British racing drivers, they have to be quick in these sort of conditions. This is the worst it's going to get as well. Of course, a bit of rain to mix in, but it's still a cold circuit. You know, we're still looking, it's 1 degree at the moment, so we're still really, really cold circuit. But he's got to try and work the car as hard as he can, and that's to keep the tyre temperature still in that optimal window. Of course, it'll be quite low still, but it's just got to try and keep working the kart.
You can look as well. I mean, you see the tyres. Look at the gleam on the tyres, how much of a gloss there is on there, just showing how wet they are.
You'll watch as well, when they all come into the pits, the amount of steam that will come off these karts from how much work they've been put through. But this is just amazing stuff. We're watching pure car control here from the number 99. Brilliant stuff here. You'll see him come out of Dweldon and watch him through here. Beautiful stuff. Getting the kart sideways. Pure Tokyo Drift style. But that's the fastest way round it. That's how you've got to be.
Again, you can see they're very deep into the Dan Weldon corner, almost squaring the turn off, keeping it as straight as he can. Zach Turner, the driver we're looking at the moment, mastering the conditions so far. He's the only driver, barring Ryan Rapini, to be lapping under a minute at the moment. So they are all on the wrong tyres. It rained halfway through the race. They've still got 2 minutes to go. You can say, there's trouble further behind.
That's Molly Mizzen, who's gone straight off up on the Pro Train drivers. Another driver taking the shortcut, and this is a bit further down. This is sort of the drivers who are probably not experienced this as much.
You can see the difference here, how gingerly they're making their way around the circuit at the moment. They're trying to race, but it's it's all about survival at the moment.
This is more snail racing than anything, but these drivers are all being put to the test. This is a battle. Bit further down, this is for the top 5. It's got Blake Southern, who's champion from last year. Ryan Rapini, who was a front runner, and Southern's gone straight off. Rapini to the inside of Max Wheatley, trying to use the curbs to push himself round. Of course, Wheatley and Rapini are teammates. Southern with the championship knowledge. But this is brilliant driving. This is something that we rarely get to see. And, well, these drivers deserve a pat on the back at the end of this race, for sure.
Look at that. They're not much above walking pace going through Derek's corner, the slowest part, the Chetras bus stop style chicane. You can see how hard they're having to work. The race leader already over the line. So he's still the only driver lapping under 1 minute at the moment, which is, I think these drivers now over 20 seconds slower than you might expect under prime conditions. Really goes to show how difficult the conditions are. It does happen sometimes, an unexpected rain shower, and even in an 8-minute plus 1 lap race, the driver's getting caught out on the wrong tyres, and you can see just how much the pace has dropped and how hard they're having to work here. Not much racing going on, although having a look on the inside there, it's all in slow motion almost there. On the number 100 down the inside there, Blake Southam on Max Wheatley.
It's always a cheeky thing you can do in these sort of conditions. Is sort of go to the inside and then lean on the drivers on the outside just to try and get yourself round. There is Molly Mizzen on your screens. Now, she's one of our female racing drivers who's having a good race so far. I think a bit further down the field, but in the battle with Connor Large at the moment. So that's for, I think that she's a lap down at the moment. So Connor Large making the move. He's in
last
third
lap
place.
board is out.
Last lap, and 12 seconds is the margin between Turner and Wolfett. We are watching the drive of a champion here. This is amazing stuff here. And if you want to watch someone this 2026 season, this might be the man you might need to watch. As Zach Turner is someone who's going to be right up at the front end, just where he left off 2025. Now
he's got the confidence here just to point it straight. You can see how much he's just squaring those turnoffs, using the curbs where he can, allowing the kart to slide where it will benefit him. But again, you see very deep into the Dan Weldon corner. He'll turn sharp, he'll get the back end out just to get it straight, and as much as he can will point and gun the kart down the straight hill. He's got to be very gingerly on the brakes again, very tenderly caressing the kart through there as he makes his way down in towards the final corner. And it's always a pleasure to see a driver mastering the slippery rain conditions, and he has certainly done so there. Zach Turner with a brilliant victory. The only driver lapping anywhere near 1 minute towards the end of the race. His time drops to 1:02 on the final lap, which just serves to show even the fastest driver at the end there. His fastest lap of the race, incidentally, was 46 seconds before the rain came down, so it just goes to show how tough those conditions were.
That was amazing. That was, if there's a race you want to watch back at the end of the day, it has got to be this race. That was superb driving from Zach Turner, and all the drivers out there as well. But Zach Turner really mastered those conditions, and of course, it's very impressive. 16 seconds at the very end. Are you kidding me? That is a brilliant gap.
Charlie Wolfett was 4 seconds ahead of Connor Large in third. Luca Holmes-Ballack, Ryan Rapini, another driver who was coping well with the conditions, goes up to 5th place. Blake Southern to 6th. Max Wheatley, Jensen Hookie, Toby Farthing and Teddy Cooper rounding out the top 10 from John Richardson. Karthik Kamita, Max Breskov, Devin Taylor, Adam Churacek and Stanley Williams, but look at those margins there, 43 seconds between first and 16th. I think we have to say there, though, Charlie, full credit to all those drivers, really, for just getting around there and surviving the race. I don't think there were many. There was only one driver, Toby Wortley, retired very early on, not really connected with the wet weather. But there weren't any particular spin-offs or crashes as such. The drivers managed to bring it home, play it safe, and get over the line.
Yeah, all the drivers in amazingly there. That's the probably worst conditions you're ever going to have to race in. You know, slick tyres, you're in the wet. You've also got a very cold circuit. You know, it's the start of January. It's not going to be easy as it is. And them drivers just did an absolutely perfect job out there. So, real congratulations to all of them.
It's almost sometimes, by the time you realise it's raining, daft as it sounds, it's almost a bit too late sometimes.
Yeah, you know, by the time we realised it, they've probably realised it 30 seconds before us. So brilliant stuff out there, and of course they're having to learn the track lap after lap. That was a very strong drive, and Zach Turner, well, he took victory last round, and he's definitely started the year on a high. So we'll see what he's up to. Honda 200 up next. They're going towards some of our cadet drivers now. They've had a bit of time to maybe work out which tyres they're going to use, and I think they will probably go to them wet tyres.
You'd have to guess. It is still raining. It's not actually, you wouldn't say it's chucking it down right now, but it's still raining fairly progressively, one might say. So I think it would be a pretty brave decision to go out on slicks, and I don't think it would work right now. I'll try and have a look at some of these karts in a little bit closer detail when they make their way through. I think they appear to be mostly on wet tyres. Now, I'd like to say, Charlie, there they have had the luxury here of being able to they've had a few minutes here just to get some last-minute tyre changes here, one would think.
Yeah, and I think as well it would have been a safety procedure from the club to do the same and let these guys go on the wet tyres. These are, 8 years old at the end of the day, so we want to give them as much safety as possible. Harry Grant will start from pole position in this one, and it's Harry Parker-Way and Nicholas York from Zach Squire and Ansel Saunders, Marcus Cooper, Kean Doherty and Phoebe Shelton as they go around once again, as that was a full start. Then it's going to be James Windsor from Archie Edgar, George Pickett from George Lilly, and it's James Murphy from Henry Coulburn, Keane Delaney, who's a very strong driver. He'll be starting a bit further down, from Jacob Furlow and Alfie Stokes, who rounds out your field of drivers. So we've got plenty of experience and a bit of contact going on between the drivers in second and fourth. That was Harry Parker-Ray, Zach Skyer going into the back of Harry, but all is good. But hopefully that's no front fairing penalty for the number 64, Zach Squire. Now, Harry Parker-Ray, he wants to start the year on a high. Nicholas York had a great weekend out at Red Lodge the weekend before, took his first podium, so he's having a great drive at the moment. He's on a real high and is going to try and see what he can do this weekend. A new start for Honda 200s with plenty of drivers, someone to watch out for. As I say, Keane Delaney, who's starting from near the back of the field. It is still raining, so watch out. Let's see if we can get going for the second time of asking. Yes, we do. And we're off and away. Harry Parker-Ray on the outside line as they head down into turn one. Of course, Harry Grant on the inside, but Harry Parker-Ray is going very deep. Can he get that one stopped? Just about, but he's going to lose a couple of spots as the rest of the pack comes flying through. Zach Squire into second place and into third. Well, he nearly nabbed third place, but they're going to be three wide as they go into Derek's corner, and Harry Parker-Ray's back up into second place. But look at Harry Grant's lead so far, pulling away as Harry Parker-Ray slides through Derek's corner and into Dan Weldon's for the first time. And Harry Grant is looking quick so far, but I wouldn't count out Parker-Ray just yet. He's got the power down and he's looking for the lead.
You can see the difference that the right tyres make here. These are slower karts than the Junior Rotax, far slower in terms of horsepower and pace, but they are getting around the circuit a lot quicker now by virtue of having the grip in the corners. You can see they're just carrying a lot more speed through here. We'll have a look at the lap times as they make their way through at the end of the first lap. So again, they're about 5 or 6 seconds quicker even on that first lap as they make their way through. Just had the opportunity to have a look outside at the weather so far. It is indeed raining, not particularly heavy, but it's just constant and it's just blowing through. It's very cold and blustery outside, and there just seem to be pockets of rain that are coming through. So if it carries on like this, as it is in the forecast actually, these are going to be potentially tough conditions, changeable track for the drivers throughout the day. So they make their way through, so the Honda cadets coping quite nicely here as the 51, George Lilly, 44, Harry Parker Ray, drifting wide through the Dan Weldon corner, trying to get some pace as he makes his way down through towards the KZ straight, and not quite able to do anything at the moment as Lilly has the car parked quite nicely on the apex of the corner. Phoebe Shelton making up 4 places a little bit further behind. She's up to 4th position. James Murphy up to 5th position, making up 8 positions. Alistair Saunders and Keane Delaney on the move as well. So a little bit of a brief respite from the rain here, but don't think it's going to be away for too long. As 51, George Lilly, again very neatly defending that corner. You can see these leading drivers actually lapping now about, I would say, at least 5 or 6 seconds a lap quicker than the Rotaxes who were out on the slicks last time out.
That's always an interesting thing to say. George Lilly, though, has had a brilliant race so far. He started in 12th, up to 2nd place at the start, and he's driving superbly at the moment. So definitely someone to watch out for. Harry Parker Ray, who, I think he's using the perfect wet procedure for these Honda Cadet karts, which is always just to get the rear sliding, get it moving, because just get that wheel spinning, get the kart gone. But you think he's just overdriving it just a little bit, being just a bit too aggressive. That's why still there in 4th place. But it's nice to see that the top 3 haven't pulled away from each other just yet. All it means for Harry Grant is just make a small mistake and Lilly will be right on his
George
tail.
Lilly is putting together some very neat lines through these corners. You can see that Lilly just opting, he's finding the grip on the inside lines a bit more than Harry Grant at the moment. Again, just watch the kart through the Dan Weldon corners. He has a peak on the inside, not quite close enough to go for the lead. Stays off the curb, and again you can see him taking a much tighter line and able to carry the speed. So in essence he's travelling less distance as well. Here he comes to the Dan Weldon corner again, a lot tighter than the race leader Harry Grant, who's trying to power it round the outside. But at the moment George Lilly's lines are working quite well here. Harry Parker Ray trying to keep up in 3rd, but again Lilly just again with the confidence to turn it that little bit tighter. So what's he going to do here? He is trying to catch up on Harry Grant, who's got the opposite tactic here, using the outside lines, powering through. Again you can see the raindrops on the camera, so this would demonstrate that the rain is starting to return. So Lilly might have to be careful here because the track will change lap by lap. It's almost motocross style here, Charlie. The thing with motocross is the track will change lap by lap, especially when it's raining like this. And we're seeing this today in karting because already the track, he has a peak on the inside. He's trying to work this one out, but the track is changing each lap.
Yeah, exactly that. Whether it's getting worse or better is another question. I think it's definitely getting worse for these drivers, but they're all having to really find that fine line.
Look out for it. It's a bit squirrely there, but Harry Parker Ray, I think he's been following George Lilly's lines here, using those tighter lines. You see the grips there.
He started to calm himself down a little bit. It was a bit too aggressive on them first few laps, and you can see him just slide a bit too much out of place, but now he's really calmed it down, starting to use a bit more of the curves now. And a brilliant star is Harry Parker Ray. I actually did a bit of work with him coaching at the start of last year, and he's a brilliant star. He just wants to learn as much as he can, and he's putting all of that to the test as they come through the first couple of corners. But Lilly right on the tail now of Harry Grant. He's just got to try and find a way through. Of course, they are catching up to some of the back markers, so that might play into effect. It's a good chance for the back markers, though, to have a little watch of what these lead drivers are doing and sort of learn off what they're doing. And, it's going to be close between these guys. Maybe some lead move changes because look at Harry Grant being held up just a tiny amount, and look what he's done. It's brought the rest of the pack in. These top 3 are now going to have a mega battle for the lead. But who's going to take at the end? We still don't know.
Yeah, 2.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Again, you can see that the number 45, who has led pretty much the entire race, Harry Grant's controlling it well, but down the inside goes Lilly. Now, is he going to make that move stick? Yes, he is. Now, can he pull away at the front? George Lilly and Harry Parker Ray have found some good lines out here on the circuit. Now, Harry Grant in second, he could do with... was a bit of a spinner there. The number 64, Zach Squire, loses it going into the first corner. Just showing how difficult the conditions are. And now with a clear track, George Lilly just starts to pull away ever so slightly. And I think that Harry Parker Ray has gone through into second position. Yes, indeed he has. So the previous race leader, Harry Grant, drops to 3rd place.
Look at Harry Parker. He's really using different lines here to try and get on his opponent. And he's jumping over the curbs. This is amazing stuff from the 44 here. Of course, a Lewis Hamilton fan with that very distinctive helmet as well. And he's driving well, just like Lewis Hamilton. He's flying over the curbs, trying to find where nowhere else thinks the grip is. But, well, I think Lilly has got the perfect gap at the moment to manage his lead, but they are catching up to some more back markers. This could play into effect. This is all about, well, it's like when it comes to endurance racing. It's all about how you can manage your way through the pack. But 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock. Here's a few battles going on. These drivers run slick tyres, I've just noticed. So these are the drivers who may have made the wrong tyre choice, and they're really having to struggle. And look at Lilly. Lilly needs to watch out.
Keep his cool here.
Be nice and steady as you come past these carts, because you don't want them to understeer.
He took a very wide berth on the number 12 there.
And that nearly could have been commentator's curse, but manages to sneak his way through. And Parker Ray.
Oh, and the unfortunate number 12 there, Jacob Thurlow, spins out. Perhaps lost his nerve there, and then he's managed to get it back going again. Nervous moment says the leaders come charging through, and I think they're going to get through here. 30 seconds left on the clock as we speak, so we're going to get 2 more laps here. Yeah, George Lilly now clear of the group of backmarkers there who are battling for just around 13th, 14th position.
Watch here, you can see the difference between the wet and the slick tyres. The car behind that 55, Nicholas Shaw, he's on the slick tyre, and you can just see how much time he loses as he tries to exit the corner. So these drivers are really being put to the test. You'll see between the 44 and the 55 how much he just gains over time. York throwing his hands up in the air, but there's really not much he can do. But
we just saw the cart there going through the willows. It just understeered off the track effectively.
There's nothing you can do in that situation. But look at Harry Parker running really wide, just using all the track.
I have to say, Charlie, that the number 45 here, Harry Grant, has done well here. Quite often when a driver gets overtaken by faster drivers who've learnt the track a little bit better, the best thing you can do is watch those drivers and look at their lines, and he all of a sudden he's changed his approach here. He's taking a lot tighter line through the corners, and he's living with the number 44 of Harry Parker Ray. George Lilly has been able to take advantage of the back markers with 1 lap to go. He leads the race now by, it's going to be over 2 seconds, nearly 3 seconds, the number 51. But there we are, number 45 in third. You can see a lot more aggressive into the corners now, so I think he has just been watching those lines.
Yeah, it's been really good seeing what Harry does, because Harry's been really aggressive on that kart. You can see him just throwing the steering wheel and just chucking the kart around. That's what you want to do in these sort of conditions, just to get the kart moving. But George Lilly, what can we say about this driver? From all the way starting in 12th, he's had a brilliant drive around Weldon Corner, and just how smooth he is on the steering wheel. We've seen a lot of different drivers using different driving techniques. Of course, Harry was someone who's a bit more aggressive, a bit thrown around the car. George has been really smooth, just nice and steady, keeping control of the car, and it's worked in his favour. The wet tyres were the right option, and George Lilly, for the first time, will take victory in Heat 1. And look how excited he is with that one. Harry Parker Ray takes his first podium, and he's super excited about that one as well. And Harry Grant rounds out your top 3 as well. This is going to be an exciting year for Honda 200s. I can already see it coming. Phoebe Shelton gets to 4th place. Rounding out your top 5 will be Keen Delaney, who started all the way down in 15th. Then it will be James Murphy from Alfie Stokes, Keen Doherty, Alpha Saunders, Marcus Cooper rounding out the top 10. And I think Marcus Cooper was the leader of the slick tyres, as the rest of the pack comes flying through. So brilliant racing there in Honda 200s, a real mix between the slick and the wet tyres, but we're seeing some new faces to the front of the field, and this one looks very exciting.
Yeah, it was a great drive there from George Lilly to take the victory by just over 3 seconds from Harry Parker Ray, Harry Grant, Phoebe Shelton and Keen Delaney. Both of those drivers fighting through very well, as did James Murphy and Alfie Stokes. Now those drivers starting towards the back of the grid in their first heat, which means that in heat number 2, a little bit later on, they will have the advantage of a better start towards the front of the grid in heat number 2. So if they can take advantage of that, it will put them in a very good position for the finals later on today. So it's a shorter program, you might say, in the winter. Of course, they do have to be wrapped up here pretty much by 3:30, 4 o'clock because of the earlier nights in the winter months. So it means that every heat is vitally important. There's 23 races so far, and we are about to start heat number 6, which is the Micro Max, our 6th race of 23 today, and our penultimate race of the first block. All classes running 2 heats, apart from the Junior Rotax, who have 3. But that will be, obviously, each driver will race twice across that. It's just purely because of the
the large numbers in the junior Rotax, which means that we do have the B final later on today, which is a repechage. Always a very exciting race to watch. That'll be later on. That's race number 18 in the afternoon of our 23 race program. But the Micromax penultimate heat race in the first block is about to get underway. We'll have a look at the lineups in a few moments' time. We're just waiting for that to come through from race control. This is the recap from the results of the cadets. We should get our grid lineups through very shortly indeed. I think they have just been updated, so it will be Kai Suri from Logan Edwards, Tommy Lovejoy and Benjamin Slibar on row number 2, Felix Tandy and Buddy Dorr on row number 3, and one or two of the familiar names there, Jensen Darlow, Lenny Barton, Jackson Foots, Freddie Baker, all in there as well. So Micromax here as they make their way out onto the circuit. I think most of them they look like they're running wet tyres when we look at those closely when they make their way out onto the grid. So again, it's not raining overly heavily, I would say, having had a look outside a few moments ago. But it is quite strong blustery winds out there. It is blowing through quite quickly, and there's a bit of trouble you might see in the background there as one or two struggle on the willows to get the carts through on this slippery track. These are tricky conditions here. If the rain abates for a few minutes, then it will dry out, but it's going to be a changeable track if the rain, if the weather forecast stays true. It's just going to be not heavy torrential rain, but these sort of changeable conditions and cold temperatures as the day goes on.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see the capabilities of the drivers and what they can produce. I say changing conditions every lap, so these drivers have got to be really on it and just focus and work on their lines and work on where they can find that extra grip. It's a one thing to survive, but you've got to keep that pace and you've got to keep the power on. Now, what do we get going for the first half, Askin? No. It's very simple to say it's a no because half the pack aren't even there.
We did also have a spinner there going into the Kimbolton corner. Didn't quite get the number of that kart. I think it was around 6th or 7th on the grid, so they should at least be able to make their way through up towards the front and retake their position. But again, we see the drivers just looking to try and get an extra lap in here just to try and get some more temperatures into the tyres. You'll see them occasionally have seen drivers spinning off on these warm-up laps, which is it's not any sort of lack of ability. It just goes to show that the cold tyres, they will catch drivers out.
Yeah, well, it's more of an embarrassing moment for them, I'd like to say. It's the one thing you don't want to do, but you always end up doing it once in your career.
It happens to the best of them, doesn't it? I think David Coulthard back in, I think it was Monza 95 in the Williams, he span off on the formation lap.
Not always the best thing to do. But let's see what these drivers can get up to with a real mix of talent in this field. Kai Suri, who was really quick at the end of last year, can he produce the same in 2026? Big moment a bit further down the field. And the race is still underway as they head down into turn 1. And Suri is going to open up the corner as they come through turn 1, but there's a couple drivers who were struggling to get away as they came around that final corner, got into a bit of melee, but they've all made their way around the first couple corners just about as they head into Derek's corner for the first time of Askin. But it's one of the RCE karts at the front. It's Kai Suri who leads them away.
Well, the stewards looking to let that one go. There was a bit of an incident towards the back of the field, but most of the karts were pretty much in position when they left the corner, so the race goes on. And I think the incident on the final corner has now cleared, so it's a nice clear track for our race leaders as they make their way down. And again, you can see just how much the grip is at a premium here as they make their way through towards the final 2 corners. And again, drifting very wide, very slowly coming out of the corner. Tough condition to the Micromax, but a good strong first lap there from the 117 of Kai Suri. Logan Edwards, Felix Tandy, 3rd position. Freddie Baker, Lenny Barton in trouble there on the Dan Weldon corner for one driver, which is the number 17. And that's a bit further back. That's Jackson Foots, who was in the top 10, I think, at the start of the race, but his race is over very early, and the marshal very quickly grabbing the kart and pulling it off towards the infield, out of harm's way. The driver guided towards safety by the tyre barriers, so the race still goes on. Kai Suri starting to cope with the conditions quite well here. You can see with the right tyres that at least they do get some grip, and they are still lapping under a minute at the moment, so they make their way through the Dan Weldon corner. Very fast and furious in the midfield, so Kai Suri
starting to cope with the conditions, finding some lines out here, and it'll be interesting to see, with just over 6 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining, what his lap time is here as he goes over the line. So fastest lap of the race, 56.06, 55.4 this time round, half a second quicker, and he is finding some good lines out there.
Great driving here. This battle for third place. Now it's a very smooth move from the 92 of Freddie Baker. He went down the inside of Felix Tandy. Now Felix Tandy, who was one of the Wear Tools back drivers last year, his dad, who is Nick Tandy, who is one of the most successful endurance racers there is. Of course, won the 24 Hours of Le Mans. So racing runs in the blood for Felix Tandy, and he's definitely got the support behind him. Great job by the marshals as well, who got that car out of the way. Of course, the marshal crew do an amazing job. And not just the marshals, the officials as well, who I know would not want to be standing out here in the freezing cold, but they do it anyway. They always enjoy the racing.
Looking very good here, the number 44. Oh, double move there from Giant Prakash, who has made up 13 positions. Make that 15 now. Oh, he didn't quite hold it on. Just staying ahead there. Yes, he has. Brilliant move there from Prakash. So Prakash, number 44, now in second position. And another one to look out for, look out closely at the back of this group. You'll see the very distinctive Nigel Mansell helmet there for number 15 of Hendrix Verlat, who has made up 17 positions, now sitting in sixth position. Oliver Woodall, Oliver Rhodes in there as well. And Verlat coming through very neatly indeed. Giant Prakash, though, brilliant driving there up to second position. So Kai Suri doing very well here to try and get a break on the field. He's 2.6 seconds ahead. Prakash having a glance over the shoulder there. And there's the race leader going through. Kai Suri just out of reach at the moment. But Giant Prakash, using all of the track there, all of the curbs. Very brave driving from the number 44. And he has got to grips with this very quickly indeed. Let's see as he goes over the line. Pretty much equal on pace to Kai Suri at the moment. So Suri doing well to control this one, but Giant Prakash driving very well indeed here in second place.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Of course, Prakash, who moved to the Sam Pollitt Race Team, moved to Micromax at the end of last season. He was in the Ambition Motorsport squad in the Honda Cadets, and decided to move over to the Rotax end, and really has come apart with this car and the engine in the start of this season. These cold conditions have really come to him. And it seems well for the Kart Republic chassis of the Sam Pollitt team, working really well so far for these drivers as they come down into second to last quarter four.
Keeps looking over his shoulder, Prakash. I don't think he needs to worry too much. He's at the moment he's got Freddie Baker at arm's length.
Of course, he doesn't want to make too many mistakes because Freddie Baker will be on his tail end. And you were speaking earlier about Hendrix Verlat. What a great driver he is!
He's up to fifth place now.
We last year we saw points where he would just surprise us out of nowhere, and he had some astonishing pace at some points throughout the season. Hopefully, he could be a bit more consistent with it and be more at the front end of the field. And we should be able to see him fighting for wins and podiums, I'm sure, as they come through. Jensen Darlow is in there as well. He's behind the driver who's in sixth place, like Andrew. So he's in seventh at the moment. Jensen Darlow's had a brilliant season so far as well. He's coming to the 2026 season, probably wanting more. But these drivers, really good driving from everyone in this field, it has to be said. Of course, they're still not the perfect conditions. Still quite wet, still really cold as well.
See how much Prakash is working the kart there, going down towards Kim
Real Tokyo drift, getting it sideways. Not always the easiest thing to do, not always the fastest thing to do, but he's making the most of it. Really just finding his way. And of course, the drivers had the practice there yesterday, but it still wouldn't be anything the same. So they're having to just learn on the spot, which is very impressive from drivers who have just started. And of course, Jay and Prakash, who I think is only about 9 years old, very, very impressive. And I definitely saw a star to watch out for in the future. I am certain, as they come through Derek's corner. And there is Jensen Darley on screens, the new Jax Motorsport livery kit. We've seen a lot of drivers from the RCE team who are here this weekend, as Darlow gets on the inside, just finding where the extra grip is.
Flat tried to have a look there as well, but didn't quite make it stick. There's the number 15 now, where you'll see a very distinctive driver to watch out on the track. He's got the Nigel Mansell helmet, and he's shown some Mansell fight here as he goes down the inside. Neat little move there. He's even got the camel branding on the side. Is that allowed for a child?
I never think that's the most appropriate thing for a child to have
that's old
on the
school,
side of his helmet, but he's He's defending quite well from, I think that's Zach Andrew, number 27.
Yeah, he's put some very neat moves there. Makes up another position. He goes down the inside of Logan Edwards, now putting Jensen Darlow under some pressure. So Giant Prakash and Hendricks Flat both making up some serious positions, having started towards the back of the field. There's Flat number 15, and closing up on the slowly closing up, I should say, on Jensen Darlow, who did set the fastest lap of the race, 54.62 last time round. So the track really starting to come towards Darlow somewhat now, and he's keeping Flat at arm's length at the moment. Look out for the number 26 here, trying to close up. He's currently in 5th place, so there is number 26, the 5th place driver, making his way through Kim Bolton. He's got a little bit of a gap there, but there are still 34 seconds left on the clock. 2 more laps to go. Kai Suri still has the race under control, looking a little bit further down the field here. I think that's the number 54 right now. That's down in the midfield battle. I'm just looking for some of the other drivers that make their way through the Dan Weldon corner. Number 88 in there as well. So these drivers currently battling a little bit further down the field. That's 54 is Jonah Allen. And the number 88 we just saw then is the very appropriately named Hugo Senna.
Wow, that's cool. I like that. That's mega. So the time has ticked down, and soon enough it will be the last lap of the race. And Kai Suri has drove superbly. There he is on your screen, the 117. 1.7 seconds is the gap so far. Prakash has really closed the times in, and he is right on his tail as he head into the final couple of laps. The gap in times is 3 tenths in times between Prakash and Kai Suri. Kai's just got to keep it on the road. He will manage to hold on, but Prakash, someone to watch out for, I think, when it comes to stepping in the second race, but also the finals. Someone very interesting. Zach Andrew, it'll be a first podium for him. So a great result for Zach Andrew if he can keep it on the road. Prakash started 18th as well. Very interesting.
He's really made some good positions up at the start of the race. He is starting to close up on Kai Suri, who just seems to have dropped the pace on this final lap. Again, you see Prakash checking the shoulder there. He doesn't need to worry because he's well clear in second place. There's Hendrik Verlaat going through, and there is the number 92, Freddie Baker, currently in 4th position as they make their way down towards the final corner. But it looks like Kai Suri is going to take the checkered flag. There he goes. Race win in heat number 1 for Kai Suri. Giant Prakash with a brilliant fight through. 16 positions from 18th up to 2nd position. Zach Andrew, Freddie Baker, Jensen Darlow, Hendricks Verlaat, Oliver Waddle, Logan Edwards, Arthur Rose, and Lonnie Eden making out your top 10.
Brilliant driving there from our top 10, as well as all the other drivers. Lenny Bart, who was 11th, from Ralph and Ronnie Allen, who finished up in 13th. Oakley Howlett and Caden Hanley, who ran at your 15. All the drivers stayed on the circuit, which is amazing as well. Only one retiree, which was Jackson Foots. So, really unfortunate for him. There is the final results on your screen. Of course, provisional. Of course, they have got to take into post-race inspections and of course, any time penalties and anything like that. But Kai Suri, a very comfortable drive up at the front field. And when you get that sort of gap, the last couple of laps, you can just sort of take it steady, you know. You don't want to go off on the final couple of laps, as silly as it is. And it's a heat race as well, you know. There's no point doing anything silly. Brilliant driving there in the Micro Maxes. And it's time to head over to the other cadet category, the Mini Inters, which are pretty much a bit faster than these guys. Sort of same age groups. Just a little bit older, but provide some brilliant racing.
Yeah, Mini Inter's getting things underway in just a few moments. This will be our final heat in the first block of races. Race number 7 of 23 throughout the day. We move on very shortly, of course, to the second heat for the senior Rotax. They were the drivers who kicked things off just over an hour ago, and they'll be out for heat number 2 right after the Mini Inters have completed their first heat of the day. Drivers in the dummy grid right now, and perhaps just might be an appropriate moment just to pass on our thoughts that the 6 times world karting champion Mike Wilson in the 1980s very sadly passed away recently, and a driver who went on to work with the likes of Fernando Alonso, Lance Stroll amongst others, and was known as the driver that Senna could not beat in karting as well. He spent most of his career in Italy. We're not really sure if he actually drove at Kim Bolton, but we'll try and find that one out. Oh, he did?
Yeah, he did back in the day. He used to. And you know what a great driver, what a great coach he is. He spent a lot of time working with sort of the big world teams in karting. And as you said, the man who could beat Senna, which not many people can in a lifespan.
Well, there we are. We were debating whether he actually raced here at Kimbolton, and Charlie had the answer straight off the bat. So there we go.
You got to do a bit of history. You got to do a bit of digging. It was quite a while ago. But let's see what these the new boys on the block can do now. Mini Inter is about to go, and no, it's not. Some of the
other way round.
Yeah, the driver's just a bit too far back, so we're going to go round once again and bring in Townsend, who started off. Driver spinning off in the middle of the pack. That's not always ideal, but Townsend, who's had a brilliant start to the season so far, he took the win at the Winter Cup at Wilton Mill not long ago. So brilliant to. I think it's always nice to start off your season with a win. It's always the best.
Two very different types of track as well, you would say. They're not too far. They're pretty about an hour away from each other, Wilton Mill and Kimbolton. But Wilton Mill, hillside-based circuit, quite a few off-cambers there. Very bumpy and slippery in places compared to here at Kimbolton, which is a lot faster. And it's this old-school airfield-style track, you would say. Very fast, very... doesn't flow like a modern track, you would say, but it's one of these ones that really does demand some good line choices.
When you get it right, it can start to flow. And to be honest, any track flows when it just starts playing in your head over and over again. But let's have a little look at the grid, actually, whilst you've got a chance. Hayden Wardle will start from pole position, Rian Townsend and Jake Hansford from third. It's Ethan Copeland, Jack Daniels, Ethan Lloyd, James Ruden Cockenalf, Eli Owen. Can we get racing for the second time? Asking, yes, we do. As the engines roar and we head down into turn one. Townsend will try and cover the inside line, but he's got to get on the brakes early, otherwise he could slide off the circuit. Will they all hold on for the first couple of corners? A great start from one of the GMS karts. We'll see who that is as they head into Derek's corner for the first time. That might be Ethan Copeland or Jack Daniels as drivers onto the grass and Townsend to the inside. There is so much going on. Watch out round the outside.
Oh, that was brilliant.
One of the RCE karts. That was amazing stuff.
Oh, that was Ethan Lloyd. Found some line on the outside line there, coping very well indeed. And the unfortunate Rian Townsend just seemed to get nudged into the first corner under braking. Nothing malicious, just a racing incident. But Townsend recovering very quickly indeed. But what a brilliant start here from the number 66 of Ethan Lloyd, as diving down the inside goes the 132 of James Roots. Oh, he almost got the move stick there, but comes off worse as number 85 Hayden Wardell holds on to that third place. But a brilliant start there from Ethan Lloyd. Wonderful move on the outside of Derek's corner. And look at 132 there. James Root using every line that he can to try and find a way through. Finally gets past the number 85 of Hayden Wardell. Rudra Gokulath has gone up to 5th position. A good start from Jensen Sale a bit further back, along with Will Eden and Eddie Duncan. Both those drivers also making it through into the top 10. But Ethan Lloyd, 5 positions on the first lap. Brilliant start to the race as the number 48 has a look on the inside line there. Number 40, that is Jensen Sale, who another one of the drivers starting further back in heat number 1, but has recovered very well indeed, getting into the top 10 nice and early, and is now on the tail of the pole sitter, number 85 Hayden Wardale, who's still there on the edge of the top 5. So Ethan Lloyd getting to work nice and early and taking the lead in these early stages. So Townsend second, Roots Gokulath has gone through into 4th place, and Hayden Wardale into 5th. Oh, as they bang wheels. It's a little bit of carnage there coming into the first corner, but they all sort themselves out, and at the end of all that, Jensen Sale has moved up another position.
I think we're going to see a lot of that, but it's no hard doing. These drivers are just trying to find where the hidden grip is, and these drivers taking all sorts of lines. Of course, there is certain bits like this Derek's corner where you can just got to sit on the inside line, use the curbs to push yourself round, but these drivers trying to really experiment. You'll see some drivers taking wider lines, some drivers using the curbs that actually work to their advantage sometimes, but as they exit, can lose a bit of track time, and it's going to help drivers into entries of corners. It's all over the place. And Wardle there at the moment had a great start, got into the lead just for moments, and now it's really starting to drop down as it looks like the rain is starting to come back again.
It's on its way back again now.
So this is really going to be an experiment now for the drivers. As a cold, he got saved there by the Carlos Sainz chassis. You can get quite lucky in that way, where
if
you're sliding along on the entry to a corner, not knowing if you're going to stop, you can sometimes use a cart to your advantage. Not the nicest thing to do, but it's all
that was the
advancing
Alfie Phillipson who saved the bacon there for the... there was that Wardale, of course, dropping down as well. Finley Beals also on the chart as well. But, another one of these very small rain showers coming through, just enough to put a bit of extra grease on the track, you would say, reduce the grip. And we'll have a look at the lap times, where immediately you can see the drivers were a lot more gingerly making their way through into Stowe Corner last time round. There is a warning flag out for Phillipson. It was a bit unfortunate for him, I would say, but that's the steward's decision. But that's how it is. So there'll be no penalty for the number 12, but just a little warning for that contact on the previous lap. So it's maybe it was a bit unfortunate, but that's racing as they make their way through. The lap time's just dropping a little bit as they deal with the slippery conditions, but it is treacherous out there. Full stop, I would say, with just under 4 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Ethan Lloyd leading the race quite comfortably now by 2.6 seconds from Ryan Townsend. James Roots, Rudra Gokulath in 4th position from Jensen Sale, rounding up the top 5, and then this very close battle on the edge of the top 10. We've got the 85 Hayden Wardale, who started in 1st place, just losing a few positions with Eddie Duncan, Elliot Bourke and Finley Beals right in there as well. Jake Hansford has dropped a few positions to 13th position, and Dimitar Uzunov not too far behind as well. There is the number 118 of Finley Beals, having a look on the inside as they make their way through Skim Bolton. So these drivers just on the edge of the top 10, battling for 12th position. We just saw Dimitar Uzunov, Jack Daniels, Eli Owen and Rio Panayotou not too far behind as well, as the number 77 takes a very wide line there. Jack Brown tries to cut back and carry the speed through the willows as he tries to get past the 141 of Elliot Bourke, who has had a good drive so far, making up 13 positions into 8th place.
Elliot Bourke, who we saw a lot in the Honda Cadet field in the past years, he's now throwing hands at the driver behind, saying, come on, let's just work together now, let's just pull away and we can try and close down. I think he might have a front fairing penalty. You can see the nose cone really moving around, and for those who don't know what the front fairing is, you'll see these front bumpers here, and they have brackets on the inside that if they drop when you hit maybe the front of a kart, you could receive a post-race penalty. And sometimes can ruin your race, sometimes might help you if other drivers in front get those penalties. Now there is Jensen Sale on your screens, who had quite a tough 2025 season. We saw perks of him up at the front end. He had a brilliant season the year before, taking victory in the championship, but has had to really work hard in this one. And I think he's just looking for a fresh start in 2026. But at the front, Ethan Lloyd, 3 seconds is now the gap. He's really just putting the power down, being very consistent in his driving capabilities. And Townsend, who's just sitting comfortably in 2nd place, using different lines to the driver in 3rd, just trying to keep it on the road and keep that minimum speed up. And it sort of works. You can see it there because he just gets the power down straight away. On your screens, here he is, Ethan Lloyd. Nice and steady with that steering wheel as he comes
carrying a lot of speed through there, isn't he?
It's always important to keep the minimum speed up in these cadet karts, because if you bog down, you lose a hell of a lot of time. So it's always important. That is sort of the key fundamentals of these kart racing, and it's something that it teaches you for a bit of kart racing as well. You know, keeping that minimum speed up. How can I carry more speed for a corner? How can I carry more speed to the entry of a corner, to the exit of a corner? These are the sort of things that these drivers will be learning at such young age as well. It's a lot of things to get into their heads as well, whilst probably trying to do their sats at the same time.
Ethan Lloyd driving with a lot of confidence there, really able to carry that speed through the corners. Just that little bit more proficient than the drivers in the rest of the top 10, but everyone else still circulating quite well. Ryan Townsend not too far off the pace now. He just seems to have picked it up a bit now. They're lapping just in the low 54s as the race leader goes through. James Roots keeping that pressure on in 3rd. Then you can see Townsend taking quite a defensive line into the 1st corner there, just to prevent any potential overtake from James Roots down the inside, but that's going to be very difficult in these conditions. Jensen Sale now clear in 4th position. There you see the number 40 just a little bit further back in the shot there, with Rudra Golkanath in 5th position, Will Eden, Alfie Phillipson and Elliot Bourke, who've both fought back very well up to 8th position. So 10 seconds on the clock. I think next time round they should be getting the 1 lap board, unless Ethan Lloyd finds a absolutely unreal turn of speed. we're going to get the last lap board next time round. So Ethan Lloyd out to the final corner he goes now, pretty much timing that to perfection. 1 lap to go for the race leader as we watch the battle of second place. Ryan Townsend and James Roots fighting hard. There's Jensen Sale with Gogglnath, Eden and Phillipson just a little bit further behind. On the second place, the K-plate holder, Ryan Townsend again taking quite a defensive line into the first corner as James Roots keeps the pressure on, but Ethan Lloyd charging away as he makes his way through towards Derek's corner for the final time. Now well clear the gap, 4.6 seconds. Ethan Lloyd really mastering the conditions in this first heat of the day for the mini-inters as Ryan Townsend and James Roots keep that pressure on in second place. But it looks like Ethan Lloyd, as he makes his way already out of the Dan Weldon corner, making his way down the KZ straight, got the race under control, but all the action here for second place.
This is going to be exciting. What can the driver in third do? Of course, using them inside lines, he could try and use that to his advantage, but the main man we need to watch out for is Ethan Lloyd, who takes a brilliant victory. His first time kicking Bolton, salutes his way to Parc Fermé. That was superb driving from the 66. Townsend with a comfortable second place. He can be happy with that one. And James Roots ran out your top three. It was Jensen Sale from Rudra Coconau. Then Alfie Flipson, who made it 14 spots to 6th place from Will Eden and Elliot Bork. Okay, with Eddie Duncan and Jack Brown, who rounded out the top 10 as the rest of the pack flies their way through. Brilliant driving there. And I think we haven't actually lost anyone, which is quite good.
Again, good attrition rates there. No one really dropping out of contention, but again, you can see for sprint karting, these are incredible gaps at the end here. Ethan Lloyd winning by 4.7 seconds from Ryan Townsend, James Roots, Jensen Sale and Rudra Gokulath rounding out the top 5 from Alf Phillipson, Will Eden, Elliot Bork, Eddie Duncan and Jack Brown at 15 seconds covering the top 10 drivers. You seldom see such big margins in karting, which just goes to show how tricky the conditions are today. Just to recap, we are just a little bit above freezing at the moment. There's quite a strong wind breezing through at the moment and constant rain, even the possibility of some sleety snow as the weather fronts move through. These are hard conditions, and this is where I think sometimes it's almost in from a psychological point of view. As a driver, I think you just got to demonstrate that you're up for it and you want to drive in these conditions, because you'll see people in the paddock shuffling around with hands in their pockets, not really enjoying it in these sort of weather conditions. But if you can be proactive and show that you're ready to race, it can be quite from a psychological point of view, quite an important thing as well. So senior Rotax second heat of the day for them. Michael Morgan from Charlie Gromit, Harvey Williams, Oliver Liversedge, Miles Roby, Emma Stoner on row 3, Ethan Martin, George Cole on row number 4. Row 5, Jaden Sherwood from Tom Pryor, Jamie Burton, Dayton Duhit on row 6, Jarek Metters, Daniel Cahoff on row 7, Noah Barham, Nathan Travers on row number 8. Row 9 is the 119 of Bailey Waters from Dejuan Bennett, Braden Donahue and Jake Fisher on row 10, Alfie Thompson, Eli Singbaden on row 11, Victor Hansen and Mikey Walker on row number 12. And rounding out the rest of the pack here, row number 13, Joshua Smith and Bailey Heath. So the likes of Eli Singbaden, Joshua Smith, a few others there starting towards the back this time. Let's see how they get on.
Yep, this is going to be an interesting one. Some drivers at the front of the field who we usually don't see, and it's going to go round once again. So we're going to have another lap to what them tyres. As I said, plenty of experience throughout this field. So plenty of
look at
drivers
those
to watch
towards
out
the back
for.
there, really taking the opportunity to get some more temperature in there.
It's always the best thing to do, especially when you've got that gap, that margin. You can always try and warp them towards. There's always an opportunity to warm them up. So plenty of time.
This is our second heat of the day now, isn't it? We're through to the second block of racing, number 8 of 23, Senior Rotax, heat number 2, about to get underway. So, we're looking a little bit further back there at some of the drivers in the midfield there, the likes of Eli Singbaden, Victor Hansen, Mikey Walker, all drivers who ran very well from the front in heat number 1.
I wonder who will be the first driver to come on a slick tyre.
Yeah, it's that borderline condition here, isn't it? It's not, we were saying about the rain, it's
only light, squirrely sort of rain that's blowing through, so...
It's only because I saw the driver who was starting from last, and he looked like it might have been a slick tyre. I don't want to say too much just yet, but it looked like it might have been a slick tyre. So
if you can get that window where there's no rain just for 10 minutes, then it would be perfect, wouldn't it?
And you can find that dry line as well. That's very important. Can we get going for the second time asking here? Michael Morgan starting from pole position, and it's lights out, and away we do not go.
No, there was trouble there in the... I think about 8th, 9th position there. Just somebody seemed to be struggling for pace out of the corner. Just seemed to be a bottleneck.
You can see the driver in last. How hard he's having to work the tyres. Let's have a little look further. I think he is on a slick tyre.
This is the number 15.
That's a slick tyre. That's a slick tyre, I think.
That's Joshua Smith then running on slick tyres. If we have a look at the Dan Weldon corner, there is a semblance of a dry line in there as well. So, as we're saying, this rain is coming through all the time, but... there is that just a window of dry patches here as well, so it is a little bit of a gamble, I would say. It does seem to be a lot more towards wet tyres, but look at that again, though. Derek's corner, number 15, we think, on the slick tyres is Joshua Smith towards the back of the field. The driver starting on the last row, so 1 or 2 possibly in there as well on slick tyres. And there is a bit of semblance of a dry line out there. So it is relying on the rain not falling anymore, but we shall see how that one develops.
Yeah, it's pretty much going to be the rest of the field versus Smith when it comes to the tyre choice. Can he get them tyres in the optimal window? We'll have to wait and see. Of course, 8 minutes plus a lap to decide this one. The second heat for Senior Rotax. Can we get going? Most of these drivers on the wet tyres, a couple on the slicks, and we're off and away for the third time asking as they head down into turn 1. Everyone going hard on the brakes, and Michael Morgan into a spin. He went just a bit too hard on the brake pressure, and a couple of drivers having a little spin as they come through the first couple of corners. And it looks like Joshua Smith a bit further down the pack. He's managed to make his way through. Who is into the lead of the race then? It's one of the Vantage Racing carts. That is Harvey Williams who's taken the lead of the race. So brilliant driving. Ethan Martin's trying to find his way into second place. Trying to get past the MLC driver. Can he find a way through?
Slick tyres there, number 24.
Yeah, it might be. We'll just keep watching. We'll have a little note.
That's Miles Roby. So you can see how much the cart's having to work in the corner. There's no grip again, very tight on the inside. So hard work making those slick tyres work. So there's a bit of a 50-50 here. The rain has abated very briefly. But, yeah, real mixture here. There's 1 or 2 slick tyre runners out there at the moment. And we'll see how they get on there. You see the race leader and the cart behind there, 20. That's wet tyres by the looks of things, aren't they, you think?
Yeah, it's a question with Miles Roby. From what it looks like, it might be a slick tyre. But we'll obviously try and keep an eye on it. Just focus and see if we can work out what it is. We'll try and see if we can get some close-up shots here of the tyres as they come through Derek's corner. And Ethan Martin, you can see, it gets a really good run out of there. Now he's going to try and use the curbs, and you see him take a tighter line here, gets him on the inside line, actually helps him out, gets past Miles Roby, so that helps him out big time. Now will Miles Roby trying to fight back? Looks like Jaden Sherwood in there as well. And the battle for second place really raging on here, but it's all going to help out Harvey Williams.
Yeah, he's already checking out at the front here as again you see Miles Roby squaring the turn down the inside. The leaders are making their way through. Harvey Williams leading now by nearly 2 seconds as the fight for second place starts to develop. You can really see them working the carts into the corners there. And definitely Ethan Martin, 55 on wet tyres. Cart gripping up quite nicely going into the first corner. Miles Roby drops to third now. Oliver Liversidge remains in 4th place. Alfie Thompson on the charge here. Mikey Walker's made up 14 positions up to 10th place. Eli Singh-Baden has made up 11, currently sitting in 11th place. And Joshua Smith, number 15 on the slick tyres, has made up 10 positions, currently up to 15th position.
Brilliant driving. Now I think Miles Roby is on the wet tyre just from having a look, but he's still driving brilliantly at the moment, still in 3rd spot. Oliver Liversedge looking for a final spot on the podium. He's going to go to the inside. That's one of the Jack's Motorsport carts. He gets that move done, but look at Miles Roby on the cut back, but he gets covered off. The number 21 under investigation.
Noah Barham. That's one of the possibly one of the favourites in the class.
Yeah, one of the drivers who are trying to fight their way through. That's not what he wants to have, but of course, investigation doesn't always mean that a penalty is required. Oliver Liversedge, who started from 4th, he's now up into 2nd place, so that's going to help him out. And Thomas Pryor, yet again, up here at the front end of the field, fighting his way through, and he's now behind Miles Roby. So this could be another driver to watch out for. He started from 10th on the grid and could be looking for a podium spot. Now, of course, it's a battle for third place, shall I say.
Well, I think Mikey Walker's just starting to get involved in this battle for third place at the end of this little group of drivers. Number 32, he's made up 16 positions right now, and there you can see, there's a bit of...
I see Eli Baden getting a bit of
trouble. Wheel banging there as don't know who that was that he collided with there, but didn't look too happy.
Looked like Noah Barham made a bit of contact with, so Noah Barham trying to find his way through. Baden saying no. You're going to have to work a bit harder for this one.
Baden is receiving a warning flag there, so no further penalty for Baden from that incident there, but he's going to have to be careful for the rest of the race. As number 24, Miles Roby, doing a great defensive job here through Derek's corner to fend off the chasing pack. We've got the number 71, Tom Pryor, who drove well in the first heat and running well in the edge of the top 5 here with the number 22 of Jaden Sherwood. Right behind there in 6th place, Mikey Walker. There he is, number 32. Just on the back of this little group there and having a peek as the wheel banging here. That's going to benefit Walker. That's Tom Pryor straight into the tyre barriers. Yellow flags go out. Pryor, I think, is okay, but the race goes on. Good news for Mikey Walker, that means, though. He gets another position and fighting through quite well. There's the number 22, though, Jaden Sherwood, right in there as well as they fight their way through the willows.
Yeah, something happened there with Thomas Pryor when he hit the back of Miles Roby. It looked like his wheel got buckled maybe into one of the side poles. It might have been the front bumper, and it just meant he couldn't turn the steering wheel at all. And went straight into barriers. A real disappointment for Pryor, who was looking to be one of the fast boys here this weekend. Now he's got a bit of work to do. Number 36 getting involved. That's a full white body kit for Jason Dukis. We haven't seen much of this year. He's now into 7th, which is someone to watch out for. Jaden Sherwood now getting in yellow flags out, and the marshals telling the drivers to slow it down. But the rest of the pack are flying through. Dukis on the inside now. Jaden Sherwood opens up for another one in the cars as well. Number 53. That's Jarek Metters, who's made his way through as well. So 2 for the price of 1. Jaden Sherwood losing out just a touch. But at the front of the field, Harvey Williams still holding on. That's a great move by Sherwood, and he's gone straight across the grass, has Metters, but has managed to keep it on track. But,
watching the number 15 of Joshua Smith, the driver we were talking about on the slick tyres, looking at the lap times pretty much on a par with the drivers who are running on wet tyres. He's moved his way up to 12th position. He's just behind Baden. There's trouble there. Both go off there, Sherwood and 53 there. Janik Metters doing a little bit of a lawnmower there as they make their way back onto the circuit. And, he's right in the middle of the track there as he makes his way back onto the circuit there. They all go flying through the first corner.
Yeah, I got a bit feisty between Sherwood and Metters, but thankfully they're both still on circuit. There's Josh Smith on your screens, number 15. Now you see him putting a lot more steering input in than these other drivers. We believe that he's on that slick tyre. And if he is, then he's still doing a pretty good job at the moment. There isn't much of a difference, as you said, on par time-wise, and still making a really good drive no matter what tyre he's on, because he started all the way down in 25th. He's up into 12th at the moment.
Come through nicely. I think he'd perhaps be hoping that the track would have come towards him a bit more on those slick tyres, but nonetheless has fought through very well indeed. Another squirrely line there for number 53, Jarek Metters, struggling a bit there. But the driver that we have almost forgotten about here is the number 200, who is very neatly making his way through the willows. That is Harvey Williams, who has fought his way through to the front very early in this race and continues to lead the way with 55 seconds on the clock. So this is going to be 2 laps to go when he makes his way back through towards the finish line in just a few moments. Again, you can see him just hopping the curbs, using the grip where he can, opting for those wet tyres, and the kart settling in quite nicely. Not much grip as they make their way through towards the Kimbolton corner. Down into the final corner they go, and number 200, Harvey Williams, keeping it nice and neat as he makes his way out of the Kimbolton corner up towards the finish line to complete another lap. So 26 seconds on the clock. 2 more laps to go for him here. You can see the driver using the sort of orangey yellow tinted visor just to try and improve the vision. It's quite dark and gloomy out there on the circuit today. Cloudy day here at Kimbolton. That will just help him to try and identify the lines as best he can. Certainly not too many drivers with the mirror visor today. That might be a bit awkward today, but all little things like this, Charlie, though, isn't it? If you look at the number 200 here with that sort of orangey yellow tinted visor, that sort of colour just helps you to pick out the lines just that little bit better.
Yeah, it always helps out, all the little things that all play into the big part. And Harvey Williams putting on a great show here. Really nice car control. Just trying to be nice and smooth, well, as smooth as you can be. Of course, you've got to try and spin up them wheels as quick as you can to get out of the corners. But he's doing a brilliant job as he heads on to the final lap of the race. Now, Ethan Martin was starting to close down, but the gap was just too big. 2.5 seconds, and Harvey Williams has just found the grip where no one else can. And, of course, got that fastest lap in nice and early, 49.43. So, lapping near on half a second faster than the rest of the field. A very dominant drive from Mr. Williams, the number 200. He's just got to find his way through. The second sector used to be, well, it tends to be the more technical sector where you've really just got to keep the balance of the car right. Of course, move your body around, get the distribution correct. And then from then on, it's just hard braking zones and just using the brakes to get you around the corner. As he gets round the final corner, spinning up them wheels, it's Harvey Williams who's going to take a victory in the second heat for Senior Rotax. Very dominant drive from Ethan Martin, who finishes up in second place. And it was Oliver Liversedge who rounded out your top three with a great drive by Mikey Walker from 24th on the grid to 4th. And a great drive from Miles Roby as well, who finished up inside the top 5. Nathan Travers from 16th up to 6th. Then it was Jason Dukis and Noah Barham from Eli Baden and Jalen Sherwood who ran out your top 10. Jarek Metters and Joshua Smith, who got up to 12th. Of course, he started from 25th. George Cole and Braden Dogan, who from Jake Fisher, who ran at your top 3. And, of course, we only lost Thomas Pryor in that one. Quite unfortunate, really. And looks like a bit of track rod damage it may be for Thomas Pryor. But hopefully he'll be out in this next in the final, hopefully. And hopefully he can make his way up.
Yeah, let's hope so. Driver okay, but a little bit of work to do in the paddock there to get the kart repaired for the final later on this afternoon. That's the second and final heat for Senior Rotax, and we will see them for the first of the finals. That'll be race number 16 in the programme, just a little bit later on this afternoon. We move forward now, though, to race number 9 in the 23 race programme. It's the second heat of the day for Junior Rotax. They will have 3 heats in total. All drivers competing twice out of the 3 heats, and they will all have the advantage of a good grid position in one of the heats, and vice versa, having to fight their way through from the back of the field in the other, or vice versa, depending on how the grids line up. As always, this is a very important part of the race programme now for these drivers. What they don't want is a bad race and to drop into the B final. There will be 2 Junior Rotax finals later on today. And even for the best Junior Rotax drivers, one bad heat has the potential to drop them into the B final, where they would have to qualify. The top 4 drivers in the B final would qualify for the A final. So it's all trouble there for one of the karts at the start there, but manages to get things underway. I think that might have been Joseph Berkery in second. So it's Oscar Keane from Joseph Berkery, Lucas Nibbs, Arthur Murfitt, Christian Cahoff, Tobias Johns, Toby Farthing, and Miles Burton. A little bit of trouble on the Willows, as you might see in the grid here as they make their way through. Row number 5, Theo Bradshaw from Teddy Cooper, the K-plate holder. Oliver Barton, Zane Perry on row 6. Molly Misen and Alex Shepherd on row number 7. Charlie Wolfett and John Richardson on row number 8. Row number 9 is the number 30 of Theo Hamilton from Ryan Rapini. Archie Ray Watson, Samuel Aston on row 10. Bo Winslade, Lauren McVeigh on row 11. Luca Holmes Ballack and Samir Paul on row number 12. And looking a little bit further down the field, Archie Buchanan from Louis Marshall, Toby Wortley, Zach Turner, Jack Bowie and Max Davis on row 15, and Lachi Yordanov rounding out the 31 driver field in row number 16. So a vital Junior Rotax heat's about to get underway. The grid lineup looks pretty good, but no, it's going to be waved off, I think.
Yeah, I think we can see that going a mile off. Couple of drivers yet again just not getting into formation on that first lap. Gives them another opportunity to get some temperature into those wet tyres. It seems, I think all the drivers now onto them wets. It seems to be the perfect tyre for this, for the conditions so far. Issues a bit further down the field. Looked like Toby Farthing was having a couple of issues as they went on to the restart there. But Oscar Keane, who had a brilliant fight in the B final last round, he just managed to make it out. in what was a brilliant battle. I think there was about 3 or 4 of them in that battle for the final spot, and he managed to nick it at the very end. But he's going to try not be in the B final this time. Hopefully going to be nice and settled in the A final. Trouble's a bit further back. Archie Watson, I think, having some troubles. He's one of the air kart drivers, and I think Toby Farthing still troubles as well. So, I mean, these drivers dropping like flies at the moment. Hopefully we don't lose all of them by the end of the race, but as they come round the final corner, hopefully we can get started for the second tire of Askin. Good to see as well Arthur Murphy, one of our Honda Cadet drivers who moved up to Junior Rotax. We're off and away racing in the next heat for the Junior Rotaxes, and they come down into turn 1. Oscar Key nice to swim on the brakes, and a bit of contact from
82
behind,
and 73.
and it all causes a bit of a power up. And well, all the drivers have managed to keep themselves going, but a big loss for Lucas Nibbs.
Lucas Nibbs and Joseph Berkery, 2 drivers on the front 2 rows of the grid, both out of contention. There's 195 on the infield there. That's Archie Ray Watson, so not even making the start. And a bit further back out of camera shot, trouble for number 53 of Toby Farthing, Archie Buchanan. And Max Davis also in trouble, so it's a difficult start here to the Junior Rotax heat number 2. Quite a few drivers hitting trouble even on the formation lap, so these tough conditions not relenting for the drivers. Some very tough races here to contend with. And as we were saying at the start of this heat, this second heat for the drivers is vital. They can ill afford to drop points and end up having to qualify through the B final, as they would be towards the back of the grid for the final heat later on, as again you can see drivers scrabbling for grip in the corners here. Charlie Wolfett with a brilliant start though has made up 14 positions on the first lap, and is now clear and away at the front of the field as he makes his way through the Derek's corner already. Alex Shepard with a good start as well. He's also made up a whole heap of positions on that first lap. Now into 12th position and is up to second position, having made up 12 places on that first lap. Theo Bradshaw 6 places up to third. Archie Murphy, Tobias Johns, Ryan Rapini also on the chart as well. Kart number 56 is now into 6th position. Oscar Keane, Samuel Aston, Zane Perry and John Richardson breaking into the top 10 as down the inside goes Theo Bradshaw. Neat little move there. Going through the Kimbolton corner, Charlie Wolfett clearing away now, 50.95, so the pace is dropping the track just momentarily, starting to dry out. There's some more lines out there as well, so Wolfett leads. Shepard in second place, Rapini up to third place now. Ryan Rapini, number 56, he really is on a charge on what is a changeable track here.
This is really exciting stuff in Junior Rotax. Of course, Junior Rotax never disappoints, and it's shown it yet again. Oscar Keane had an awful start, really got unlucky there. He's managed trying to find his way back through the field, but has got a lot of experience right behind his tail. But Charlie Wolfett made the most of that start. He just managed to get through all that chaos and just nipped his way through and manages to pull a bit of a gap. The gap now is all the way up to 3.5 seconds, so the gap is really extending. Rapini, I've said, up 15 spots into your top 3 already. So I mean, the only issue now is the gap between all these top 3, as the 165 gets a mechanical flag. He's a bit further down. That's Oliver Barton, and he's come straight into pit lane. But this is the battle we need to watch.
Look at that down the inside there.
Theo Bradshaw straight on the inside there, no hesitation whatsoever, and he's got the move done. And Oscar Keane needs to watch out now, because he's going to have one of the Aston brothers behind. That's Sam Aston, who's going to try and find a way through. This is now for the top 5, and the battle's going on all throughout this field. It's going to be exciting stuff, and we've only got 4.5 minutes left on the clock as contact made between Sam Aston and Oscar Keane, but that's Wolfett on your screens. That's probably the last time we'll see of him, because he's so far away. As the Evolution kart, Alex Shepard now battles with Ryan Rapini. This is for second place. Can't make any silly moves, because there's no point. It's just only a heat race at the end of the day. Rapini's going to go to the inside. Rapini. That was superb. Very smart, very condoned, and he's made his way past Alex Shepard.
Yeah, Ryan Rapini had to be brave there to stick those wheels down the inside. He knew that the grip had to be there to make it stick. You can just see the very beginnings of a dry line on some of these corners, particularly the Dan Weldon corner at the top end of the circuit. So the lap times really are starting to tumble once again. You may remember a little bit earlier on in the first of the Junior Rotax heats, the winners were lapping well over a minute in heat number 1. And now the lap times now dropping into the 40s now. Charlie Wolfett lapping 49.86 last time round, fastest lap of the race. Ryan Rapini then charging through to second place. These karts lapping just over 50 seconds, so the pace all starting to come back at the right time for these Rotax drivers. We've still got Alex Shepard then in third position, Theo Bradshaw, Oscar Keane, Zach Turner, Samuel Aston, Luca Holmes-Ballack and Laurie McVeigh, Arthur Murphy, John Richardson on the edge of the top 10. But back to number 85 here, Alex Shepard, who's just losing a little bit of ground here to Ryan Rapini, who's charging away in second place. You can see on the clock there, just over 3 minutes plus 1 lap remaining as Charlie Wolfett charges out to the final corner. There he saw him very briefly just charging away as he goes on. Then back with him now down to the first corner. That really gives you an idea of how big a gap there is. Just under 3 minutes plus 1 lap remaining, and the gap currently stands at 5.2 seconds between Charlie Wolfett and Ryan Rapini in second place. Wolfett with the fastest lap of the race, 49.70. Rapini now breaking into the 40s lap times as well with a 49.90. So the grip is coming back all of the time. The rain seems to have stopped for now at least, and these drivers really are finding some pace out there.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. Of course, it is sort of, the issue is it's staying really gloomy, so we're not going to see the track sort of change as much because it's not going to get the temperature, it's not going to get the nice little bits that it needs to change the temperature of the circuit, but this still will provide brilliant racing, and it's the reason why we love winter karting so much, is because of the of how different they have to drive every single lap. When it gets to the summertime and it stays warm, it stays hot, you can sort of be a lot more consistent and drive your same line every lap. But when it comes to winter, every lap it changes. You've got to work around it, and there's a brilliant battle going on here. That's Sam Aston, who's there in 6th place. Luca Holmes-Ballack just behind. He's going to try and find a way through. Luca Holmes-Ballack, who's one of our cadet drivers, who of course moved up to the junior Rotax, and then we're going to see a lot of that every single year. A lot of cadet drivers who of course reach that age where they need to move up to the next category. Of course, this is the junior Rotax category. We don't see much of the junior X30s anymore, which is quite unfortunate, but the Rotax pedigree really provides a brilliant line and a spotlight for these drivers, and a great driver as well for Zach Turner, who's inside the top 5 now. He started all the way down in 28th place. Some of these drivers having amazing drives, and of course it all comes from the starts, where of course you don't always say win on the first lap, but you can make most of your ground on that first lap.
Turner. There he is, number 99, really charging through. He's got the 143 now. Theo Bradshaw now dropping to 5th place, so a brilliant drive there. There's something hanging a bit loose there on the number 99. Just trying to see what that was there on the top of the engine there, but doesn't appear to be anything so far. I don't think that's going to be causing a technical issue. It's the top of the radiator.
Just the bottle for the radiator.
Just the radiator,
so
isn't it?
Hopefully nothing big. I don't think that's something that that would be called for a technical flag. I mean, obviously we'll let the stewards and official, if they deem that not safe, then they will throw that technical flag, but I don't really see any issues with that.
There's nothing coming up on the virtual marshal, so he's safe to go. There won't be anything too severe for the number 99. He can race on, and again, you can see very aggressively turning into the corner, putting the pressure on 85. There we saw just that momentum carrying him through. Alex Shepard on the curbs through the willows, and a very neat move there from Zach Turner, who really looks like he's going to be one to beat today, having to fight his way right through the field, and now I think well clear. Trying to close up on Rapini in second place, who set the fastest lap of the race, 49.29. Oh, trouble there for Twig 28. They swap lines there. Luca Holmes-Ballack does a bit of lawn mowing there, but stays on the track. Whether those karts have been damaged, I don't think they have, but the 143, they're having a look there, trying to square the turn off Theo Bradshaw as they cross the line. Last lap of the race. This has been some very close action here. Charlie Wolfett has had the luxury of being able to run his own race. Ryan Rapini through to second place, but everyone else, it's been full on there for them.
Yeah, that was very close between Luke Holmes-Ballack. There is Charlie Wolfett on your screen, so number 6, who we haven't spoke about much, a global karting team, and he has drove superbly. Look how smooth he is on that steering wheel. Nice and consistent, just knows where the grip is. Just got to chuck it in and just be nice and steady with it as I come round the final corner. And Charlie Wolfett, yet again, what a day he's having. Wins the second heat for these junior Rotax karts in fine style. And Ryan Rapini will come across the line anytime now. There he is. Takes the fastest lap as well. And a great drive from Ryan Rapini. 5.2 seconds was the gap from first to second. Alex Shepherd in third. It was Theo Bradshaw from Zach Turner who rounded out your top 5 yet again from 28th on the grid. Very impressive. Sam Aston and Luca Holmes-Ballock from Laurie McVie and Oscar Keane. John Richardson rounded out your top 10. Teddy Cooper from Tobias Johns, Arthur Murphy, Molly Mizzen, Samia Poole from Bo Winslade, who was there in 16th. And we only lost Oliver Barton, of course, who lost to the technical flag, and Toby Farben, who had issues, as well as Archie Watson. So great to see no one go off through any incidents or technical issues, which can always be sorted. And a great drive once again, which showed that, of course, the track is always developing and drivers are trying to find them different lines just to get that extra ground. But yet again, brilliant racing.
Yeah, some fantastic action there for Junior Rotax, as you'd always expect. Heat number 3 for the Junior Rotax coming a little bit later on. That'll be heat number 13 of 23 races, and race number 10 getting underway very shortly. The Rotax 177s and X30s getting underway for their second and final heat very shortly indeed. One thing that is new for 2026, we have our Driver of the Day award, which continues in its 26th, but there's also an overtake of the day here, Charlie. Perhaps you can explain that in a bit more detail and some of the fantastic trophies on offer.
Yeah, very nice. Big thank you to Catherine Potter, who's providing us with the trophies. This is a great reward, and of course, overtake of the day. It's in the name. It's about who can produce that amazing overtake. It might not be about, it might not be how many they've done. It might be the way they've done it, how they've had to produce that different line to get past. When they've done, it might be a last lap move, a last corner move. Obviously, we'll pick them out as we go along, and hopefully we'll pick a nice winner for the first time. But yet again, thank you, Catherine Potter, for providing the trophies. Some very nice trophies she does as well. But she also makes very nice clocks as well, where you can have a little picture of yourself in the background, maybe you racing, brilliant stuff. Rotax 177 time then. The grid hasn't come up just yet, so we'll be able to talk you through that just at the moment. But the grid is off and away as they head down into turn 1, and let's see how they get on. Will they all manage to sneak their way through? There's a couple of drivers going a bit wide, but they've all managed to. That's a couple of drivers having a little spin, and a couple bits and bobs flying off the carts. Is that what that might be? Off the little something a little blue.
Scott Clee, I think, is out at the front. With the looks of things, starting from the front row of the grid.
Yeah, good start by Scott Clee, and I think Joshua Gollins there into second place. Scott Smith there in third as they filed away through. Ferguson there inside the top 5 as they sneak through the down wilderness for the first time. You see Reg Hayward getting in the battle as well as they come through to finish the first lap of the race. And Scott Clee, as I said, he's one of the experts here, I think, in the 177s. We've seen him time and time again running at that sharp end as they head through to finish the first lap. Now yellow flags are out as they head into turn 1. They're still scattering up the lost carts in the first lap melee and the first corner melee. But they've all snaked their way through.
Yeah, Reg Hayward fighting through. Of course, he was the driver that ran very well in heat number 1 from the front of the grid, having to fight his way through in heat 2, but he's already in around 7th position, I believe, looking at there on the course right now. So it looks like Scott Clee running very strongly at the front here. Another very experienced Kim Bolton driver, and very gingerly taking that inside line, carrying the speed through the Dan Weldon corner as there's a fight for the lead here. Charlie, down the inside it goes, side by side. Is that goal in there? I think number 91.
That was the 91. That's Rob Simpson, who I'd say apologies to Simpson, who's been putting on a very nice form. He's into the lead of the race now, and it's got Scott Clee, the 122 under investigation, so he'll be heading straight to pit lane. Scott Smith now there in third place, so he's going to try and close in on these two. But into the lead of the race, as we said, Rob Simpson, who is having a great drive for the KR Sport team in a very nice Cotonic livery. And Scott Clee, who went very late on the brakes there, trying to find different lines. And we're seeing this yet again, lap after lap. Different drivers trying different lines just to try and find that extra grip, get that extra momentum, get the power down just a bit earlier. That could move up spots. But as I say, Scott Smith there, he's the one that can make or break this race, I think, because if he can get into second place, he's got a good chance for the lead. But I think Rob Simpson, he just needs to keep his eyes on the front of the road.
There's Ferguson making his way through, and Reg Hayward, I think, now on the edge of the top 5. So even if things stay as they are, that would put him through very nicely for the 177 final later on today. So there is the technical flag out there, 122. Whether that's some of the... there was a bit of debris on the first corner, possibly. As Klee has a look down the inside into Derek's corner. He's found some lines here and goes for the move. Very neatly goes down onto the inside into Derek's corner. Not necessarily the easiest place to go for an overtake because it's that really sharp left-handed apex. And again, you see Klee guarding the inside apex there as they make their way through the Dan Weldon corner. And down towards Kim Bolton. Once again they go. Again you see Klee just drifting the kart through the corner there, carrying the speed through quite neatly. And looks like Ferguson, I think, into third position now.
Ferguson, he's trying to close in now. Ferguson is very quick in these wet conditions, so we'll see how he gets on in these next couple laps. The driver who received the technical flag was the driver who actually started from second place, who was Jonathan Metello. So really unfortunate for him. He's had to obviously head back into pit lane. Of course, X30 out there as well, and Dominic Parabic is leading the way in that battle. He's against his teammate at the moment, Peter Jurovic, but has just got his legs up against him. Josh Jones in the battle for third place as well against William Omar. But look at the lead here. Now I think
Brooks is getting involved in this one as well in third position. You can see Scott Klee just drifting the kart through the corner there. Obviously, as a rule of thumb, you'd say the more you drift the kart, the slower it is. But there is that kind of balancing point.
Yeah, there's a fine line of just sort of using the rear to rotate, we like to call it.
There we are. I see it again. You can just see him just using that little... Just kicking the back end out slightly just to get it into the corner.
It's all about balance, you know. At the end of the day, it's about how smooth can you let the rear just move about. There's a difference between just getting the wheel spinning and the whole thing just going all over the place, and just, you know, sort of planning ahead. You know, knowing that you can just sort of, especially around here, you can just let that rear just rotate nice and steadily, and it pushes you around as well. It means you're not having to use the front tyres.
It's almost like it's floating around the corner when you go to the Dan Weldon corner. Again, very adept through this corner as well, in towards Kim Bolton. Just that little bit of a balancing point. If you're sideways all the time, it's slower, isn't it?
Yeah.
But there's just that little biting point, which he seems to have mastered quite neatly here.
Yeah, I'd say it's the art of floating, where you just nice and smooth, and it means that you're not really relying on the front tyres as much to get you around the corners, which also helps with tyre
nice
degradation.
Move down the inside of Ferguson. That's the 164 down the inside there. Neat move there as they make their way through the willows.
Yeah, that's Josh Bass, who's had a brilliant drive at the moment. And there is Scott Klee still on your screens. Josh Bass, who got past Liam Ferguson. Ferguson, who, of course, a veteran to the circuit, and, of course, took championship gratitude last time out. So he's on a high at the moment. He's going to try and see if he can make it back-to-back for what would have... Well, that was his fourth championship that he gained last time out. So... he's definitely been at it for quite a while. It was over 15 years that he's been here at the Kim Bolton circuit. Well, 15 years since he got his first championship. That was in the junior Rotaxes. As yellow flag out at turn one as the driver stuck on the apex. And the drivers did very good just to avoid it. Now, that's one of the novice drivers, and we'll see who that might be. That looked like Steve Gilly, who was the 126, who's managed to get out of the way. But that got very close for the lead pack. But they've all managed to keep it on the road. And Scott Klee, I think now he's extending that gap. He's got the kart dialed in now, really just putting the pedal to the metal, and the 116's looking set for victory. I mean, the time is ticking down. Minute and a half left on the clock, plus the additional lap. So, I mean, still a couple laps left to go, but he's just got to keep on the tarmac now, and I think he's got this one pretty much sorted despite any mistakes.
So Scott Klee closing in on victory, although he can't afford to relax too much because keeping the pressure on. In the second place there, they make their way through once again. And still in second place, that's Simpson there, just keeping that pressure on as they make their way through the willows. Not too far behind.
You can see a dry line starting.
Yeah, it's starting to... There's not been any rain for a good 15 minutes now, I would say. The track temperature's still very cold, so that dry line is going to come through very slowly, but there is a window of a dry line just starting to develop here. You can see it there on the Dan Weldon corner. So Rob Simpson goes through, charging through. Liam Ferguson right in there as well, and it looks like Reg Hayward, 173, is starting to break through towards the top five now as they make their way down towards Kim Bolton corner. There is a yellow flag here.
That's big issues, because that's the leader in the X30 category. That's Dominic Parabic. He's had big issues, look like a mechanical issue, and it's made him pull over to the side of the circuit at final corner, which is not ideal, and that means he is out of the race Really, really unfortunate. Now you'll see here in the first and second sector a more greyer line where the curb is. So these drivers really are starting to create this dry line, which can help out and might bring someone into the slick tyre runners. You never know what might happen as they come through. Back Malcolm, nice and smooth, very nicely done. As they come through the final couple of corners once again. Now the time has struck 0, and it's time to head into the final lap of the race. And Rob Simpson there in second place just can't keep on the tails of Scott Clee as he head into the final lap. Into turn 1, nice and steady on that steering wheel. He's got the lines covered, using the curves as well. And the power still on, and you can see just some greyer lines where the driver's been running over it lap after lap, creating that extra grip as they come through. Rob Simpson there in second place. Josh Bass looks like he's got into third place.
Gone through nicely, Josh Bass in his closing stages. Again, you can see just how much the track is developing lap by lap. That dry line started to develop, and Bass just started to find some pace here and putting Simpson under some real pressure. Ferguson goes down the inside and makes another move there on the lap of their 165, looking quite smooth, trying to close up on the battle for second place as Clee takes the checkered flag. Simpson just about holds on to second place there after that brilliant battle with Josh Bass at the end. And I think that'll be Liam Ferguson in fourth place.
I think Harrison Crook actually managed to take it at the end. When we got the timings back, Crook, who started down in 17th, up to 4th place. And Liam Ferguson ran out your top 5. It's Sean Rudge from Reg Hayward, then Ben Hitch and Chris Thomas, who finished up in 9th. It was Scott Smith ran out your top 10. And a great finish there, and I think all the drivers in the 177s managed to finish. We lost Johnny Kent, actually. Of course, Jonathan Multello, who started from second, he got the technical flag. And, of course, Steve Gilly, who we also lost. And as I say, Dominic Paravic, who was the leader in the senior X30s, we lost him at the end. And, it's going to be a big shame for Dominic Paravic, and a long walk for, I think that's one of our camera operators. So, a long walk for him indeed up to the top of post 6. You never really get to fulfill how long the walk is up there. But a great finish to the 177s, the senior X30s as well. And we're getting ready now for KZ once again. And these KZ karts are always amazing, and it's going to be a great race to watch. George Robinson, who had troubles in the first heat, he's going to start from pole position. George Barker alongside as well. Now it's Hannah Lang from Jensen Pugh, and then Oliver Harris from Jonathan Roughton, and Leah Robinson, Lucas Blanford starting from the back of the field. Of course, great to see Leah Robinson, who's managed to get back onto circuit, who had big troubles in that first heat, having a front brakes lock up straight into the barriers at turn 1 of the fastest sectors of the circuit, over 100 miles an hour straight into the barriers. So was very lucky not to have too much damage, but he's got a lot of work to do now, as well as Lucas Blanford, who will be starting from 8th. Of course, the back row will be for them two drivers. They've both shown what they can do in the first heat. It's all about just putting it to the pedal now, but of course it's a completely different track to how it was in the first heat. Of course, now they're on the wet tyres. They've got a more wetter track. Of course, 2 formation laps for these drivers. But, yet again, they've got to put them heat into the brakes, the heat into the tyres, which will never, ever be easy. But the dry lines are starting to form, and this will be interesting.
On the willows, quite evidently there, as they make their way through. There's the number 36 of Leah Robinson going through. Just look at the inside line on that apex. Looking at the colour of the tarmac there, you can see that the lighter shade there where that dry line, there's a bit more temperature in the track there. Track is momentarily starting to dry out, and the karts, I think they are pretty much all on wet tyres here, aren't they? So you would say that's a sort of tyre compound that would work a little bit better in the colder conditions as well, possibly.
Yeah, I think definitely for these KZ karts, they have to run the wet tyres in these sort of conditions. There's no point taking risks. And as well, the raindrops are back, so it's one of them things. They've got to run in that. We saw them doing their practice starts once again, making sure they can get the clutch biting point right. That's going to be a bit different to how they were in the drier conditions, because of course they want to try and create less wheel spin. Of course, that's a lot harder to do in wet conditions, but all the drivers are lined up now, throwing hands at the back of the field, so we're ready to go racing here in KZ for Heat 2. 4 red lights are upon us, and the lights will go out now, and it's lights out, and away we go. And a brilliant start from George Barker, who's going to try and get the jump on George Robinson as he head down into turn 1. Robinson on the inside, though. He will take the lead of the race, or will he? Because look at Barker going around the outside. That was superb driving from the 63. He's into the lead of the race with a strong margin so far already, getting the head down as he head down into Dan Weldon's for the first time. Hannah Lang trying to find the way through. Robinson already up to 4th place. A brilliant start from Leo Robinson, showing why he was a vice champion in 2025. And the race is well on for Leo Robinson, up to 3rd place. Robinson. He tries to go, and he makes that one stick. Harris trying to go round the outside of Hannah Lang. Can he get that one done as well? I think he can, and that was a very strong move from Oliver Harris. Great start from the KZ drivers.
Yeah, George Barker with a fantastic line on the outside of Stowe going at the end of the first lap, and leads quite comfortably, but brilliant bit of driving there from Leo Robinson on the first lap, getting his elbows out, so to speak, as he fights his way through to 3rd place, and now charging, trying to catch up with George Robinson and George Barker at the front of the field. Tagging along, though, just behind is Oliver Harris. Hannah Lang still in there as well, with Jonathan Relton, Lucas Blanford and Jensen Pugh, who had a tricky start to the race at the back of the field. But 36, Leo Robinson in towards Kim Bolton again. Tight line there. Just you can see the raindrops starting to fall once again. So one of the 2 of these rain showers just starting to make their way through as Robinson goes through, making up 4 positions and trying to close up on the top 2. George Barker and George Robinson, though, just started to clear away at the moment, and the 2nd place Robinson, 42.3, fastest lap of the race, having a line as he goes through towards Yumitsu. Straighter line on the inside there, not quite close enough to go for the lead on the number 63, George Barker, who is controlling the race quite comfortably at this stage. Again, you can see him guarding the apex and really making George Robinson work here, looking for lines to try and find a way through. And at the moment, George Barker really defensive there on the final 2 corners. Let's see what line he takes coming in towards Stowe. Again, very aggressive on the inside line, guarding the apex, and again parks the kart on the apex to try and stop. Oh, but look there on the outside. Great move there from George Robinson. Powers on the outside in the Willows. That was a brave move.
That was superb from George Robinson. He knew the grip was there, and he went and truly used it. That was superb driving from the number 23 there. And George Barker, who I have to say is having one of his best drives at the moment. He's losing out to Leo Robinson, but he can learn his lines, or is he? Because he's going to try and go for the cutback, and he'll cut back at the last corner as well. Can he get the power down? No, he can't. Well, he can get it just about, but it's not going to be as good enough as Leo Robinson. Robinson up to 2nd place, and George Barker drops down to 3rd. As I say, one of his best drives at the moment. Held on to the lead for a few laps there, which is a very, very good drive indeed. And Blanford up inside the top 5 now as he makes his way into 4th place. But Robinson with a gap already, he knows where the grip is, and he's just going to try and extend this gap. The gap at the moment is already 1.2 seconds, but I could soon see this maybe starting to grow. But this is Leo Robinson we're talking about, a very quick driver, as we saw time and time again last year. He's here for 2026. He wants to make a name for himself. Can he close his gap in what is 4.5 minutes? We'll have to wait and find out.
Looking at George Robinson, 41.5. He really is finding some great lines out there. There are 1 or 2 drops of rain on the camera lens to give you an idea that the rain is starting to return here, but the pace still charging out there. There is still some dry lines out there, and George Robinson even pulling away from Leo Robinson in 2nd place at the moment, as the number 66 of Lucas Blanford has a look down the inside, gets past George Barker, who's just starting to lose a little bit of pace at the moment, being closed on now by Oliver Harris and Hannah Lang as they make their way down towards Kim Bolton corner. So 63 George Barker, after that great start, just starting to get closed on by the rest of the field as they make their way through. So George Robinson, with just over 3.5 minutes on the clock plus the 1 lap remaining, is well clear at this stage. Another fastest lap, 41.13, 3.2 seconds the gap. So George Robinson really having this race under control, as the 111 just starting to put the pressure on now there. That's Oliver Harris back towards number 33, and a driver who's been slowly but surely making his way through the pack here is Lucas Blanford, who's found some good pace out there. and is quicker than everyone bar the leader. Let's see what he can do coming down in towards the final corner. At the moment, Leo Robinson has got the line under control, guards the apex. He knows that Blandford's there. And Lucas Blandford charging down the outside line as they make their way down towards the first corner. And the number 67 really on the charge. They make their way through the willows, and everybody else fighting towards the back of the field here. Very close action throughout the field. And it looks like the number 60 there, Jensen Pugh, Jonathan Melton, George Barker, I think, has pulled into the pits.
Yeah, but I don't know what's gone on there with George Barker, but it seems like big issues, and he's gone straight to pit lane. But this is a great battle we're seeing here. Two astonishing drivers. Blandford to the inside, but he misses a gear, and it lets Leo Robinson try to fight round the outside. Cut to the inside, get the power down. And Leo Robinson, I think he's lost this one, but Blandford is into second place now. Robinson's going to try and fight this one back. Of course, they'll take different lines into turn one, but look at the speed that Blandford carries through. Superb driving through the first sector. That is exactly what you want to do. Get past your opponent and absolutely extend the gap. The gap at the moment from the lead is 5.5 seconds, though. He's got a bit of a gap to find. Can he close this one in? It's going to be a close one. He's ran a bit too wide. He's using all of the circuit here at Kimbolton that it has to provide. And the 67 is on a massive charge at the moment. He wants to take this lead of the race no matter what. There is Robinson on your screens, just taking it step by step, lap by lap, corner by corner.
He's still carrying a lot of pace in this race as well, lapping 41.28. He's at least 0.4 of a second quicker than anybody else in this race so far. So Blandford's still second, Robinson third, but George Robinson has got the race all to himself so far. Just over 1 minute plus 1 lap remaining as he makes his way through the Dan Weldon corner, down the KZ straight and heading towards Kimbolton once again. There is the number 23, George Robinson, looking very smooth indeed. Goes for another gear. Nice inside line there, gets back on the power, keeping it quite straight out of the Kimbolton corner to carry that speed down the straight. 58 seconds on the clock, so we'll have 2 more laps after this, plus the 1 lap remaining. And just watch the driver at work there. You can see the feet on the accelerator pedal just snapping away, feeding the power in where appropriate, getting on the gear, and 41.06 last time round. Goes for another gear up the straight. I'll say the karts in dry conditions at least would top up at around 100 miles an hour through there. Down towards the KZ straight, you can see on the clock there 30 seconds left on the clock, so this will be 2 laps to go for George Robinson. Again, you can see him just going down the gears as he makes his way through the Kimbolton corner, back through the gears, out immediately onto the Kimbolton straight. Let's have a look at the lap once again. 41.3, so not quite as quick last time round, but with 2 laps to go, 41.06, his best lap of the race so far. Really carrying a lot of speed in these changeable conditions.
Yeah, this is amazing driving. This is great seeing here from George Robinson, who just keeps finding this extra grip where no one else can, and he's just putting the laps and still using the curbs and really being aggressive on the car. That's how you got to be in these conditions. But the number 23 doing an excellent job. Blandford still there in second place, but the gap just keeps on growing. I mean, the times, as you said, over a second faster. Well, I say 0.3 faster than Lucas Blandford, but a second faster easily than the rest of the field into the final lap of the race now. And we're just going to watch a pure fast lap from the KZ master. That is George Robinson, who's just putting his power to the ground. And, of course, the longest straight in KZ karting as they head into one of the harder braking zones. So you've got to try and turn whilst braking as well. Braking quite early in these wet conditions as well. You always got to bring your braking point about 50 or 100 metres back. But as they come through the final couple of corners now, what a drive from George Robinson as he comes round the final corner to win in fine style here in the second heat for KZ. That was a superb drive. He takes the victory with Lucas Blandford, who will only come across the line now for second place, and Leo Robinson, who rounds out your top 3. Oliver Harris drops down to 5th because Jensen Pugh got to 4th on the last lap. And then it was Hannah Lang and Jonathan Roughton, and of course we lost George Barker halfway through the race. So a great way to finish the second heat in KZ. And we're going to be heading straight into Honda 200s, their second heat of the day. So we'll see how they get on. The grid already up for us here. So Keane Delaney will start from the pole spot. It'll be Henry Colburn who will start from alongside James Murphy and George Lilly. Then it'll be George Pickett and Archie Edgar, James Windsor from Phoebe Shelton, Kean Doherty and Marcus Cooper, Alistair Saunders and Zach Squire from Nicholas York and Harry Parker Ray, from Harry Grant, Alfie Stokes and Jacob Furlow. So a few drivers who were quite quicker, in the first heat of the day. Starting a bit further back, so they'll have more work to do. But, of course, this is still a lot different to what these drivers first expected. In the first heat, of course, it was, I'll say, a little bit more drier, but still these sort of cold conditions I no one really likes. But it's going to be a bit more different now with these wet tyres. Of course, the driver's still using the wets despite it, and, of course, it was starting to rain. So these drivers sort of know the playing field. Let's see what they can do then. Of course, Keane Delaney, I would say, the one to watch. The driver who seems to be one of the faster guys out there at the moment. But, of course, we saw little sparks there. Drivers such as Harry Parker Ray in that last heat, who really showed some good pace. And it looks like battle's already going on. And we're going nearly 4 wide. And that's definitely going to be another lap round. I mean, 4 wide at the start is not something you want to do. But I think that was one of the drivers a bit further down who was looking to get going straight away. I think that might have been George Pickett or Archie Edgar, it might have been. But of course, the false start flags get thrown. And the officials will go around once again. So, of course, the circuit here, because it's January, the track gets really cold. And, of course, for those who of course seen the UK weather, it's been snow pretty much every day, so it's going to be one of them weekends where everyone's going to be struggling to get any sort of tyre temperature in, but you just got to do your work and really focus on being aggressive with the car. That's how you got to be, especially in these winter conditions. So let's see if we can get going for the second time of asking. Of course, watch out for drivers Nicholas York in there as well, a bit further down the field. He could be one to watch out for second time around, and it's lights out and away we go down into turn 1, and a great start from the outside line. Now, can they make their way through turn 1? A couple drivers getting a bit to a contact. George Lilly involved there as well. The number 44 trying to find his way through as they head through Wilkins for the first time, and down into Derricks, and it looks like one of the Ambition Motorsport carts who might be into the lead of the race. We'll have a little look. Keane Delaney there in second place. But I think that might be Henry Colburn who's taken the lead of the race as they head through Dan Weldon's for the first time. Colburn already throwing hands, saying, come on, let's get working here. And a bit of front to rear contact made. Delaney braking just that tiny bit later as they head round to finish another lap of the race. It's quite a quick lap here for these cadet drivers. A lot of time when you spent quite at high speed. In third is James Murphy. Of course, can't race his brother anymore. His brother's into the junior Rotaxes now, but he still has enough experience now. Of course, James, who learnt a lot over the year, is now going to put it all to the test. But the battle for the lead still raging on, and the battle's Harry Grant getting involved a bit further behind. But the league battle, I say, hasn't really broken away from anyone. I think most of the drivers involved are still in the chance for this. And look at second place, Murphy on the inside. Delaney will get that cut back because he went a bit wider and found that extra grip. But he's on the outside line and he goes in a bit too deep. And Murphy takes that spots back. And look at this for third place as well. He might be losing out on fourth here because look on the inside. That was a great move from Marcus Cooper, who we've seen time and time again making a speed up. And look at this, Cooper and Delaney having a battle into turn 1. Cooper on the outside line, not always the nicest space to be because of them new white lines that's on the entry to turn 1. Of course, you hit that, it's on the paint, it's like driving on ice at that moment, and you don't want to lose any sort of grip, especially when you're on the brakes hard as you can into the entry of a corner. But Henry Colburn still leading the way, but the gap hasn't grew, and the gap is closing because look at James Murphy carrying that minimum speed through the corner. Delaney still there in third place. Cooper down to fourth. but he's going to try and find ground. I think Delaney just keeps running a bit too wide there. He keeps losing a bit of time there. That's one of the spots where he's losing a bit of ground. But look at this. Colburn, he's in the lead at the moment, but for how much longer? There is a yellow flag going into turn 1, so no overtaking can be done into turn 1. Of course, they'll meet the green flag at post 2, which is just on your screens there, so they can carry on racing once again. Of course, there is the move from James Murphy. Great move from Murphy on the inside, who managed to carry the speed. Delaney's going for second place as well, but it's going to be a hard move, and he might lose out to Marcus Cooper, who's going to try and go round the outside. Can he get that one done? Yes, he can! Marcus Cooper round the outside. Now, would he be able to hold on to that one because he's side by side still with Keane Delaney. Delaney makes a move back and he gets that one done. Cooper switches to the inside line. Now going to use a bit of the curve to pull his way round side by side, and Delaney just holds on to it, but he's going to lose out to George Lilly now. And who is that as well who's making his way? Alistair Saunders, the Mean Green Racing Machine, is back in this one as well, as there's an under investigation flag for the number 21, Alfie Stokes, who's down in 11th at the moment. So Alfie is now being watched by the stewards, so he's got to be nice and gentle with what he's doing. James Murphy then, who still leads the way here in the second heat for the Honda 200s. Marcus Cooper there in third, and George Lilly, who's up into fourth now. And that's Saunders, who's there in the top 5. So these drivers really working together. Now, they've all made their own little gaps for each other, so really it's going to come down to pace. Harry Parker Ray, there he is on your screens, battling with Nicholas York, who's just behind him, and in front Harry Grant. Now, these two had a great battle in the first heat. They're going to have another go, but look at Harry Parker Ray on the inside. What a weekend he's having so far here at Kimbolton. Watch out for him in the final. And Delaney running wide. What is happening to Keane Delaney? All the pace he had at the start of the race and the start of the first heat as well, it's all gone away. Something is definitely up with that 91, but there's not much he can do at the moment except for just get his head down and keep putting them laps in. Colburn still doing pretty good, up into down to third place. Was leading for those first couple of laps, but just losing a bit of momentum. And Marcus Cooper there in second place. He's going to be trying to close down on Murphy. Battle's still going on, and Delaney's just had a rough couple of laps, but is now being thrown hands by Harry Parker Ray, saying, come on, let's just get going here. So Colburn being closed down now by George Lilly. Now it'll be interesting to see if Lilly can make the time up. Of course, the driver in second place, Marcus Cooper's the fastest man out on the circuit, so this could be one to watch out for. Could Cooper close this gap in? The gap at the moment is 1 second, which might not sound like a lot, but in karting, especially in sprint karting, can be quite a big amount. It's definitely a safe margin for Murphy to be in. He's got that bit of margin where he can make a mistake or two and it won't lose him too much time. But Cooper's in that slipstream era, and he can make that ground. So they'll head into turn 1 once again. The battle's still going on, and Liddy making a bit of contact. Alistair Saunders, but manages to hold on to it as they head through turns 2 and 3. And down the straight, down into Derek's corner. And Lily's going to go on the inside of Colburn. That's for third place. And he gets that move done. Colburn's going to fight this one back, though. Trying to go round the outside. Can he hold on to it over the curb? And he gets it done. Superb from Henry Colburn, who is going to defend this spot like hell. And he is not going to let anyone pass without bringing a fight. That was superb from Colburn, but he hasn't defended to the last corner, and George Lee's on the inside, but it doesn't matter because he gets the cut back and he's right back into third place. Superb stuff here for third place. But at the front, look at the gap, it's slowly closing down. Cooper versus Murphy, and it's going to come down to the final couple of laps. The battle for third still ranging on, and to be honest, anyone inside the top 10 has a good opportunity for third. We'll see how that plays out. But look at Cooper now. He's right on his rear bumper. Cooper has the opportunity here to take the lead of the race. He knows he's got the speed. He just has to be patient about what he does. And it's going to be the 88 versus the 56. Obviously both on the Project 1 chassis, so the sort of equal playing game in that aspect. And it's going to come down to driver skill. Who is going to take it? And the battle for third is still going on. Coulburn is still holding on to it. Alistair Saunders in fourth. There were yellow flags out there momentarily, but that now has gone in. And here is the battle that we were just talking about. The pack all the way goes down to Harry Parker Ray, who's there in 8th place. So anyone inside the top 8 has a good chance of this podium. But who is going to take it as they come round down Weldon's for the second to last time, because the next lap will be the last lap of the race. So Cooper has got to do something, and if he's going to do something, he's got to do it now. Cooper, who can't make mistakes like that and lose time. They've got past the back marker, which is good, so that won't hold them up too much. 1 lap left to go in this race, and it's the 88 versus the 56. Will Cooper close this gap in, or will it be Murfitt? Come through turn 1, nice and smooth. As they come through turns 2 and 3 now, it's going to be nice and smooth with that steering wheel. Keep the minimum speed up. And Cooper's having a look to the inside, but can he get that one done? Murfitt shows him the grass. And Murfitt is not letting him by without a fight. Cooper has got to get back to the drawing board very quickly and think of another way round, because Murfitt is closing in off as they come through and down into the final 2 corners. He's got 2 overtaking opportunities. Where can Cooper do it? He's got to carry the speed. It's got to be the last corner. He's got to do something here. He's going to go for the cutback. Can he get the run? No. It's going to be James Murfitt, who takes a very strong victory, takes the checkered flag, and he wins the second heat for these Honda drivers. And it's Marcus Cooper who finishes up in second place from Henry Coulburn, who didn't go out without a fight, and rounds out the top 3. Kane Delaney in fourth. Harry Parker Ray shaking his head, a bit disappointed with his finishing position, but a top 5 is always a great spot to finish in. George Liddy in 6th from Harry Grant and Nicholas York from Alistair Saunders and Archie Edgar. Then it was Phoebe Shelton from Keir Doherty, Zach Squire and Alfie Stokes from James Windsor, George Pickett, Jacob Furlow, who rounds out your field of drivers. Great race in there in Honda 200s, yet again going down to the wire. Cooper, who had the advantage pace-wise, just couldn't find a way by. And it's going to be back to the drawing board to work out what he can do in the final. So the last heat now up for Junior Rotax. 47 drivers entered this race. Only 30 can go through. And of course, then final 4 spots will be opened up to the B final. So we're going to have a very exciting B final and an even more exciting A final. So of course only 4 drivers can go through. This is how they line up: Adam Turek from Louis Marshall, Samuel Paul and Noah Moulton from Archie Bookham and Jack Corser. Then it's Jacob Aston from Bo Winslade, who rounds out your 4th row of the grid. Going a bit further down, it's Sam Aston from Archie Ray Watson, Benjamin Lawn from Theo Hamilton, then it's Stanley Williams and Devon Taylor from Alex Shepherd and Zane Perry, who rounds out your 8th row of the grid. As we go down to a bit further down the pack, it's 17th place for Maximilian Braskoff, Connor Large from Jensen Hookie, Theo Bradshaw, a driver who's spinning there at Derek's corner, couldn't see who that was, Miles Burton, Blake Southern, Kafik Kometa and Christine Kerov, who rounds out your 12th row of the grid. Arthur Murfitt, Max Wheatley from Aidan Clark, Oscar Keane, Max Davis and Hugh Phillips rounds out your grid of drivers. 30 drivers will start this race, and let's see how they get on. Look like Noah Moulton, I think, who had a little spin there, and I don't think we'll get going for the first time asking it. There's a lot of drivers we're very far out of place, I say. Nowhere near the rest of this pack, and of course they will take that extra formation lap to get the heat into the tyres, heats into the brakes as well. And it gives another opportunity for the drivers to go around. Problems for the number 84, Stanley Williams. It seems, I think he may be going into pit lane. Sam Aston, who also had issues. The number 21, he'll be going around again. There he is on your screen. So, of course, still wet track, wet circuits. So these drivers are going to have to find different areas where there will be the grip. Of course, Stanley Williams, who didn't go into the pits, but still was going around quite slowly. So, going to be interesting to see what happens with him. But they'll start to line up now and get ready in formation, ready for the final heat for Junior Rotax. And it opens it up experience-wise all the way through. Of course, we're going to see a bunch of drivers who we don't usually see at the front of the field fighting at the front. Blake Southern, what can he do? Of course, in his new colours. The Dan Holland racing machine now. Will they get going for the second time asking? No, they don't. They're going to go round once again. A few drivers who weren't in formation there, so another opportunity for these drivers to get more temperature into them tyres. And yeah, again, the 84 still having problems. Stanley Williams, that engine does not sound right, and I think he's got to take that one straight to pit lane. We'll see what he does. It does look like he's coming into pit lane. So big issues for the E84, who we've seen time and time again over the year. He's had some pretty strong pace. So really unfortunate to see him out. And well, look how slow the leader's going. This is Adam Turek really getting this pack slowed down. Obviously, I don't think the officials will be liking this one. They want to get this race underway. Of course, running on a tight schedule with all of these races. Plenty of action to cover. It's not a big amount of time, especially with the time that it gets dark. You know, we want to be all wrapped up from the earliest, well, the latest being about 3:30, near on 4 o'clock. Of course, no lights around this around the circuit, so won't be able to run in the dark. Now, let's see if we get going for the third time of asking. It'd be a bit silly if we weren't able to, but let's see how they get on. So Adam Turek, who starts from pole position, can he get us going for the third time asking? Yes, we do, and we're off and racing down into turn 1, and this is when it all gets exciting. Who's going to use the brakes? And a couple of drivers going to the inside of the circuit, and it's Tesco Car Park Central's cars go flying through the first couple of corners. Cars literally going airborne, and the number 43 is in trouble. Miles Burton, Christian Keroff in there as well, having a few issues, but they've all managed to keep it going. And Adam Turek with a very strong lead already, and in second place looks like Louis Marshall is still in there as the rest of the pack comes flying through, all in one pack indeed. And always going to be a tricky one for these drivers, the first lap or two, but they've all made it through. Alex Shepherd there on your screens. He is to finish the first lap. He's up at the front end now into the top 3, and a battle going on for the lead, for second place, should I say, because Louis Marshall losing out to the number 27, it looks like. And we'll see who that is. Of course, you can see it there, the cosmic car on your screens. That is Archie Buckingham, who's had a great start. So Archie up into second place as drivers getting budged around. Theo Hamilton's had a great drive. He's up into 4th place now, right behind Alex Shepherd as they go on to the inside. Oh, that got very close, but he's made the move stick. Well, that's definitely one way to get past your opponent. Just get on the inside and shove your way through. But no intention there, no harm done, and he's made his pass. They head down into turn 1, and Theo Hamilton breaking the middle of the circuit, really throwing the car in, using all the track that you can. That was very, very smooth driving. And he's managed to pull a bit of a gap now from Alex Shepherd. Theo Hamilton is having a brilliant drive. It's probably one of his best drives in Junior Rotax that I've seen at the moment. Very good so far. So it'd be the commentator's curse. We nearly ran off the circuit, and he got very close to that, really running wide, using every bit of track that he's paid for. And the number 30 here, really, really closing in now. Now he's got to try and work up against the number 27 here, Archie Buckingham. Whether he can close in or not is another question, but Alex Shepherd working on closing in. Archie Ray Watson's had a good drive so far. He's up into 5th place, up inside the top 5. So a brilliant drive from Archie Ray. Of course, Archie, who started all the way down just inside the top 10, so he's had a great drive. Of course, Alex Shepherd, who started all the way down in 15th, he's up into 4th place, which is always great to see. So a few drivers working their way through the field. Blake Southern, who started in 22nd, he's up to 11th now. And of course, Theo Bradshaw, who started all the way down in 12th. So I say 22nd, he's 21st, should I say. He is up into 9th. So he's drivers slowly making their way through the pack. Of course, first laps always help when everyone's going off the circuit. Always nice to just find your own line, find your way through. But look at the front of your screens here. Look at Theo Hamilton. What a drive he's had him so far. He's already closed in now on 2nd place. Not much can be said about the leader, Adam Turek. Absolutely gone. 8.5 seconds is your gap at the moment. But Theo Hamilton trying to find a way past 2nd place there. Just can't get it done just yet. He's going to have to pick a point. Of course, he knows the pace is there. He's just got to pick a point where he can make a move. Of course, loads of overtake opportunities around this circuit. There's a reason why many drivers like racing around here. Always good to have a little battle with each other as a number 22 gets a warning flag. We'll have a little look to see who that is. A bit further down the field, that's Christian Keroff, who's trying to work his way back through the field. So not the best thing that Christian would be wanting at the moment, but battle for 2nd place still rages on here. Of course, drivers on the same chassis, so to some extent they're on the same they're on the same platform. So they've just got to work together. And look at the speed he's got coming out of Dan Weldon. That was superb from Theo Hamilton. Got on the power super early and managed to find a way by. So Theo Hamilton now into 2nd place, but I don't think that battle is done just yet. Archie Buckingham does not want to go without a fight, and he's going to have a look to the inside and shoves him off. Why says, no you don't, I'm coming through. That was brilliant stuff from the 27 there. Theo Hamilton using the brakes to get that kart back on the rear end of the 27. The 27 running wide, losing a bit of time. Of course, there's a fine line between using the rear to rotate and just sliding the car. Sliding is slow, and you don't want to do that too much in these wet conditions. But nice and smooth as they come through. A bit of a mistake from Theo Hamilton. Look at what he's done. Alex Shepherd is back here at the back of this pack. Alex Shepherd is starting to close in. Archie Watson in the back of shot. He's being closed in now by Blake Southern, who's really setting the times here. Blake Southern seems to be one of the fastest drivers out on the circuit. But at the moment, Adam Turek is, well, he's lapping 3/10 faster than the rest of the field. And Adam Turek, 12.7 seconds already. Superb stuff from the privateer entry. He's absolutely stormed it at the moment. And it does seem like the rain might be starting to come down again. The clouds are starting to get a bit darker, so we'll wait and see. I don't think they've come down just yet. Let's say the battles for 2nd are still going on. And of course, Alex Shepherd into 3rd place. There's only one spot he'll be looking at now, and that is that 2nd spot. I think the lead is way out of contention. I mean, that was the crazy thing. It's hard to spot. There is Adam Turek. You can see him there. He's at the end of the 2nd sector. And these drivers are only just started it. That is insane from Adam Turek. He has done something to that kart that has made him so quick. So 1 minute left on the clock here in this final heat for Junior Rotax. This is the last opportunity for these drivers to make up any last spots that they can get to try and get themselves out of that B final. Of course, half of the field is going to be in that B final with the massive 47 entries that we have here this weekend. Only 30 can make it through to the A final, and that's all done on the point system. So, of course, the higher you finish, the more points you accumulate. So you want to try and finish as high as you can in the heat races. There is Adam Turek on your screens. What a drive. Now, I'm just having a look. Is that slick? That's slick tyres. That's slick tyres for the number 122. Adam Turek is running on slick tyres. That might explain quite a lot on how he's so far ahead. Trying to have a little look now at the rest of the pack. Let's have a look. What tyres is Theo Hamilton on? We'll have a little watch in just a moment's time. But Adam Turek is on slick tyres. So slicks now seem to be the better option. Superb. This is amazing stuff. We're watching drivers really put everything on the line here to try and see if that works. Last lap board is out for Adam Turek. And the gap is, well, we'll have to wait a minute because the gap is that big that Theo Hamilton hasn't even crossed the line yet. And Adam Turek going faster every single lap. His time is now down into the 45 seconds. Theo Hamilton has crossed the line now, and the gap is 16.8 seconds. That is insane from the 122, who has picked the right tyres and has found that dry line. We talked about how the line was starting to generate, and Adam Turek went, well, let's give it a go. The 122 round the final corner, and Adam Turek, with a very strong drive, takes victory. And we have to wait for driver in second place, Theo Hamilton. Let's see what the gap is at the very end. He still hasn't come through just yet. Theo Hamilton, who comes around the final corner now. And I say that, Blake Southern to second place. What happened there between Southern and Theo Hamilton? But Southern managed to get to second place. I wonder if he was on them slick tyres as well. Yes, he was. Theo Hamilton looks like on the wet tyres. Yeah, Alex Shepard on the wet. So, that says a hell of a lot. The slick tyres seem to be the faster tyre now, as Adam Turek and Blake Southern show. Of course, Blake Southern 18 seconds off Adam Turek. Then it was Theo Hamilton from Alex Shepard and Archie Buckingham, from Samuel Poole and Connor Large, from Sam Aston and Archie Ray Watson. Theo Bradshaw rounding out your top 10. Bo Winsley from Oscar Keane, and it was Noah Moulton from Jensen Hookey, Arthur Murphy and Stanley Williams. What a drive that was. Obviously that's your top 16, and the rest of the pack managed to all finish as well, which is always great to see. But we're starting to see it now. The slick runners are, well, the slicks seem to be the faster tyre now. So it's going to be interesting to see what these cadet drivers get up to, because as we saw there, Adam Turek 18 seconds in the lead, and the top two on slick tyres. So the slicks seem to be the faster tyre.
Yeah, it certainly seems to be going that way at the moment, although there is still quite a few isolated showers out there on the track just to keep things on edge. Micromax are about to get underway for their second heat, and Arthur Rhodes will lead them away from Oliver Waddle, Max Tomzit and Hendrix Falat on row 2, Ralph Ewer, Elliot Hitch on row number 3, Oliver Daniels and Wraith Owen on row number 4, Giant Prakash, Heath Smith on row 5, Oakley Howlett and Arthur Bowers on row 6, Ronnie Allen, Caden Hanley on row number 7, Lanny Eden and Zach Andrew on row number 8. And they make their way down towards Kimbolton Corner. Oh, one spinner. Once again, drivers struggling even on the formation lap. So treacherous are the conditions. So whether we will have another run round here, I think the full start flag already being shown. The grid really hasn't formed at all. So they are going to go round again. So certainly that gamble between the wet and the slick tyres at the moment. The track is drying, but still very cold out there. And there have been one or two very light showers. Not enough really to affect the circuit all that much in the last 15 minutes or so. But still, there is that threat of rain. The clouds billowing through here at Kimbolton at this first round of the 2026 Championship. So the drivers making their way back round towards us very shortly indeed for what will be the second attempt at the start here of the Micromax. This is the penultimate race of the heat races here. Race number 14 of 23 about to get underway. Micromax now making their way down towards... Oh, a little bit of bump in there. That was the number 18 who's got caught out a little bit there, Heath Smith. And here they come. So 82 on the inside line there. Arthur Rhodes will lead them away for this second heat of the day for the Micromax. Oh, it's trouble here at the start. Hendricks Falat got absolutely jolted there. And once again they go round. So I think the cart just behind Falat would have been Elliot Hitch, I think, in fourth, or the 31, I think that must have been as well. Raith Owen also caught up in that one as well. So having some difficulties here getting the Micromax away for their second heat of the day. And one driver you can see at the far end of the circuit. There we go. We cut back to the driver there. Can't get the number of that car, but driver in trouble. Well, that's the number 17 of Jackson Foots. And 37 as well. Also out of the race before it's even started. That's Oakley Howlett. So those drivers will be starting quite far back when the final gets underway later on this afternoon. The drivers now making their way down towards the safety of the infield. The rest of the pack making their way through. And there is Hendricks Falat with that Mansell Williams-esque helmet there, making his way up to the front there. The number 40 of Oliver Woodall up to the front row of the grid. He will start in second position, and let's see, will third time be the charm as they make their way out to the final corner? Looks a little bit better this time. Away they go. Micromax heat number 2 gets underway, 4 wide at one point there into the first corner. Will they make it through safely? Well, the leading group get through okay. A little bit of trouble there further back. We can see drivers spinning out, but they all seem to just about get through okay. The leading group already through the willows, and it's all very close indeed going into Derek's corner. And a brilliant start there for the number 44. Jayan Prakash has gone through into the lead, and he's made up an awful lot of places there on the first lap, making their way through Dan Weldon corner for the first time. And after that trouble getting the race going, they do seem to have settled down a bit now. Prakash tilts the cart over, coming in towards the Kimbolton corner. Out to the final corner they go. So Prakash with a brilliant start there, gets through to first place very early indeed. 31 in second place, a good start there for Raith Owen as well. Hendricks Falat up to third place, although coming under pressure from the fourth place. Down the inside goes Oliver Woodall. Makes the move. Now, can he make it stick? Yes, he does. Oh, and look at that down the inside. Oh, it all goes wrong for Arthur Rhodes, and down the inside of Falat onto the curb and spins off to the side of the track. Well, he has recovered a little bit further down the field. So Jayan Prakash, in this difficult start to the race, has got things under control so far. Raith Owen and Hendricks Falat just starting to break away, although now Oliver Woodall is clear in third place. Falat surviving that scare with the move from Arthur Rhodes that went all wrong for the number 82. But here we go, number 31 in the battle for second place. Oh, down the inside, nice move out to the final corner there for Oliver Woodall. Gets the drive out to the corner now. Can he line something up going into Stowe corner? Down the inside he goes. Prakash still leading, and down the inside goes the number 40. Is that line going to open up? No, it doesn't. Number 31 there. Raith Owen shuts the door in second place and holds on to that position. Falat still fourth. The top four just starting now to break away from the rest of the top five. We've got Elliot Hitch up to fifth place. Heath Smith in sixth position. Lenny Barton, Caden Hanley, Jensen Dahl up to ninth place from Ralph Ewer, as Prakash leads them through the Dan Weldon corner, and Owen keeping that pressure on in second position as Prakash really starting to break away. You can really see him looking for the grip, looking for the lines, just rotating the cart through the corner, nice and easy. And out of the final corner they go up towards the Stowe corner once again, and Jayan Prakash leading quite comfortably at the moment. The gap just under 1 second at the moment. Oliver Woodall, meanwhile, has set the fastest lap of the race, 51.31 for the number 40. Hendricks Falat now clear in third place. Heath Smith and Elliot Hitch running out the top five. We seem to have lost Raith Owen a moment ago, so here we go, battle for the top three. Prakash trying to break away here, but certainly Oliver Woodall and Hendricks Falat keeping that pressure on second and third place. Down the main straight they go to towards
Kim Bolton corner, the final right-hander. Here they come. So let's have a look at Falat. Closes up under braking onto the final corner. Prakash pulling away as he accelerates down the hind straight once again. And a little bit further back there, we've got Heath Smith, who is still in 4th place. 4.5 minutes to go. Jensen Darlow on the chart. He moves up to 5th position. Kart number 26 with Elliot Hitch, Caden Hanley, Zach Andrew, Lenny Barton and Raith Owen rounding out the top 10. And a little bit further back, there is a warning flag for Caden Hanley, kart number 69, who is a little bit further down the field. Currently in 7th place, but that's the black and white warning flag, just warning him of any further contact might lead to penalties as the race goes on. So here we go, back to the battle for 2nd place. Falat trying to find a way through here, looking very aggressive in 3rd place and really putting the pressure on Oliver Woodall for 2nd position as they make their way out to the final corner. Prakash clear at the front so far. The gap just over 1 second, 1.1 between Prakash leading, Woodall 2nd. Hendricks Falat not going for the move just yet, just trying to weigh things up, looking for an opportunity, playing his cool here in 3rd place. The top 3 are now well clear of the rest of the chasing pack. Jensen Darlow, incidentally, really on the charge. Kart 26, we just saw him at the back of the shot there. Darlow now in 5th place and has set the fastest lap of the race, 50.73, as we look at the battle here between Falat and Woodall for 2nd place. Through the Dan Weldon corner they go, down the straight here, up towards Kim Bolton. And Falat again, just a bit of an earlier turn into the final corner, tries to find a line in the braking into Kim Bolton corner. It doesn't quite make it, so Prakash still leading. Out to the final corner they go. Jan Prakash, the gap remaining around 1.2 seconds. Falat just losing a little bit of time there coming out of Kim Bolton corner. And the driver to look out for here is the number 26, who's trying to make a move down the inside, finds a line there on Heath Smith. He's going to have to be brave here through the willows, holds his line, and he does it. So Jensen Darlow is now into 4th position. Now, can he close up of the 3 leaders? He's got just over 2 minutes plus 1 lap remaining, but Jensen Darlow was the fastest driver on the track, but the fastest lap on the previous lap going to the number 27 of Zach Andrews. Both of these drivers charging. They both got past the number 18 of Heath Smith. Jayan Prakash still leading the way, 2 minutes plus 1 lap remaining, but we'll see what Jensen Darlow and Zach Andrew can do here. Can they close up in these final few laps of the race? I think they would be relying on the top 3 starting to do battle as the rest of the top 10 go through. Raith Owen, Lenny Barton, Caden Hanley, Kai Suri, who ran so well in heat number 1, having to start towards the back in heat number 2, but he's already up to 10th place. So the first heat winner, Kai Suri, kart number 117, now into 10th place. So that will setting up quite nicely for the final, although he has still got a couple more laps and he'll be determined to try and make up some more positions as we look at the battle here with number 31 shutting the door there on Caden Hanley. Hanley tries to go for the switchback. I think Kai Suri's in there just towards the back of this little group of drivers. Here they go through the Dan Weldon corner. And back towards number 26, Jensen Darlow, who is comfortably in 4th place at the moment. 1 minute plus 1 lap remaining. Leaders have just gone through, so we'll still have a couple more laps to go at the end of this one, which will be good news for Kai Suri. Oh, and look at that! A rare mistake from Jayan Prakash. He ran out of road, went off the circuit, did well to keep the kart out of the tyre barriers. That would have been race over if it had caught the barriers with that wheel. He has a look over the shoulder, and the momentum is very much with Oliver Woodall at the moment. Hendricks Falat still there in 3rd place. Jensen Darlow still charging with Zach Andrew on his tail. Falat has a quick look over the shoulder in 3rd place, but now the battle on for the lead. That rare mistake from Jayan Prakash, who has been on top form today. Just seemed to be an unforced error from the number 44 as the leaders make their way through the Kim Bolton corner to complete another lap. 13 seconds on the clock, so 2 more laps to go, including the one they've just started. Prakash, bit neater this time through the corner, no mistakes this time, but Oliver Woodall, he will have seen that happen in front of him, and he knows that an opportunity is here. Hendricks Falat a little bit further behind in 3rd place now, just looking to settle into that rhythm, although Jensen Darlow and Zach Andrew are still charging. Kai Suri, incidentally, first heat winner, has now made it up to 8th position.
As we look at Hendricks fell out there, the Mansell helmet, and he is running in a way that Nigel will be proud of so far. Good strong drive for him so far, which will set him up quite nicely for the final. There is the number 12, and that is Buddy Dorr, currently in 26th place, who will go a lap down as the last lap board goes out to the leaders. And Jayam Prakash still looking over his shoulder, still with a bit of work to do. The blue flags go up for the number 12. Prakash just seems to be struggling to get the kart rotated into the corner compared to Darlow. This is and they did well to get past the back marker there. It's an awkward place to encounter a slower driver. As Prakash again guards the inside line. He's done very well to recover from that mistake a few laps to go. And still Oliver Waddle keeping that pressure on in second place into the Dan Weldon corner for the final time. Waddle looking for an opening on the inside, but no. Prakash again just checking his shoulder. Just needs to focus on the road ahead, I think. Here he comes down towards the final corner. And Jayam Prakash, one more corner to go. Waddle keeping that pressure on. Can he get a drive out to the corner? Yes, he does. There, side by side down the straight. It's going to be a drag race to the line. And Jayam Prakash takes the second heat win by the slenderest of margins, 0.05 of a second. Oliver Waddle in second place. Hendricks fell out in third. Jensen Darlow fourth. Zach Andrew Heath-Smith. Wraith Owen closely followed by the first heat winner, Kai Suri, who fights through to 8th position. Caden Hanley 9th. And Freddie Baker rounding up the top 10. Rest of the top 16 made up of Arthur Rhodes, Tommy Lovejoy, Lenny Barton, Arthur Bowers, Ralph Ewer, and Benjamin Schleifer. Kart number 6 finishing in 16th position as the Micromax draws to a close. And that is our second heat. We'll see them a little bit later on, race number 21 of our 23 race schedule later on this afternoon. So next heat coming up is the final heat of the day. We move through to the finals, taking us through to the afternoon. Mini Inters will be out on the track very shortly indeed for their second heat of the day. What has been a tough day here at Kimbolton, as you might expect in January for the first round of the championship. Cold, bitter conditions here at Kimbolton, and what has been a cold, changeable track as they about to get things underway for the in association with our remote coach Mini Inters. Heat number 2 is about to get underway, and this will be very important for the drivers, especially for those who started towards the front in heat number 1. They'll have some work to do here to get a good grid position for the final. This is how they line up, though. So Elliot Bork from Alfie Phillipson on row number 1, Finley Beals, Rio Pinioto on row 2, Eddie Duncan, Dimitar Uzanov on row 3, Will Eden and William Davidson on row number 4, Jensen Sale, Isaac Garth on row 5, Elsie Gannon and Jack Brown on row 6, Eli Owen and Rudra Gokulnath on row number 7, James Roots, Ethan Lloyd on row number 8. Row number 9 is the number 16 of Jack Daniels from Ethan Coupland, Jake Hansford from Ray and Townsend, the K-plate holder on row 10, Hayden Warden and Waldale and Jess Kirby on row 11, and Archie Humphreys on row number 12, the 23rd driver out onto the grid. So quite a few drivers with a bit of work to do, especially the K-plate holder, Ray and Townsend, almost at the back of the field for heat number 2 as they bring them down to pace here. Elliot Bork, 141. Alfie Phillipson, number 12, on the front row of the grid. And with the benefit of a front row start, he would say that either one of those two drivers would have would certainly think they've got a good chance of victory here. 118 there, Finley Beals, just behind in third. Another one to look out for, with Rio Panayioto right beside him as well. So this could be a wide open race. They come out to the final corner, and the start called off. They'll have a run round here. Most of the drivers, I think, just trying to get a second lap in here. And as we were talking about earlier with Charlie, the drivers do quite often do this. They might, a little bit of gamesmanship, as it were, just looking to delay the start, but just give them another lap to get a bit more temperature into the tyres. Now, we are in January, and this is a very tight schedule, so they won't. The officials won't stand for too much of that, but they let him go out for another lap here, just get more temperature into the tyres, as you can really see there. Elliot Bork jinking the kart about there, getting the temperature as much as possible into the tyres. They have that fast start here at Kimbolton. They run down the Hines straight,
straight into a Stowe corner, the first corner here at Kimbolton. A fairly slow right-hander, which effectively tightens in on itself as they make their way through the Willows, which is, you can imagine Beckett's at Silverstone, a fast-flowing chicane. So even at the very start of the lap, the grip absolutely has to be there. So our final heat of the day before the finals now getting underway. Mini Inters into the final corner, and hopefully away we go for the second heat. Away we go, over the line they go, charging into the first corner. The flag stays in, the start is good. Elliot Bourke guarding the inside. Oh, and look at that. That was Alfie Phillipson, I think, outbraked himself, span off the course, and I think has gone right to the back of the field. Just goes to show that the grip really does fall away sometimes here, but brilliant start there for Elliot Bourke. Although fighting his way through, nice line there through Derek's corner. The number 57, Eddie Duncan, who's had a very good start to the race, fighting his way through to first place now as they make their way out of Dan Weldon corner and pointing, he's gesticulating there to Elliot Bourke just to work with him here, try and pull away from the chase back. Oh, but Bourke makes a mistake, runs wide as he makes his way down to Kimbolton corner. Over the line they go. Elliot Bourke, incidentally, under investigation on the first lap, so whether there was some culpability. But again, you see number 64, Will Eden, another driver struggling into the first corner, got a, I think it was the near side rear wheel, got it onto the white line there, just seemed to lose all the grip under braking as they make their way through the Willows and up towards Derek's corner once again. Elliot Bourke then under investigation, so whether there was, whether the stewards have decided there was some sort of culpability in that first corner incident, I don't know, but nonetheless the driver is under investigation, but he just needs to race on. Don't worry about that for now. What will happen, he would say. And Jensen Sell incident there, number 40, he's had a good start to the race, making up 5 positions. James Roots, number 132, has made up 10 positions up to 5th position as the rest of the field go charging through at the end of this second lap. Still a long way to go in this Mini Inter second final of the day. A bit further down, Ryan Townsend making up 6 positions up to 14th, and right on cue has gone up to 11th now. So Townsend up to 11th place, the K-plate holder. The unfortunate Alfie Phillipson, who span off and was at the back of the field, has fought back well so far. He's moved up to, let's have a look, 18th position. As we see it all getting very close here. Nice move there from James Roots, who has started the race very well indeed, and now really putting the pressure on the second place Elliot Bourke. Let's have a look at the line through the Dan Weldon corner. You can see that Roots just carrying a bit more speed, managing to keep the grip down on the track a little bit better as he makes his way through the Dan Weldon corner and keeping the pressure, but you can see the grip just starting to pull away. I do wonder if the rain is starting to fall a little bit more now, because you can see the karts just looking a little bit more squirrely, struggling a little bit through the corners. And looking at the lap times, they have dropped the pace here. They're about a second off. So, oh, and look at that. You can really see struggles out here now as Elliot Bourke almost outbrakes himself and understeers pretty much off the circuit there. So James Roots given a gift there as he goes through to second place. But the lap times are dropping here. We're about 1.5-2 seconds a lap slower than Eddie Duncan, the race leader's best lap of the race, 52.1. He lapped 53.6 last time round. So at the moment, it is a bit of a struggle out there on this changing circuit. I do wonder if there's a little bit more of a rain shower starting to fall on the circuit. It just seems to be vacillating between cloudy conditions and light rain showers, which will constantly keep the track changing, even lap by lap. Oh, but look at that neat little move there from number 77, Jack Brown, sneaking down the inside as he makes his way out to Kimbolton corner and retakes the 8th position as they make their way down towards Stowe corner. You can see just how much the drivers are having to work to keep the kart on the track. Meanwhile there with the white helmet, number 57, Eddie Duncan, looking very comfortable out at the front. Just seems to have found a bit of pace, as has James Roots though. James Roots, number 132, there he is in second place. Just starting to close up as we go to number 16 there. That's Jack Daniels, who is currently at the back of the field. Lost some time at the start of the race and rounds out the field at the back right now. So there he goes. And let's have a look at the gap, because there's not too much of a distance between him and Eddie Duncan, who leads the race so far. Just over 3.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go, but he is starting to close up on Jack Daniels, who's been cut adrift from the pack. I wonder if he must be one of the drivers who has hit trouble on the early stages of this race. But Eddie Duncan, meanwhile, goes charging through the willows, but James Roots keeping that pressure on. And they were struggling at the start of this race, but the lap times are starting to tumble once again. James Roots with another fastest lap of the race, 50.1. Eddie Duncan has picked up the pace as well. He sets his best lap of the race, 51.73. Elliot Bork, Jensen Sale, Will Eden, all lapping in the 51-second margin here. So I was saying that they lost about 1.5 seconds earlier on. I'm only assuming that the dry line must have reappeared here, because they really have found some pace once again. There you can see just in front the number 16 of Jack Daniels. Jack Daniels there currently a lap down. James Roots continues to close up. The lap times are tumbling once again. You can really see the kart starting to grip a bit more now as they make their way through into Stowe Corner. And James Roots really keeping the pressure on the leader, who's slowed down. He closed up on Daniels there. Daniels sees him coming and concedes the line. But that's a bit unfortunate there for Eddie Duncan. Closing up on Daniels on the willows, which is a difficult place to overtake. And that little advantage for James Roots has now brought him well into contention now as they make their way down the straight in towards Kimbolton, the final corner. And here they come. One more corner to go. Roots not quite close enough to go for the pass here, but it's all very close indeed. Over the line they go. 1:58 on the clock. Warning flag, incidentally, a little bit further down for... that's actually for Eddie Duncan, actually. Number 57, just looking at the virtual marshal there. Eddie Duncan picking up a warning flag for contact. I wonder if that was with the move on Jack Daniels last time round. Eddie Duncan getting a warning flag. The race leaders, James Root, he goes onto the grass. James Root, the new race leader, goes onto the grass, but still stays in first place. That will allow Eddie Duncan back in there. So this race still very close indeed. The top two now well clear of the third place, 141. There he is, Elliot Bork still in third place, Jensen Sale still in fourth. And there we see Dimitar Uzanov making a move there. Number 62 in the Birrell car, just starting to make his way through. 1:08 on the clock. Leaders over the line. And it's now James Roots in the lead from Eddie Duncan. We can see just having to work so hard to get the front end turned in as they make their way through. 57 seconds on the clock. So they should get through before the last lap board goes out. This will be 2 laps to go here. Roots just starting to pull away a bit now from Duncan, though, as he head towards the closing stages of this mini Inter second and final heat. And this is the last heat of the day for the drivers. We move through into the senior Rotax final coming up next. But James Roots looking comfortable at the front there. You can see on the clock there just over 30 seconds remaining. So next time round we will be getting the 1 lap board. So 2 laps to go for the race leader as he crosses the line. The rest of the field making their way through. We just saw the Alfie Phillipson making his way through up to 16th position. But on the penultimate lap of the race, James Roots controlling the race well in these closing stages, and the lap times once again just starting to tumble.
Yeah, the track is really changing now. Of course, that dry line is really forming. The slick tyres are really coming to use now. So these drivers are going to have to really work at it to really close it. But it looks like James Roots at the moment has done everything he needs to do to come around the final couple of corners before he starts the last lap of the race. Of course, closing in on some back markers, which may not help him as much. But of course, Eddie Duncan still there. But from 14th on the grid, James Roots has driven superbly so far. And onto the final lap of the race he goes now, as he goes past one of the back markers down into turn 1. And the track pretty much completely dry, so it's going to be all about trying to find that track temperature to get them tyres warmed up. So he heads down into Derek's corner for the final time. Nice and hard on the brakes and using the curve. There is Eddie Duncan on your screens as he comes through Derek's corner, gets past the back marker nice and easily, which is always good. Nice Carlos Sainz livery chassis there as well, which is always nice to see. A new chassis that was produced last year. As he comes down the final couple of corners now, James Roots will lead us round the final corner. And a very brilliant race by James Roots in these treacherous conditions takes victory in the second heat for Mini Inter. Second place, it's going to be Eddie Duncan who crosses the line now. And to finish it off, Roots as well, fastest lap that last time around, 47.39. So the times are starting to come down. Elliot Bork rounding out your top 3. It was Jonathan Sale from Will Eden and Dimitar Uzanov from Isaac Garth, Finley Beals and Jack Brown from Ethan Lloyd, Reen Townsend in 11th from Rio Petunio, Jake Hansford and Ruja Kokonov, LC Gagnon from Alfie Flipson, who round out your top 16. All the drivers finished in the end, which is always great to see, and a brilliant battle to the very end, but the gap still be there's quite big gaps we've seen.
Yeah, it was interesting race there. It just seemed to be the drivers really struggled on the first couple of laps, and where there was a little bit of a light rain shower, so then the lap times really tumbling as the race went on. So once again, a changeable circuit as we move towards the finals. Senior Rotax will be kicking things off very shortly, and it's really been a peculiar day out on the track, just how much the track has changed. Again, it looks pretty wet out there, but well, I can see certainly it's slick tyres, it would appear, are now the way to go as we head into the finals.
Yeah, it's going to be the way to go. I think since Junior Rotax, since their third heat, where we saw the slick tyres have a big advantage, ever since then, I think it's just going to be a slick tyre now, and unless anything seems to change in case of any rain, or if it just gets too bad to drive on. But I think at the moment it's going to be. This is the first final up then. Senior Rotax and Mikey Walker will start from pole. It's Ethan Martin, Noah Barham from Oliver Liversedge, Jarek Metters from Jane Sherwood, Braden Donahue and Joshua Smith. Rounding out your first 4 rows, it was Nathan Travers from Miles Roby, Jason Dukis from Thomas Pryor, Victor Hansen, George Cole from James Burt and Jake Fisher, who rounds out your 8th row of the grid. As we head a bit further down the pack, Bailey Waters from Bailey Heath, Alfie Thompson and Charles Gromit from Eli Badden and Michael Morgan, Dijon Bennett and Daniel Keroff, rounding out your top 12 rows. As we go into the final few drivers who will be starting from near the back of the field in the final, Harvey Williams, who, although taking a victory, I think might have had a few issues post-race, and Emma Stoner starts from the final spot on the grid. 26 drivers will take to the final. Who will finish on top? Most drivers would say Mikey Walker, who seems to be having a few issues trying to get out. So the Jackson Motorsport squad have a brilliant duo up at the front end, Mikey Walker, Oliver Liversedge, but they've got the likes of Ethan Martin, the EM Improvements car, as well as Noah Barham, Dan Holland's racing as well. Joshua Smith for the new Liam Aiken racing team. He's got something to show as well. This could be Liam Aiken's first Rotax win if they can get this one done here at Kimbolton. Jaden Sherwood, another driver for the Coles racing team. Eli Badden up near the back of the field. He's one to watch out for. Harvey Williams, who took a heat win. He's going to be a tight fought battle as well. We've got drivers throughout this field who all have a chance to take it. Who is going to do it? This first row, there's definitely a winner in Mikey Walker. Mikey's won races here in Junior Rotax. He has what it takes to do it in Senior. He's just got to defend off some of the quickest drivers here this weekend. Ethan Martin, Noah Barham, Oliver Liversedge, another driver to watch out for. Very, very underrated and an underdog story it would be. Will we get going for the first time asking? Yes, we do. And down into turn 1 to start the finals for the first round of the championship. And Mikey Walker late on the brakes. Can he get the kart stopped, turned? Yes, he can. But he runs way too wide. But he keeps in the front as they head through the first sector for the first time, and issues a bit further down the field for one of our novice drivers, but the rest of the pack comes flying through, but everyone is struggling for grip out there. And Mikey Walker straight off the circuit. What on earth has happened to Mikey Walker, who understeered straight off?
There's a slow flag out here.
Slow flag straight away. So a few issues that went on that first lap. But the slow boards are out.
Looks like there's trouble on the accident damage to the barrier going into the first corner at Stowe. So 1 or 2 drivers getting together towards the back of the field. Marshals are currently on the track repairing the crash barrier by Stowe Corner, one of the fastest parts of the circuit. So understandably the slow boards have come out. This is a new regulation for 2026, replacing what we had before, the Battenberg flags, but serving a very similar purpose. Very clear slow boards out here, and you'll see them in the background there that the marshals are holding out to the drivers. So similar to a Battenberg flag, we are still under race conditions. We might see the marshals Well, I think they've gone now. I think so. Should be expecting next time round to be under race conditions. That's where the marshals are on the track, and this is still a race. You can see if you look at the top left-hand corner, the clock is still ticking. So it's certainly within Mikey Walker's benefit here just to bring the pace right down as much as he can. Look at this, Walker. Well, he is walking at the moment, or near enough. He's again get the temperature into the tyres. He can't afford to let those tyre temperatures drop. So look how aggressively he is swerving across the track. The more he can run the clock down, the less time there is to defend once the race gets underway. So again, 7 minutes.
I think Mikey has to be the most luckiest man ever.
Yeah, he got away with that one.
Straight off and then got that slowdown board, which really helped him because he's going to have all that crap on his tyres as well from where he's gone off on the grass, on the dirt. So a very lucky soldier. He's got a second chance to take this one to the victory. Of course, it's the first round, so you want to end it on a high, but Mikey Walker is really slowing his pack down now. So the yellow flags are starting to come in, so we're going to go racing at the end of this lap. It actually makes it a bit more easy, because usually with the battle mode we never really knew when they were going to go racing, but this is a much better system, so great job by Motorsport UK and the HKRC team to bring in the slowdown procedure board. So we're going to go racing after this corner, so they're going to come round the final corner now, and when will Mikey pick up the power? He's going to wait. He goes now. Will he get the speed going? It's green flag and we're off and racing down into turn 1 now, and he's going to have to glue himself to that white line on the inside, because look at how many drivers are trying to get by. This is going to be no easy fit for the leading man, but Noah Barham is right on his tail now as they head down to Derek's corner, and he's going to have a look. No, he doesn't. He sits behind. He's got more opportunities. 5.5 minutes left in this race, and look at the drivers cutting the grass as they come through Derek's corner. Very lucky to not be involved in any carnage or any chaos, but coming down to finish.
Oliver Liversidge having a look over the shoulder. He can't believe his luck here, because the top three broke away as Mikey Walker out breaks himself. That will allow an opportunity for Noah Barham trying to find a way through. But Mikey Walker holds on again. He's going to go defensive here as he looks to build up the pace once again. He's guarding really his entrance into Stowe Corner here as Liversidge trying the outside. But again you can see the grip is not there. Liversidge just about keeps it on the track and now drops back in third. Noah Barham gets another chance to look at Mikey Walker.
These boys are going to be experimenting every single lap where the grip is, and all fair play to Liversidge. Had a little look round the outside, but there was just no grip there because not many drivers have been using that sort of that area of the tarmac, so really no grip down there whatsoever. But the battle still stays on. Mikey Walker, who is really struggling these opening laps, can't get them tyres warmed up, can't get them brakes warmed up either, doing a lot of locking up at the moment, and you'll see that with the rear end going all over the place as Joshua Smith gets past Ethan Martin. Time is still ticking, and look at him, he's sitting on that white line but trying to stay off the wet patches. But Noah Barham, he's going to have to really work out how on earth he's going to get past this, because this is going to be no easy feat. Mikey Walker, who is a race winner around this circuit, same as Noah Barham, but they know each other too well. They know that they can't make mistakes. And, well, Mikey Walker, who has made a couple of mistakes so far, he's got to really reel this in now.
Of course, the trouble that Mikey Walker has here, if we watch him going into the corners, he is very defensive into the corners, so he's going to make himself very difficult to overtake. But what that also means is it's sacrificing his pace, and he is not going to be able to pull away from the chasing pack, so it's either one way or the other sometimes. Josh Smith has gone through, and they did well.
Up into third place now, so he is on a charge at the moment. He's looking to take this win. Now he's got a lot of work to do. Now he started all the way down in 8th, so far it's been a really good drive. He's done half the work, he's got onto the podium, but it's all about taking victories as a driver off a bit further down the path. Let's have a little look and a little scroll. Jake Fisher, it seems he might be out of the race. It might also be Charlie Grommet. We'll try and work that one out, but up near the Weldon section as a driver off, and I think he's all good. And they come through the final couple of corners once again. Josh Smith starts to close in on Barham, but Mikey Walker just trying to get the laps in now. Liversidge there in 4th. Thomas Pryor, who we've been speaking about all weekend long, the pure underdog, he can still be one to watch out for.
Straight up 6 places, isn't he?
Yeah, anyone in this top 6 really has what it takes.
Joshua Smith has made up 44.94 last time round, fights his way through to 2nd place, so for the momentary break here for Mikey Walker, pulls away. as Joshua Smith fights his way through to second place, but the form of the number 15 as this race goes on, you would think that 2.5 minutes to go he would fancy himself to try and make a challenge on Mikey Walker, but Walker, for the first time in this race, has a cushion. Not very much, it's maybe just over half a second, but Joshua Smith will be determined to try and pull that one in. Oh, was down the inside. Classic out-braking manoeuvre there for Ethan Martin. Can he make the move stick as Tom Pryor very neatly cuts back on the exit of the corner, so the gap 0.8 of a second as Mikey Walker sets the fastest lap of the race momentarily, but then a driver who we haven't talked about this race, Eli Singh Baden, has gone fastest. He's now into 7th place, making up 14 positions. There he is, the number 13. Baden on a charge, and well, let's have a look, just under 2 minutes remaining. If these drivers we're looking at now get together and start fighting, then maybe Baden could get involved for a podium here.
Yeah, this could be really interesting. Baden, who was...
trouble there. That was Ethan Martin.
Ethan Martin wanted to do. That has really forced him off, and of course that's going to put a lot of crap on his tyres now, so he's going to have to really work to get all of that off. But that is not the ideal situation for Ethan Martin, who's been having a really really struggling this weekend to get the pace in. But look at this. Barham isn't done just yet with Joshua Smith. Still the battle for second place raging on, but they're both still closing in on... Oh, this is going to be interesting here, because what will he do?
I'm not sure if they're even catching up on Mikey Walker at the minute. He's settled in nicely here over the last 2 laps, and Mikey Walker, who looked a little bit uncomfortable at the start of this final, now seems to have found a groove and is putting in some pretty decent lap times.
That was interesting, because Barham really got up the tail of him, but I love to start a little bit through that second sector. Josh Smith, who's trying everything in the book, of course, has a lot of experience around there through his junior as well as the senior ranks, but he's got a lot. Well, there is Eli Baden. Eli Baden goes past Ethan Martin. That's for 6th place. So the driver who started all the way down in 21st, he is now on a charge, trying to get inside the top 5 now. He's got to get past Oliver Liversev. He's got a little bit of a gap, but we'll keep an eye on that. But the pace is looking good. Whether it's going to be enough to make a podium out of it in 30 seconds time, plus that additional lap, is quite uncertain. There's only a couple laps left in this race. These races go by pretty quickly in the winter stages, so they've got to really just work on it. Barham, Smith runs wide. Barham's going to have the opportunity now for second place. He gets them undone. Pryor, that's a double. Pryor to second place. Smith on the inside for 3rd. All helping out Liversedge to 3rd now. All helping out Mikey Walker. And I think you've just picked something up, Chris.
Yeah, 2 laps to go, and it's certainly helped Mikey Walker. This one, he set another fastest lap, 43.49. That's his personal best. And Mikey Walker, who really was up against it at the start of this heat. Look at the gap now as Tom Pryor fights his way through, making up an impressive 10 positions in the final up to second place. But all of that carnage on the final corner there, all the battling for position has allowed Mikey Walker to pull away. But look at this now. It looks like Oliver Liversedge trying to fight back, but Mikey Walker really has worked hard in this race. He was full defensive at the start. Really had to get his elbows out to maintain that lead. It did seem like he was struggling for pace on the opening laps. But 1 lap to go here, and Mikey Walker looking in great form here. Leads by 2.4 seconds with 1 lap to go. And well, if he can bring it home on this final lap, it would represent a well-worked, hard-fought victory.
This has been a brilliant drive for Mikey Walker. He all nearly ended up in tears on the first lap. Helped by the slowed down procedure board, but that was a very close call for Mikey Walker at the start of the race. But besides that, he kept his head down, took the pressure from Noah Barham, shrugged it off. Barham fell down the field and round the final corner, and Mikey Walker will start the season in brilliant fashion, and victory here at Kimbolton for the first round of the championship. It's all kicking off behind. Liversedge makes it a Jax Motorsport 1-2, and Thomas Pryor gets onto the podium. Ethan Martin into 4th. Noah Barham rounds out your top 5. Smith in 6th. And Eli Baden, who had a few issues on that last corner, drops down to 7th. But still a very impressive drive from 21st on the grid. Bit further down, it was Jason Dukis. He finished in 8th. Braden Donoghue on his debut in 9th. Jaden Sherwood rounding out your top 10 from Miles Roby and Alfie Thompson. Bailey Heath from Jack Metters, and Michael Morgan ran at your top 15. We only lost Jake Fisher in that race, and that really came down to the wire, but Mikey Walker just had them few laps at the end to pull that gap.
He was able to get a good groove there, put some good lap times in there and control the race from the front. took his hands off the wheel to celebrate at the finish. I don't know if the camera picked it up, but the kart just, it is on a bit of a corner here, the finish line straight into the Heinz straight here, the finish line. The kart just seemed to track perfectly straight on there, so you have to be careful. He would have done I remember Arturo Mazzario, who won his only Formula 1 race and crashed celebrating. It was a risk of that happening for a second there, so you very quickly had to grab the wheel, but nonetheless, a brilliant final there for Walker to take that after what was a difficult start, and a brilliant way to kick off the finals as we move on to our Rotax 177s and X30 final. We'll have a look at the grid in just a few moments, but suffice to say that some of the leading names are up towards the front here. Just having a look at the weather forecast, at the Doppler maps for the rainfall here. We've had constant showers. We'll look at that in a few moments' time, but we'll just start with the grid here. We've got Reg Hayward from Liam Ferguson, Ben Hitch, Harrison Crook on row 2, Josh Bass and Scott Clee on row number 3, Scott Smith and Rob Simpson on row number 4. Fair to say that'll be pretty wide open for the opening few laps. Joshua Gollin, Alex Jones on row 5, Chris Thomas, Sam Yaxley on row number 6, Mark Taylor, David German on row number 7, Elliot Kennedy and Steve Gilly on row number 8. Row number 9 is the number 63 of Colin Walker from John Davis, Mark Gilly and Richard Ball on row 10, Mark Cushley and Stavros Athanasopoulos on row 11, Sean Rudge, Jonathan Militello on row number 12 in 24th position, and taking us down towards the rest of the field, we have our final 177 drivers, Johnny Kent. And then for the X30s, Piotr Jurovic, Josh Jones, Dominic Parabuck, William Omar, Bradley Heath and Bailey Brooker. 31 drivers in total for the final, and certainly the pre-event favourites in this class all starting quite well on the grid. They had good heat races, which teases up nicely for a good final. Just before we went through the grid, I did have the opportunity to look at the Doppler maps for the rainfall here. The rain showers, according to the weather forecast at least, have stopped for, well, it's going to be tight most of the final, I think. There is a rain front coming through later on this evening.
Oh, no.
As Genesee drivers
getting it all wrong on the formation lap.
So there's German spinning out. Let's hope he can regain his position with the very distinctive Jean Alesi style helmet there for number 33. And as we were saying, looking at the weather forecast here, there might be some rain coming through in around an hour's time. And looking at the timetable, that would put us pretty much in the middle of the Honda Micromax-ish sort of time on the schedule. So there is the possibility of rain in about an hour's time. But at the moment, a constantly drying track. They all seem to have got together, but it will be a wave around here, which will be good news for David German. So for the first time in several hours, I would say, we have got a relatively dry period here at Kimbolton, and as you can see, if you look closely at the karts, they're pretty much all running slick tyres here.
Yeah, it's as dry as it can be, really. I mean, the track is still pretty cold, so you'll see them still struggling quite a lot, just like they were in the previous race, just trying to get any sort of temperature into the tyres. But well, at the front end, it's going to be the young dog versus the old man. Liam Ferguson has done his time here. Reg Hayward still new on the map, I have to say.
Would Liam Ferguson appreciate being called an old man?
I don't know what he'll say about that afterwards, but all respect to Liam. He's a great little peddler, and it'll be great to see how he gets on. He could be,
experience is the word.
Yeah, experience is the word. He has to be honest. He's been here for quite a while, well over a decade. So he's got his taste round here, around Kimbolton. Of course, the X30 is going to be interesting to see what Josh Jones, Dominic Parablick, Peter Jurovic can do as well. But let's get the 177s underway. For the first time in 2026, their final is underway, and no, they're not. I got a bit too giddy there, I think, and they're going to go around once again. But there's a couple of drivers losing the rear end of the car, and Ben Hitch had to cut the first corner, otherwise that was really going to go wrong. Of course, senior X30s will go around once again. Now, I don't really know what happened there. I think there was a couple of drivers who were out of formation. Just
a little bit further back, it seemed. And they tried to leave it as long as they could, but eventually having to call the start off, which does give the drivers another opportunity to get some more temperature into the tyres. The top two breaking away for a few moments there, Reg Hayward and Liam Ferguson, but they see them bringing the pace right down as they make their way down the KZ straight and heading towards the Kimbolton corner. Everyone forming up quite nicely. You'll see in the background there, the X30s making their way through there. So the drive to look out for there, Peter Jurovic and Josh Jones will be keen to have a battle further back as well. So plenty of action to come here. Just looking to see if Harrison Crook's there. I think he is. He's not showing up on the lap charts. But
I've seen Harrison Crook. He was supposed to be starting quite far up.
Whether he's one of the ones who's hit trouble, possibly.
Yeah, I don't think he's come out the pit, so that's really unfortunate. But it gives a good opportunity for Josh Bass, who will now take his spot in 4th place. Will we get going for this time? Yes, we do. And the final for the 177 is underway. Hayward trying to move over to the middle of the circuit where it's nice and dry, and look round the outside. Josh Golling going a little bit wide, but he manages to keep it all on the circuit. Through the first couple of corners, all the drivers come and they all stay on the circuit. Reg Hayward now with a pretty strong gap. Liam Ferguson has not had the best of starts, really dropped down there at the start. Scott Smith into 2nd place, and Josh Bass rounding out your top 3.
So a bit further back, the X30s get away with Josh Jones making a great start there as he battled with Peter Jurovic, but under investigation has trouble on the first corner for the X30s, and Josh Jones under investigation from the stewards, so a bit of drama further back as well. But in the meantime, Reg Hayward has had a brilliant start here, but looking out for 2nd position, Scott Smith's had a brilliant start here, number 38 in 2nd place, and but look at that, Reg Hayward just goes to show that this track will bite. He just underbraked and went up. The kart pretty much understeered off the circuit, and Scott Smith, who had a brilliant first lap, had about the easiest overtake that he will ever have, and goes through into the lead. So Reg Hayward, who looked so strong today, has now got to find that grip and try and fight again, because Ben Hitch looks threatening in 3rd place. There is the 164. Josh Bass has had a good start as well, but Scott Smith, brilliant start for the number 38. And at the moment, Reg Hayward just struggling to regain the pace. Here's Ferguson has a peek down the inside. There's the experience paying off as he gets the front wheel in there, just enough to make the move. But Scott Smith, brilliant start for him. And with that trouble for Reg Hayward, now an incredible 3.2 seconds ahead. And there you see him just off camera there, and there he goes back into the shot with the white helmet. Just had a quick glance over the shoulder. He can't believe, I think, Scott Smith, as to how far ahead he is right now.
What on earth has just gone on for Reg Hayward? That was probably the most embarrassing mistake he's ever done. But it's going to happen. No, there was no real way to try and avoid that. Just hit. I think he must have hit a wet patch when he hit onto the braking zone, and it just sent him flying off. Nothing he could do. And well, yeah, as you say, Scott Smith living the dream now in the lead of the race. Got a pretty nice margin as well. So he's just got to keep working on it. But as I say, it's one thing to get past someone. To hold on to your lead is quite a hard task, but at the moment it seems to be doing all right as the 126 gets a warning, and that's someone a bit in the mid-pack, Steve Gilly. So he's had well, he's going to have a few issues. Reg Hayward into 2nd as they come through Derek's corner, and Ben Hitch now in the battle with Liam Ferguson. Liam, who's trying to make up for lost ground, but there's a back marker in the way, and they're going to try and all nip their way past, which they all do. But Alex gave Ferguson the opportunity to get right on the bumper now, Ben Hitch. But the issue is with the overtaking round here now, if you go for the inside line or the outside line, you're putting yourself vulnerable on those wet patches. So something you have to take into mind, something you don't really want to do as much, but you've really got to plan your moves now. But Ferguson, he's trying to find that podium spot back as drivers still battle for inside the top 5 as well. Josh Golling and Josh Bass having a good battle for P5, but Scott Clee behind Liam Ferguson. These 3, I think they're going to try and work on maybe closing down on Reg Hayward now. That would be the game plan. Whether it works or not is another question, because Ferguson runs wide and Scott Clee had a look to go around the outside. But this is going to be a long waiting game now. We've still got 5 minutes left on the clock. It seems like more time had gone by. But, big issue for David German off the camera shot. You won't see him on the we'll only just seen it out of the commentary box. But ended up near on at the first sector. He went that far off the circuit, but he manages to get back on. So yellow flags are out at Kestrel corner. And, well, to be honest, it seems like Ben Hitch is closing in on Reg Hayward. I don't want to say too much just yet, but the times are starting to close down.
The pressure on, isn't he? And looking a little bit further down the field, there's a close battle towards the back and the head of the X30 pack. It was him, Peter Jurovic, who's trying to break away from Josh Jones. Those two battling for the X30 final. And Dominic Parrott's a little bit further behind in third place. They are catching up with some of the tail enders in the 177 class. So they make their way over the line. So Scott Smith continuing to lead the way by 3.6 seconds. Reg Hayward looks like he's managed to get into a good rhythm here. Comfortable in second place. All the action here for third place as Ben Hitch, Liam Ferguson and Scott Klee making their way through the Willows. Chris Thomas not too far behind. He's putting some good laps together now, trying to close up on Klee as Ferguson trying to find a way past the number 41 of Ben Hitch, who's got some good lines there through Derek's corner, making his way through the Dan Weldon corner. They can see just rotating the cart through the Dan Weldon corner. Liam Ferguson, this is the battle for third position. Ferguson not quite close enough to go for an out-braking manoeuvre down the inside. Leader has already gone through. Scott Smith cleared away at the front. Hayward now starting to break away in second position, so unless anything drastic happens, the top two just seem to be settling in, although they are starting to close up on one or two of the tail enders. And one or two drivers hitting trouble in the X30s as well have dropped quite a bit of pace, so leaders now with a bit of work to do here. And this race still far from over.
Yeah, this is going to be a very tight one to the end. This battle for second, still battle for third, shall I say, still raging on. Ben Hitch now with the lap traffic. This is not going to help him. And look at Ferguson and Scott Klee trying to find a way by. Ben Hitch is not happy with that driver. That was who was that?
I think that was Johnny
Heath,
Kent. I think.
Yeah, it might be Johnny Kent. Might be Bradley Heath as well. Mark Cushley's having issues as well. He's a bit further down as well. But well, that really messed up Ben Hitch. He's quite lucky that he's still in the spot there he is. Ferguson's going to look to the inside. He uses the side pod of Ben Hitch, and Ben Hitch says, "What are you doing?" Letting Scott Klee by as well. So, well, I think that's not out. Ben Hitch has dropped him down to fifth now, and Ferguson up into the top three. So now Ferguson's been let clear. He's going to try and chase down Reg Hayward. There's one of the X30 carts in front as well, so he's going to have to try and work his way past him as well. We'll have a little look to see who that is. That might be Bailey Brooker. It might also be Jonathan Bradley Heath, shall I say. That might.
Ben Hitch has just got to keep his cool here. He's had a bad couple of laps there with stuff going wrong for him there. The back marker in the way, a bit of a aggressive manoeuvre he might have thought there, so he's not too happy at the moment. He's just got to play it calm. Some debris on the track there possibly, but I'm not too sure if it's affecting the drivers too much at the moment. 173 though. Reg Hayward closing up on the back marker here, very neatly finds the line to get through. That's the 122 Jonathan Melatello, currently in 26th position. They are starting to close up on some of the X30 drivers as well, where at the moment it's still Peter Jurovic who's starting to pull away now from Josh Jones in second place in the X30 battle. Reg Hayward, meanwhile, 173, currently in second position. He's an incredible 5 seconds down on the race leader, who already goes over the line. There he is in the white helmet, white fairing cart there for Scott Smith. And again, look how aggressively he's turning into the corner, carrying a lot of speed into the first corner. Scott Smith making up 6 positions at the start of this final, and really seems to have found he was decent enough in the heat races, but in this final he just seems to have found some pace out of nowhere.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of this where drivers, especially when they get into the lead, they just build these massive gaps. So there must be something about this clean air which is making these drivers go very quickly. But Scott Smith, as you said, over the years, over 2025, he showed signs that he was quick. Of course, I think he took a couple of final wins as well over the year. But he's gone back onto his OTK chassis, so he's trying that out again. And, well, he just seems to be putting in the perfect race. As you said, in the heats, he had the speed. He finished quite high up as well, which always is a helping hand. But to do this in the final is very impressive. I mean, the gap is 6 seconds already. And it's just going to keep increasing because their speed and the power is there. Reg Hayward's actually getting stuck in more traffic, which isn't helping, but it's actually brought Liam Ferguson right up his tail now. So we'll have a little watch for second place in just a moment. But this is the man we need to watch for. He can't make mistakes like that.
Carrying a lot of speed into these corners. He is on the edge here. He's really pushing at the moment. So Scott Smith, let's have a look at him again. 9 seconds on the clock. So this will be 2 laps to go when he crosses the line. Really aggressively turning the cart again into Stowe corner. You can see the cart just on the edge of adhesion there.
Second place change.
So let's have a look as they watch the lead. Look towards the back of the screen there. You can see that battle, and Liam Ferguson is in second place, although they are 9 seconds down on the leader, Scott Smith, who's putting in an incredible drive here. He's really throwing caution to the wind here. I wouldn't say it's reckless. I don't think he's driving out of his skin at all, but he's just finding where this grip is, and he's putting a lot of faith and a lot of trust in that car as he makes his way out to the final corner. 1 lap to go. Over the line he goes, got a back marker in front. Let's see what he does coming down into the first corner. Once again, you can see those wet patches. Oh, and every lap it looks like he's going to skid off the course, but he's finding those grippy lines out there.
This is amazing. This is what we like. This is what we call driving on the edge of the track conditions. He's not driving. I should say he's not driving recklessly. He's just trying to be aggressive as he can for what the track can give him in terms of grip, and he's just drove absolutely superbly. This has been more of an endurance race for these drivers, especially the ones at the front. They've had loads of traffic that they've need to work their way through. Round the final couple of corners then, and what a year and a way to start the year. 38 Scott Smith takes the victory in 177 in fine fashion. Liam Ferguson jumps the traffic jam and he should get into second place. We'll wait for him to come across the line now, but the gap is that big. Liam Ferguson takes second place, jumping Reg Hayward at the very end into your top 3. Chris Thomas got into 4th place at the end. And rounding out your top 5 was Ben Hitt, Scott Clean, Alex Jones, Elliot Kennedy, Sean Rudge, Josh Bath, rounding out your top 10. And as the X30 runners come in as well.
Just over the line there, I think that was Peter Jurovic, number 57, taking the victory in there you see him in 16th overall, taking the X30 victory from, in the end, it was Dominic Parabuk getting past Josh Bones in the closing stages. But look at that gap at the front there. 8.75 seconds between Scott Smith and Liam Ferguson. That was a fantastic drive. When a driver's got the confidence in the kart and in the track to be able to carry those speeds into the corners, every lap it looked like he was at risk of understeering off the track, but he had the confidence to make it work.
Yeah, I mean, once you get in, once you do them first few laps, trying to find where the grip is, you sort of start getting into that rhythm. And it works so nicely. For us, it looks like he was putting in a master out. For him, it probably was, just a walk in the park.
Easy enough for him.
Yeah, it's got to be as easy as that. But what a drive from Scott Smith, and someone to watch out for this year.
It looks fast and it looks aggressive. It looks a little bit risky, but for the driver, I think if you can get yourself into a rhythm like that, it's just nice and easy.
Yeah, well, it's always a risk to reward method. You've got to put a bit of risk in to get the rewards. So, right, it's a race that I think we've all been waiting for because it's always a bit of fun. It's the Junior Rotax B final, and as I say, we've got about 17 drivers in this, so it's going to be interesting. Jack Bowe start from pole from Jacob Aston. In second, it was going to be Louis Marshall and Lottie Nordenhav from Aidan Clark and Molly Mizzen, Christian Koff and Oliver Barton rounding out your top 4 rows. Zane Perry from Jack Corson, Lucas Nibbs and Joseph Berkery, Hugh Phillips, Theo Hamilton and Toby Wortley. Around at your 8th row, 15 drivers, shall I say, who will be starting this one. Theo Hamilton will be one to watch out for.
Yeah, look out for that one, Theo Hamilton.
Must have been a post-race inspection, I have to say, because on track he looked like he had good results, but something definitely happening to Theo Hamilton.
Towards the back of the grid as well. So don't forget, of course, the Rotax B final has 2 things riding on it here. Not only the glory of victory in the final itself, but also that the top 4 drivers in the B final will also progress to the A final later on today. So it is also a repechage race as well. And there we see the 111 of Jack Bowie will lead them away alongside number 19 Jacob Aston, 42 Louis Marshall, and 101 Lachi Yordanov sitting on the bubble in 4th place at the moment as they go over the line. Start looks good as they make their way down into the first corner, and Bowie very aggressively trying to get the cart into the first corner. Somebody got it all wrong and goes straight off to the concrete on the side of the track as down the inside. Nice little move out of nowhere for Jacob Aston, who goes through into the lead. Bowie now into second place. Looks like Marshall still in third. Everyone very aggressively guarding those corners on the opening lap. You can see very gingerly making their way through Derek's corners. Everybody guards the apex. Oh, look at that down the inside there on the exit of the corner. Nice. There's that Molly Mizzen, I think, who has gone through now into 4th place, I believe. So good start for Molly as they make their way down. But Jacob Aston, no nonsense start to the race, getting to the lead nice and early through the willows. Out of Kimbolton corner he goes and over the line. So number 19, Jacob Aston takes the lead. Jack Bowie second place. Molly Mizzen, brilliant start for Molly in 3rd place. And at the moment, Aidan Clark, number 291, sitting on the bubble in 4th place.
Unfortunately, this is the only race where we don't really care about the leader. because it's all about that driver in 4th. Now, you're going to see him at the back of the shot. He's in the blue and the green and the white. That's the Dan Holland racing car. That's Aidan Clark. So watch out for the 291. He has the final spot in the A final, and he's got to try and defend from Zane Perry. He's in 5th at the moment. Joseph Berkery, who's in 6th. Of course, these top 3, they can't make any silly mistakes. But it's all about, so that's the Jack Deck's car, or shall I say, what has happened? What has happened to Aidan Clark? It seems like Zane Perry has now jumped up to 4th.
Trouble there.
Aidan Clark, yeah, as I say, hitting trouble and having some real issues, and that has not helped him out. So now we need to watch for this red and white car on your screens. That is the final spot on the A final. That is Zane Perry.
Zane Perry has also picked up a warning flag, so you're going to have to be careful not to get too close to other drivers, be too aggressive into the corners.
Oh, that's Aidan Clark. Oh, no, what is happening to Aidan Clark? He's had a rough couple of laps. It's only going worse, and that will soon send him out of this.
25 here. This is the driver in 4th place, Zane Perry, sitting on the bubble. The final qualification spot for the A final. The top 4 just starting to spread things out right now. So this is great news for Jacob Aston, the race leader, along with Jack Bowie and Molly Misen in 3rd place, because those 3 at the moment running quite comfortably. No real pressure. And in fact, the whole pack just started to spread out a bit now. So if Zane Perry can keep it together, this could be a relatively cool race. But rest assured, Joseph Berkery, Louis Marsh will be looking to try and close up. Notably here, Theo Hamilton, one of the favourites, you might say, to progress to the A final, out of the race on the first corner, showing as a non-starter, actually. So they actually made the start. And look out here for Lachi Yordanov, the driver who went off on the first corner, was in last place, and has now fought up to 9th position, still with 5 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Could be an outside opportunity for taking the final spot, although Jacob Aston over the line now, quite comfortably out in the lead. Jack Bowie in 2nd place, Molly Misen in 3rd, and she set the fastest lap of the race, 44.71. Zane Perry in 4th place. Let's have a look at the gap, because to me it looks like Joseph Berkery has very slowly started to close the gap.
Yeah, this is going to be close. Just very small amounts he's starting to close the gap. These top 3 at the moment, driving beautifully so far. They've got no worries at the moment. But Zane just needs to keep putting the laps in. Of course, you've seen which car you need to watch out for. He's just a bit further down the pack. Of course, he's there in 4th place, but he's just a bit further down. But the number 19 still leads the way then. Jacob Aston, who will head down high straights once again and into Stowe Corner. Of course, still in 2nd place, Jacob Bowie. He is just taking every lap as it is, just being nice and consistent. That's all he can do now. That's all he has to do. And of course, Molly Misen there as well.
Yeah, look out for Molly Misen in 3rd place, the number 110. She has set another fastest lap of the race, 44.7. Closing up on the pole sitter, Jack Bowie in 2nd place. Now they will know, Misen will know that she is at the moment a shoe-in for the final where she is right now. So there we are. Here's the battle for 2nd place. What you don't want to do here is be too aggressive and risk a collision, of course, but she is still looking to race and try and get through to that 2nd position. Bowie holding on, though. 111 in 2nd place. Jacob Aston comfortably out in front. Over the line they go, and another fastest lap for Misen, number 110.
Oh, what's happened to Zane Perry? We've lost Zane Perry.
He has gone missing somewhere.
He's dropped down to 5th, so what happened on that last lap? It might have been the lap before, but Joseph Berkery now takes that final spot on the A final list. So something went on with Zane Perry that we did see off. Well, we didn't get to see it. We saw it off the camera, and well, that's not gone well. There's Molly Misen on your screens, the female racer. She is still there in 3rd place. 2 minutes and 45 seconds left on the clock. So there's still a few laps left to go. And here is the battle for 5th place. So Jack Corso is there on your screens. He's there in 6th place. And he's trying to make up for what's been a rough day so far in the heat races. He's trying to make up for that final. Can he get into the final?
In there is 101 as well. Lachi Yordanov, who went up on the first corner.
Oh, it's going to be close. That's for 5th place. Can he get a move done? Oh, he just about nips his inside wheels. He's going to stay there. No, he hits the wet patch. That's going to make him run off wide. And real shame for Jack Corso, who had a really good opportunity there for the top 5. That would have been a nice finish for him. But really,
now breaking himself there. That
Oliver
was
Barton.
Barton, I think. So that means at 101, Lachi Yordanov, who went off on the first corner, it's still going to be a tall order here, because this driver is quite comfortably out in 4th place now. Joseph Berkery
but any kind of a problem here, and Jordanov could yet find himself in the top 4, which I'm sure he thought it would have gone when the race started. There is the driver who was in 4th place, Zane Perry, who's lost a bit of time on the previous lap, now quite far behind in 5th place. But number 73 sitting on the bubble right now, that is Joseph Berkery as he makes his way through the willows for, I think there'll be 2 more laps to go after this. And there's number 25 Zane Perry, Lachi Jordanov not too far behind as well, as they all go fighting through. And there is the 165 Oliver Barton, who outbraked himself going into Derek's corner on the previous lap, which may well have cost him a shot of the A final, but no such problems so far for number 19 Jacob Aston. This race still far from over. We can see the wet patches out on the circuit, so easy to make a mistake there, so he can't afford to be too risky out there, but he's certainly putting in another good lap there. 44.26, fastest lap of the race for number 19. And still, I think the battle at arm's length at the moment. Jack Bowie and Molly Meisen fighting for 2nd place, but Meisen, I don't think she's too rushed into making a move here on Jack Bowie in 2nd place. She knows, I'm sure she'll be aware that she's comfortably out in 3rd place, and those two just working together at the moment, doing nothing too dangerous and looking to try and bring it home.
Yeah, if I was in her position, I wouldn't be bothered about going for 2nd place. Like, look, if the opportunity comes around, take it. But there's no real point putting yourself in that sort of pressure.
I don't think she's pushing the envelope here, is she? I think she's sitting there, and if the like you say, if the opportunity presents itself, then
opportunities like that will present, and into 2nd place going Molly Meisen, but she got into the wet patch. Very, very lucky to keep it on the circuit. Jack Bowie, wow, he's got to be very sensible about what he does for the next couple of laps. There's only 2 laps left of this race, including this one, so he's just got to keep it on the road, and he'll get into the A final.
And that's good tactical driving there from Molly Meisen. As we were saying there, not really pushing the opportunity, but just staying there. If a mistake happens, then she'll be right in there to make the move. So Meisen's up to 2nd place. Realistically, I think that's as far as she's going to get, because Jacob Aston comfortably out in front, although Aston, we've seen plenty of incidents throughout the day, so it's by no means a foregone conclusion with 1 lap to go. Meisen again, you can see the very limits of the adhesion there onto the first corner. Both drivers carrying a lot of pace. These two should be comfortably through into the A final. And still at the moment, Joseph Berkery sitting on that final qualification spot. But what a race it has been so far for Jacob Aston, number 19, your race leader, looking to try and bring it home and get into the A final.
Great driving by Jacob Aston, as she said, number 19. It's not the most exhilarating final to win, but as he comes round the final corner, he sees himself starting 30th in the A final, and victory in the B final. 2nd will go to Molly Meisen, who took the 2nd spot there after Jack Bowie's special mistake that nearly lost him out fully. Your final spots in the A final go to Joseph Berkery. Of course, this is all provisional, despite no post-race inspections or any penalties, and from then on it was Oliver Barton who finished in 5th, from Louis Marshall, Zane Perry from Jack Corser, Tommy Wortley from Lucas Nibbs, Lachi Jordanov from Aidan Clark, Christian Kevoff, Hugh Phillips, and it was Theo Hamilton who didn't start the race, unfortunately. So wow, that was a very, very close one when it came to the battle for 2nd place. Jacob Aston drove off with that one, and wow, it just shows you got to keep on your toes, because one little mistake and you could see yourself nearly out your own weekend.
Yeah, and that was I'll have to say that was sensible driving from Molly Meisen there. She just stayed in there and was rewarded with the 2nd place. As we've seen so many times today, this Kim Bolton circuit is unforgiving with the weather conditions and the temperatures as they are. So easy to make a mistake. We're going to move on then to our next final. The KZ UK making their way out onto the circuit for the first of their 2 formation laps, as they all make their way out onto the circuit now. So remember, there's been a little bit of misfortune for 1 or 2 drivers in this class, so a bit of a mixed up grid, you might possibly say. Lucas Branford from Jensen Pugh, George Robinson, Hannah Lang on row 2, Jonathan Railton, Leah Robinson on row 3, Oliver Harris and George Barker. Just 8 drivers out in the KZ UK final.
Yeah, about Leah Robinson, I don't see him out on circuit, so I think we might be down to 7
possibly, but I think this could be potentially.
I do see him now.
Oh yeah, there he is, that's in there, isn't it?
I'm just, I think I'm hallucinating at this point.
This is a potentially a fairly wide open final here. I think most of the drivers would have a contention of winning this event. And as we've seen so many times today, this Kimbolton circuit, it's not been very predictable, so it's punished any kind of an error. So I think realistically, perhaps some more than others, but any one of those 7 drivers could potentially take the victory.
Yeah, there's been a few drivers who've had issues all day. I mean, George Barker, speaking to him on the break, he had a rear hub failure in the second heat. He was running right up at the sharp end. He had a quite good-looking pace, so it'll be interesting to see how he gets on. Of course, Lucas Blanford and Leah Robinson, I say the two who are in the title, well, in the battle for the win. But don't count any of the Jack Dex boys. I mean, Jensen Pugh's been very quick. George Robinson took the second heat win. Of course, Hannah Lang. Hannah Lang's in there as well. She might be another one to watch out for. But it's all going to be, well, first things first, you've got to get the start done. Of course, Jonathan Roughton's been up there as well. Now, the drivers will line up in the formation. Oliver Harris in there as well. Oliver's a quick driver. I think any one of these drivers has a very good opportunity. I have to say, not the biggest grid that they've been used to all year, but still plenty of talent, plenty on the line as well. And for the first time in 2026, we're off and away in the KZ final, and Blanford gets an amazing start as they head down into turn 1, and Robinson gets chopped off of trying to get into the podium spots. Hannah Lang gets into 3rd place. Robinson, very early on, is thinking about that first spot. He's got a lot of work to do now, though, as he head down Derricks, and it is going to be Lucas Blanford who leads away as George Robinson using all of the curb as he headed into down Weldon. And a couple of drivers just trying to nip their way through. And Leah Robinson is struggling with them front brakes once again. Just a bit off shot. You didn't get to see it there, but he nearly went straight on at Cashel Corner. There they are, all bunched in at the final corner. But a great way to start the race for Lucas Blanford, who had a pretty considerable lead at the moment.
Yeah, brilliant start there for Lucas Blanford. Got that first lap absolutely nailed. He needs 2 or 3 good laps here just to try and break away from the rest of the field. Get a couple of strong laps in here. George Robinson trying to keep pace with the leader. The top 2 just starting to break away now as Hannah Lang still there in 3rd place, fending off the number 36 of Leah Robinson. Oh, we can see 63 there, very extreme down the inside there. George Barker trying to tilt the car through the Dan Weldon corner. But at the moment, Lucas Blanford, I'm going to have a look at the lap times when he crosses the line very shortly as we focus on this battle for 3rd place with Hannah Lang. George Barker, Jensen Pugh right in there. Lucas Blanford 39.26. He is determined to try and break away with the rest of the field. Although not too far behind in terms of pace is George Robinson in 2nd place. The gap 1.9 seconds between the top 2 drivers. You can see them just starting to pull away from the rest of the pack. Hannah Lang at the moment settling into a nice rhythm in 3rd place, staying ahead of Leah Robinson. You remember before he had his incident in the first heat, Leah Robinson looked very quick indeed in the opening stages here. So with that kind of pace, one would expect that he could be a factor as the scrap on now between number 60. Jensen Pugh nips down the inside of George Barker as they go over the line. So once again, Lucas Blanford setting another very quick lap time. The gap goes up to 2.8 seconds. So Blanford really trying to break away and keep himself out of harm's way in these opening stages. George Robinson not really breaking away at this stage and started to close up in 3rd place. Hannah Lang has got a very good jump here as the number 67. Here's your race leader. Lucas Blanford making his way down in towards Kimbolton Corner. Has been very smooth and very quick. Number 67, they can see the gap already starting to mount up a bit now as the gap goes through. 38.36 is going quicker yet again. He's really in a nice rhythm so far. Robinson 2nd. Hannah Lang setting her fastest lap of the race and just slowly starting to catch up on the 2nd place, George Robinson.
Yeah, Blanford is really in the zone at the moment, getting every apex and braking zone right. But George Robinson is just not closing in, and I thought George would have a pretty good opportunity, saying how he performed in that second heat, but it just doesn't seem to be all there for him on that Jack Dex racing machine. Hannah Lang sitting there in 3rd, podium spot at the moment, could be trying to close in on George Robinson. No real battling going on at the moment, which is something we're not really used to when it comes to KZ racing. They usually provide a lot of action, but Lucas Blanford is just putting in the work yet again, we're seeing this again, where the driver at the front, who leads the pack, just keeps pulling away, making crazy gaps. I mean, it's very hard to pull a massive gap in KZ Racing, and, well, he's already got 3.7 seconds at the moment. It will be more as they head through the final couple of corners. Blanford putting on an absolute show here at the moment. Robinson, he's still struggling at the moment. Just can't get this power down. And I do wonder, after what happened in that first team, maybe something's knocked in that kart. But they'll definitely be working over the winter to get that one sorted, ready for next month as well. And that's always the thing with these, with how Kim Bolton works. You don't really get a break off. You know, it's just you just roll in, December done, January now, and you just keep going. There's no real stopping when it comes to karting, which is a lot different to different formulas and different disciplines. But George Robinson is going to be interesting. Now, does look like some raindrops. Could we have some rain sights come back?
We did have that forecast of the rain coming through. It would be close to 3 o'clock, really, so I think it's a little bit sooner than that. Oh, you can see Hannah Lang almost got caught out there. Oh, and look at that. It's all the opportunity that Leah Robinson needed to snatch that position.
Just for the podium spot.
Yeah, that's a real shame for Hannah Lang, who was slowly but surely catching up on George Robinson. And I wonder, that rain was starting to come through in about 20 minutes' time, whether it's just starting to arrive that little bit earlier here. Because we saw Hannah Lang and a couple of the drivers there just starting to lose a bit of pace into the corner. Although Lucas Blanford still maintaining his best lap pace. He's like 38.32. Yeah, there are 1 or 2 raindrops on there, but whether it was just a case of 1 or 2 of the drivers hitting some wet patches there, because certainly for the leader, I don't think he's really dropped the pace.
Yeah, no, I think it was just a couple patches just to surprise us, I think, but nothing too major at the moment. And I think there are still a lot of wet patches out there, so a couple of drivers just getting a bit too amongst it. Of course, we've seen it quite a bit, that entry to turn 2. Oh, that's a late move from Mr. Pugh. He gets that one done, or does he? Because Hannah Lang's going to fight it round the outside. That's going to turn to the inside, but you can cover it off pretty good in these KZ karts. But Hannah Lang's going to fight this one back. She is not going without a fight, giving him the nudge as they head into turn 1. Pugh runs wide. Hannah Lang gets to the inside. No, she can't. So Pugh holds on to what will be 4th place now. And this is the battle pretty much from 4th all the way down to the end of the pack. Of course, Oliver Harris just a bit further back. He's not having the best of races.
He did well to hold on to that. It was a very deep manoeuvre into Kestrel Corner, and it almost looked like he was going to outbrake himself.
Yeah, you got to trust your brakes on these KZ karts, especially these front brakes, as well we saw earlier what can go wrong if you don't get them all warmed up. So big ups to Jensen Pugh. Really just put himself on the line for that move, and it worked in the end. Hannah Lang tried to fight it back, but just couldn't get it done. There's only so many cutbacks you can do, but I think that's what makes it different with racing-wise, especially that last corner. A lot of the traditional racing line, you sort of stop it on the apex there, which is usually where you try and do your cutback manoeuvre. But that's what just makes KZ Racing so much more different. Barker's still in there as well, closing in now on Hannah Lang, and hopefully I think he's sorted out his issues. I said a rear hub failure in the second heat never helps anyone. He was leading the way before that all happened, but he's trying to make up for all the lost ground he had in the heats. And Jonathan Relton's in there as well. We haven't really spoke much about. He is obviously new to the KZ kart, and he was in the senior Rotax before. He's just picking up the pieces. A new chassis as well, so he's going to be just getting to grips with it all. And we're going to see a lot of that at the start of the year as well. Drivers getting to grips with new chassis, new teams, and it's a good way to just sort of bring yourself in before the whole real racing season kicks off. 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock then. The time is still going up for Lucas Blanford. Time is now at 5.1 seconds between him and second place as the battle still go on. And Hannah Lang, looked like she nearly overshot herself once again. But there is Blanford on your screens. And Chris, he is having the drive of his life.
Yeah, Lucas Blanford has been brilliant in this race so far, controlling things very neatly since the start of the race and still lapping within 2/10 of his fastest lap time, 38.5 last time round. His best lap time, 38.32, which is not the fastest lap of the race anymore. That honour going to the fourth place driver Jensen Pugh, but Blanford over the line he goes with 30 seconds on the clock, so pretty sure that next time round this should be the last lap for him as he makes his way through the willows. What will be the penultimate time, and leads the race by 5.2 seconds. There you see in the background George Robinson, who is a distant second place. He's pretty much had a steady race so far. Leah Robinson still charging, but time running out for him and for Jensen Pugh to try and get onto the podium as Lucas Blanford making his way down towards the final corner now, number 67, into Kimbolton for what will be the penultimate time. Clock goes down to 0, pretty much right on cue for him. Great timing there for the number 67 of Lucas Blanford. Over the line he goes and into Stowe Corner for the final time. He leads the race by 5.5 seconds. George Robinson still there in second place. Leah Robinson in third. Jensen Pugh keeping the pressure on in fourth place. But as Lucas Blanford goes down the Amitsu straight for the final time, still got half a lap to go, of course, but it's been a brilliant race so far for the number 67.
Yeah, you can see he's already just starting to back off now. And why not, when you've got a 5.5 second lead, why not just back off? Lucas Blanford has started off this year in prime fashion and takes victory in the first KZ race of the year, or the KZ final, shall we say. George Robinson clinches second place, Robinson into third. And that seems to be a last-minute move between Pugh and Robinson. I thought Pugh was looking set for a podium then. But Hannah Lang holds on to your top 5. George Barker and Jonathan Rolton. Oliver Harris finishes up in 8th. But Lucas Blanford, well, it all was sorted on the first lap pretty much. Just got that gap and just kept working on it. Lap after lap. George Robinson quicker at the final couple of laps, but it just wasn't enough. And Blanford, for his own racing team, is on top.
Yeah, did very well there, and such was the pace there. 15 laps in that final in the end, in this 9-minute plus 1 lap final. Just going to show the pace that Lucas Blanford was showing out there, despite the conditions being rather difficult in terms of the temperatures and the potential for the rain. Looking at the window of the commentary booth, the rain is starting to return. We saw in the forecast there was the possibility from about 2:30, 2:45 onwards that the rain might return. Luckily, I think most of the Hondas running the wet tyres, which they might need because it's. I think it's going to be enough to affect the circuit all that much at the moment, but the rain is starting to return for us.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting one. I think we're going to see definitely some new podium finishers. George Lilly will start from pole position. James Murphy alongside. Of course, those were the two that have really shown today. Third place will be Harry Parker 8, and he'll be joined by Keen Delaney, who, on my timing screen, says to not be out on the circuit at the moment. Harry Grant from Marcus Cooper, Phoebe Shelton and Henry Coulburn. Addison Saunders, Nicholas York from Keir Doherty, Nigel Edgar, Alfie Stokes, James Windsor, Zach Squire, Jacob Furlow and George Pickett, rounding out your field of drivers. Let's see if we can get going for the first time asking here for some of our youngest drivers in the field. This is going to be an interesting one. Hold on to your hats, folks, because it's going to be fun, and we're going to go round once again. All of that hype, and we're going to go round once again. So the drivers start to slow themselves down and give themselves another lap to get them tyres warmed up, and of course them brakes warmed up as well, which you're going to need around this Kimbolton circuit, which really uses the brakes. Actually, it's one of the hardest braking zones when it comes to the whole circuit around here. So you really do tend to use your brakes quite a lot. Sad to say, we're in the potential to see maybe some new podium finishers. As I say, Harry Parker Ray, someone who we spotted in the first heat, really, really quick as a driver, especially in these wet conditions. Definitely someone to watch out for. George Lilly, who's had an amazing weekend so far, really just has put the pressure on and it's just kept putting in the laps, and has really put himself up at the front end of the field. Of course, one of the Murphy brothers as well. He's got a good opportunity. Delaney is there. Now can we get going for the second time asking? No, we don't. We go around once again. Keen Delaney, who, I think he's got a great opportunity as well. I think anyone in sort of the top 5, maybe top 6 here, they've all got their own sort of opportunity. But yet again, this is wet over racing. This is wet karting. You can't count anyone out.
Just having a look at the conditions, the rain is starting to fall. It's not particularly heavy at the moment, but it does look, there's some pretty threatening rain clouds out there. I think it could be quite constant as the meeting goes on. Now, of course, pretty much I think all the drivers are on wet tyres here, aren't they?
Yeah,
so,
well, I'll say that. It'd be quite a question to see. Of course, some drivers may have just thought, last minute, worth a gamble. But obviously, the quicker tyre, I'd say, would be that wet tyre. But we'll just have to wait and see. I mean, I'm just having a look now. Just look like most of them are on that wet tyre. So, I think it'll be pretty much a wet race. So everyone in the same boat. So they come round the final corner then. Can we get this Honda Cadet race underway for the third time of asking? Can we get it underway? Yes, we do. Down into turn 1 then. And Murfitts, wow, the outside line got a much better start. And Murfitts into the lead of the race. But for how long? Because he gets tapped from behind and straight to the edge of the wall. Hands in the air. He's not happy about that one. But at the moment, George Lilly leads the way as Marcus Cooper cuts the grass. So we're all going lawnmower racing. I know these are Honda Cadet engines and these Honda GX200 engines I don't think are used for lawnmower racing anymore. But George Lilly leads the way as Harry Grant has a mega start into second place and Harry Parker Ray into the top 3. Could this be a first podium for Harry Parker Ray? None of these 3 have ever stepped on on either the top step of the podium or even on the podium round here at Kimbolton in a final. So this is going to be very interesting and the work is going to have to start now. George Lilly, who has put on an absolute show this weekend so far, has now got a bit of pressure now from Harry Grant as he head down to finish the first lap of the race.
Here they go side by side. You can see that George Lilly scrambling for grip there, but neat little move there from Harry Grant to take the lead. You can see on the lens of the camera there, the raindrops continuing to fall and the drivers scrambling for grip. We saw again, you can see drivers just about staying on track going through the willows. I did wonder whether any debris from the side of the track would get dragged onto the circuit there, but it looks like it's a clean track, albeit very slippery. But Harry Grant is coping well with the changeable conditions. There is an investigation here for James Murfitt. A little bit further down the field after that trouble at the start of the race. He's currently in 8th position. The final not going the way he would have wanted so far, but Harry Grant really has got to grips with the circuit quite well here, putting in a very quick lap as down the inside goes number 84, making up another position there. That's Phoebe Shelton as they go over the line. So Harry Grant now clear, 55.3 at the front, leading by 2 seconds from George Lilly. Harry Parker Ray in 3rd. Phoebe Shelton with that great move into 4th position, and Shelton at the moment looking pretty good. Oh, but down the inside out of nowhere goes the number 56. Oh, but Shelton digs deep. Holds the line. That was brave driving there from Phoebe Shelton, coming under a lot of pressure. That was again down the inside. Oh, it's all getting close here. And Shelton goes down the inside into 3rd place now from Harry Parker Ray. So Shelton, she'd have to dig deep there because she came under a lot of pressure.
I think everything has just happened to her in the past minute. That was superb stuff from Phoebe. And she's even going for the lead, for 2nd place, shall I say. Because Harry Grant has absolutely pulled away. And yet again, this is what we're seeing. Lilly runs wide. Shelton's through to 2nd place. This could be a first podium for Shelton as well. This is very exciting racing here on the 200s. We've got drivers all over the circuit, but it's providing some fascinating racing. And this is all playing to part for Harry Grant, who's got a 3.8 second lead at the moment. So it's all working out for the driver up at front. A orange helmet, orange suit, pure orange, and he's absolutely flying at the moment. The driver in 2nd place now, Phoebe Shelton. Let's see what Phoebe can do in this race. And the battle's for 3rd. Still raging on. Cooper gets past Lilly, so Lilly really struggling these past couple of laps
just
now.
Struggling to get the kart into the corners, it seems. Very, you can see the kart almost understeering as he makes his way through, and the cornering speed just seems to be letting the unfortunate George Lilly down at the moment, just trying to find a bit of a groove and get some lines together as the race goes on. Oh, was a little bit wide there for Marcus Cooper, but keeps it on the track. That's going to be good news for Phoebe Shelton, who'll get the opportunity to break away. So Phoebe Shelton's resilience paying off here as she now sits quite comfortably in 2nd position, 1.1 seconds ahead of Marcus Cooper. At the moment, Shelton's not going to do much about the race leader, Harry Grant, who is now well clear, setting another fastest lap of the race. 55 seconds on the button for the race leader, who is now comfortably ahead. The gap goes up to 4.1 seconds. Shelton, they can see her quite comfortably in 2nd place, and the good news for Shelton is that everybody else behind is fighting for position here. Marcus Cooper just about staying ahead of George Lilly, who seems to settle into a rhythm now, looking quite good in 4th place. Archie Edgar, Harry Parker, Ray, who had a difficult start to the race, now starting to recover in that midfield. We've got Henry Colborne making up a position as well, Keane Delaney and James Murphy, who's had a difficult start to this final, also on the edge of this group of drivers. As we look at the number 51, George Lilly, who started in 1st position, but very early on, this driver here, Harry Grant, who floats through into the first corner nice and smooth. This is the thing, it's I remember, I think it was Nigel Roebuck said when Alan Prost was driving a Formula 1 car, he makes it look like anybody could do it. And when he saw Senna doing it, you know absolutely why he couldn't. But he's making it look very easy at the front here, Harry Grant. It's looking very, very straightforward, very easy for him here, which is a testament to how well he's driving.
Yeah, exactly that. He's just put in the effort and it's showing off. This is one of the best drives we've seen from Harry Grant. Of course, he was up in the midfield in 2025. He's really learnt a lot over the years, and this is brilliant stuff for Harry Grant. And I think this might be his first victory as well here at Kimbolton, so this would be something very, very nice for Harry Grant to take home to start off the 2026 season. He's just gone fastest as well, 54.84 as you see in the top left of your screen. But Phoebe Shelton there in 2nd place. Will she be able to try and close this one down? She has the fastest 3rd sector, but overall, across the whole lap, it just seems like Harry Grant's got everything that he needs. But about 3rd, now Henry Colburn, someone we haven't really spoke much about. He is, he's started from 8th. He's that blue car on your screens. Now he's up to 4th. This is the battle for 3rd. He could get past Cooper. It's not going to be an easy fight, but of course we saw Henry Colburn in the heats earlier with a lot of potential, and he's just got one spot to make now. Of course, it'll be a bit of an ask to fight the lead or even get to 2nd place, but this podium is on, and he's going to go to the inside, brake as late as he can, and they're going to rub bumpers as they head out and down Hines Straight once again. Cooper goes defensive. Now he knows he needs to defend this line. There's no way he's going to let him off without a fight. But look at Colburn trying to go round the outside. Now he saw there may have been a bit of grip there, but it just wasn't enough. The inside line was faster. And Cooper holds on to 3rd place. This battle is going to start raging on. Colburn's throwing hands saying, come on, let's not battle here. You know I'm quicker than you. Let's just get this one done and dusted. But this is for a podium spot. This is for a trophy at the end of the day. There's no point. Oh, that was close. He's going to use the curb to push his way around. Colburn now side by side with Cooper. This is brilliant racing from the Project 1. And they come through to the final corner. Can he get this move done finally? He's going to try, but Cooper says no. You are not getting past anytime soon. And the battle rages on. Brilliant.
Yeah, this is fantastic news, of course, for Harry Grant and Phoebe Shelton, who are well clear, because all of the focus here is this battle for 3rd place. You can see there, Cooper very robustly guarding the inside line there. Henry Colborne trying to find a way through now, sweeping to the outside. Could this bring Archie Edgar and James Murphy into the battle as well? Possibly. Here we go, and again you see there Cooper guarding the apex. So he's sacrificing any sort of pace through the corner just to make himself as difficult as possible to pass, and again very aggressively guarding the apex going into the Dan Weldon corner. That's almost where he lost the position last time round. He does seem to be struggling coming out of Kestrel corner. Let's see if he can get a bit more speed out of the corner this time round. Looks a bit neater this time. Yeah, that's more like it, and makes himself very difficult to overtake as he makes his way down towards the Kimbolton corner. You can see there that Colborne trying to get the drive out of the corner. The chasing pack go through. James Murphy up to 5th place. Archie Edgar, Keane Delaney, Nicholas York, George Pickett and George Lilly rounding out the top 10, but this battle for 3rd place still raging. Harry Grant 20 seconds on the clock, so next time round probably will be the last lap of the race. Phoebe Shelton 4.5 seconds adrift in 2nd place. She is well clear of this battle for 3rd place, and at the moment Marcus Cooper seems to have got some good lines together and is battling and defending the 3rd place quite well.
Yeah, this is brilliant for Cooper, who's managed to hold on to his final podium spot. Will he be able to hold on till the end of the race? As we'll have to only wait and find out. But the last lap board is about to go out now, and it's going to Harry Grant, who has drove superbly this race. There he is on your screens, the orange helmet, the orange suit. There in second place is Phoebe Shelton, who is going to be heading on to her first podium here at Kimbolton. So great for the number 84, and of course Marcus Cooper, who's going to try and hold on to that final spot. Looking good so far, but he's just going to have to watch out. Now Harry Grant's just catch up to one of the back markers. Now I think that might be in the driver on the slick tyres. So obviously showing that the slick tyres aren't working at the moment. That's Alistair Saunders, the number 58. That was that green and black helmet. So yeah, it looks like the slick tyres don't work this time round. But as they come through the final couple of corners now, Harry Grant is going to do something that he never thought he was going to do. But 2026 is going to start strong for Harry Grant as he takes victory here in the first round of the championship in fine fashion in pure wet conditions. And you can see how ecstatic he is with that one.
Look at Phoebe Shelton in second, 2 hands off the wheel.
Phoebe Shelton, first podium at Kimbolton, and a move for third. Henry Colburn into the final podium spot, past Marcus Cooper for fourth, and James Murphy rounding out your top 5. A very happy podium, it has to be said. Harry Grant taking a very nice victory, and Shelton getting her first podium at Kimbolton. Great racing by all, and a great race for the Hondas there.
Yeah, they were fantastic there. Harry Grant really mastering the tough conditions out there to take a brilliant victory by 4.2 seconds. Phoebe Shelton, you may remember earlier on in the final, she came under a lot of pressure, almost lost her position going through the willows, but dug deep, held her line, got through to second place, and then a bit of good fortune came her way with the battle for third position, which allowed her to pull away and put in a good, strong performance. But brilliant fighting throughout the field for the Hondas. So the rain continuing to fall. You can see, looking at the marshals and the spectators, the clothing, the big coats, the layers, all there. It's cold and blustery out there. Very difficult conditions. And this is the sort of time of the year when people like to go to Spain for training and so forth. But I think there's a lot to be said for sticking it out sometimes in the UK and racing in these tough conditions. It teaches you a lot.
Yeah, especially, there is always that chance that it's going to rain, middle of summer. So it's always great to have that sense of security that you know what you're doing. Kai Suri is going to start from pole in this one. Jayan Prakash alongside Oliver Woodall from Zach Andrew. Hendrix Fallett from Jensen Darlow, Freddie Baker and Arthur Rose rounding out your first 4 rows. And it's going to be Lenny Barson from Ralph Ewer, Logan Edwards from Caden Hanley, and Ronnie Allen from Lanny Eden from Tommy Lovejoy, and Heath Smith, who rounds out your 8th row. From Benjamin Sylvia, from Felix Tandy, from Elliot Hitch and Arthur Bowers, Oliver Daniels from Oakley Howlett, from Rafe Owen and Jonah Allen. Rounds out your 12th row of the grid. And it's going to be Hugo Senna from Buddy Doyle, from Max Thompson and Jackson Foote, who rounds out your field of drivers. We've got plenty of drivers in this field who all have a great opportunity. Let's see who's going to do it. I think Prakash has a good opportunity here.
Yeah, anyone. I think about 5 or 6 would have an opportunity as the wave round goes through again. So Kai Suri really ran away with things in heat number 1, put in a very strong form to take the first heat victory today, and fought back well after the start from the back of the grid in heat number 2. So exciting prospect here, seeing Kai Suri and Jayan Prakash going head-to-head at the front here, although, we might have just seen on the camera there a little bit of a weaving there, and they just banged wheels, so that could have been nasty. Oliver Woodall, I think, would be another one. Zach Andrew and Hendrix Fallett, Jensen Darlow, all those names. I think they would all fancy their chances here. We saw in the Honda final that its pole position isn't necessarily the prerequisite to take victory in these conditions, so it's about who can master the conditions quickly, get some good lines together, some good pace in the early part of the race, and control the final.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of this where the drivers who obviously take the lead after the first couple of laps, they seem to just sort of drive away with it when they're in that clean air. But yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. I think there's going to be a battle all the way to the end. Of course, the top 2, both teammates. So what's your number 1 rule? You don't hit your teammates. So let's see how these boys get on. Are we going to get going for the second time of asking? Couple of drivers a bit out of formation. But I think we're all good to go racing then. Lights go out, and it's going to be a Sam Pollitt drag race down to turn 1. And look at this, 3 wide. Who is this on your inside? That's Oliver Woodall, straight to the lead of the race. Great start by Woodall, and the 2 Sam Pollitt boys have really fell down the field. Drivers cutting grass, drivers in a spin as well, and they're all going to try and nip their way through Derek's corner for the first time. Darlow's up into 3rd as well. Prakash still there in 2nd place, but Kai Suri has not had the best of starts. He's dropped below the top 5, and Hendrix Fallett's there into 4th.
Yeah, and a bit of bad luck there. Lenny Barton, I think it was one of the drivers who span out on the willows on the first lap, but everyone still in action. A warning flag a bit further down for Benjamin Schleivar, number 6, but Kai Suri losing a lot of places down the inside. Goes J.M. Prakash on the number 40 of Oliver Woodall. 26 right in there as well. Jensen Darlow's had a very good start to the race. Hendrix Fallat as well, who took advantage of the banging of wheels on the first corner to jump down the inside and get a good move on the field. Look at that there. J.M. Prakash just understeered on the corner. Wheel to wheel there between Hendrix Fallat. That was close there, Fallat, and I think that might have been Oliver Woodall. Both drivers keep it on the black stuff, though, as the number 44, Giant Prakash. Small mistake for him in Stowe, but holds on to the lead, but coming under a lot of pressure here from the number 26 of Jensen Darlow, who has gone into rhythm very early on here and really putting the pressure on Prakash, who has been one of the drivers to beat today. But Jensen Darlow trying to... we see Prakash there just running out of road.
He can't be doing that. He can't be making mistakes like that. But Jensen Darlow's had a brilliant first couple of laps, and he's in 2nd at the moment. But he's got a good eye on something that he wants. He wants to lead, but Prakash needs to put the laps in now. We know he has the pace, but it's going to be about not making mistakes, being consistent. The battle for 3rd is still going on. Oliver Woodall's just holding on to that. Hendrix Fallet there in 4th place. He's going to try and have a look for 3rd as it goes down into Derek. You'll see it on the inside there, just off shot, and I think Fallet's made that one stick. Yes, he has. So Prakash leads. Jarlo there in 2nd place. Now Woodall inside the top 3, but I think this is going to be a close one because there's areas which Darlow's quicker, and there's areas where Prakash is just a tiny bit quicker, but he doesn't want to be doing stuff like that. He can't be making mistakes like that.
It's a difficult corner, that Kestrel corner today.
It is a very hard corner to get right, but Darlow's got it perfectly, and he's set himself up for the entry into turn 1 on the inside line. Could this be a lead change, or will Prakash try and hold this one round the outside? No, he's going to think better off it. Maybe try and go for a cutback manoeuvre. No, he just hasn't got what it is just yet. But Jensen Darlow takes the lead of the race. That's for the first time we've said that in a while. It's been a rough road for Jensen Darlow so far, especially when it came to later in 2025. But he's managed to pick up the pieces now, starting 2026 off in style with the new Jax Motorsport sticker kit, and he is looking set for this one, but he's got pressure still from JM Prakash. Now Prakash can sort of lock in and get them laps down, get the consistency. He could be looking strong
Keeps
here.
looking over his shoulder. I don't know why he needs to do that, really. It's just concentrate. Italian driver, what's behind is not important.
It's all about what happens in front. And that's always an issue you find with especially some of the junior drivers when they're coming up the ranks. They always try and have these little mistakes that can, over a race really cost you. So
the thing is here as well, Prakash is well clear from the chasing pack right now, so he just needs to focus really on Jensen Darlow, who's pulled away slightly, but Prakash almost matching him for pace here. If he can just look for those lines, just try and take the fight back to Darlow, who's been... a good save there from Fallat. That was almost race over for him there. That was a brilliant save for number 15.
That was pure Nigel Mansell style, the way he just kept that slide going and managed to hold on to it. He's only lost one position out of it, which is very, very impressive. He's got Arthur on his inside, but he's going to try and hold around the outside, still keep it out. Oh no, they've collected each other. They collected each other through the side pods, and that was Fallet. And I'm trying to work out who else it might have been.
That'll be Arthur Rhodes, I think, that went into the barriers.
Arthur Rhodes. Might have been Zach Andrews. No, it's not Zach Andrews. It is Arthur Rhodes. So Arthur Rhodes, and the slowdown procedure board is out, and the driver is still there in the wall. Now, has he got out of the kart just yet? I don't think so.
So that
was a very weird angle to hit to to the wall. So
Arthur Rhodes taking quite a wallop into the barrier going into the Kimbolton corner. Driver now out of the kart, I can tell you off camera. He has been escorted off to the infield. He is walking away as well, which is a good sign.
So unfortunate. He was really up there at the
bit of a shame
end.
That one. It was just a racing incident, I would say. I think Arthur Rhodes and Hendrix Fallot both going for the same bit of track. No one was going to give way there. And there he is. You can just see him walking away just on the side of the camera there. So we're on the slow down procedure at the moment, and I think the yellow flag is staying out here. Yeah. So 3.5 minutes to go in this Micromax final, and we are under the slow down procedure.
Yeah, really unfortunate there. It looked like they connected bumpers, maybe cycle bumpers, and to be honest, at that point, you can't really control your car. You're sort of a passenger in that aspect, but really unfortunate. Glad to see Fallot kept going, but yeah, really unfortunate for...
This has an interesting aspect here because we've got 3:10 on the clock.
Yeah, this is a sprint race now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great news here for Jayan Prakash, who was struggling to live with Jensen Darlow just breaking away slowly, number 26. So Darlow still with things under control here on the slowdown board. This will be working into the hands of Oliver Woodall, and a driver who we haven't talked about all that much. He had a bad start to the race, but the 117 of Kai Suri, who is up there with the number 27 of Zach Andrew. Yes. There he is, 117, just behind the number 27. There's a couple of warnings here for Caden Hanley and Wraith Owen a bit further back for contact.
So we're going to go round for another lap.
I don't think the starter's got the green flag out here.
I think they were just checking the barrier damage as well. Obviously the driver took a big hit to the barrier, and I think hit the angle hit the barrier at a weird angle. I think sort of knocked himself a bit. But
so Jensen Darlow, well, you can see already he would do very well, which he is doing, to slow things right down here. 2 minutes 10 plus 1 lap to go, and the more he can run the clock down there, I can tell you, you can just see the starter just on the left hand side of your screen. He has got the green flag ready. So we are going to go green at the end of this lap. So the more that Jensen Darlow can just bring the pace down within reason. Again, not going very quickly at all here as he makes his way through Derek's corner, just controlling things at the front here. And there's Jayan Prakash in second place, who's been handed a lifeline here with this sprint as well.
Very good for Prakash. Of course, this is not what Darlow wanted. He had a bit of a gap, a very reasonable gap, as you say. But Prakash, all of these mistakes he was making, he's now got another opportunity. This is going to be a race till the very end. Don't count out Woodall. Don't count anyone in the top 10, I think.
At least the top 5, you'd say, if not the top 10, anybody could have an opportunity here. Maybe Hendrix Fallot, who got caught up in the melee that triggered this slowdown, he could have another shot as well. Wide open here, 1:07 on the clock right now. So I think there's going to be 2 more laps to go here, plus the final lap. Here we go. So I think this is going to be a 3-lap sprint. Over the line they go. Jensen Darlow with a brilliant start.
He's not covered it off.
Look at that from Prakash.
Inside. Brilliant stuff by Prakash.
And I think Woodall also followed into second position, and third for Zach Andrew.
Super shame for Jensen Darlow. He just didn't cover off into turn 1 and left himself vulnerable.
I don't think he realised that Prakash was... I think he misjudged that a little bit.
Yeah, definitely, 100%. Woodall now in a brilliant spotlight here to try and chase down Prakash. But Prakash already has a bit of a gap.
He's got to keep it planted here, Prakash. Keep his eyes down the road here and focus on the track in front here.
And stop looking behind.
Don't look behind.
Stop looking behind. It's not going to help you whatsoever. Very lucky that Woodall's made a big mistake. Darlow's going to do the both of them, get to second place. But this is all helping out Jayan Prakash, who yet again will have a little look behind and see that gap is getting bigger and bigger as the time shrinks to 5 seconds. Going to go down to 0 in just a moment. Zach Andrews to the inside. This is going to be a 2-lap race to the very, very end. Prakash has done everything right in the start of this race. Yellow flags out that have now come in, so we don't have to worry about anything at this corner. But Andrews is going to go for second place. Darlow getting onto the grass is going to run very wide. This is all helping out Prakash, as I say. But
just that one little overtake, that little opportunity that Prakash took, and now everyone's fighting behind him. It's all plenty. Oh, look at Kai Suri. Roll! It was a bit of lawnmower racing there on the outside line, but he keeps it on the track. Prakash is now cleared away. Jensen Darlow has fought his way back into second position, but is this going to be too late? Because there is 1 lap to go for Jayan Prakash, and here he comes over the line with the last lap board going out. You don't need to look over the shoulder. You got the gap. Just look for your lines here. basically for Giant Prakash being put in a good lap here. He has won the final. He just needs to worry about himself here, because he has got the advantage of a 1.5 second gap. Jensen Darlow, I think he was a little bit complacent into that first corner from the restart. Bit of bad luck for him, but Giant Prakash, he has never given up, and with half a lap to go, looks like he could be set to take the Micromax final victory through the Dan Weldon corner for the final time. Excellently through the corner.
No,
keep your composure.
You don't need to do
Get
this.
the composure there. There's that nasty little corner coming out of there, but Prakash survives the scare. One more corner to go, and this is going to go down to the final corner.
Despite all the odds, Giant Prakash will take victory. I don't know how he's kept it on the circuit, but Jensen Darlow, well, what it could have been for the 26. He left himself vulnerable, and once you lose one, you lose multiple, and he was very lucky to get back into second place. A very interesting win for Giant Prakash, who I think if he's got to learn anything from today, it's to stop looking behind every single straight. But, well, he's won the race in the end.
Race at the end of the day, isn't he?
It has worked out in the end. But Darlow, second from Zach Andrew, he ran out your top three. Brilliant drive by Andrew. His first podium here at Kimbolton in the Micromax class, from Kai Suri and Oliver Woodall, from Caden Hanley, Freddie Baker, from Arthur Bowers, Rafe Owen, Felix Tandy nipped inside the top 10. And I think the only drivers we lost in that one were Arthur Rhodes and Oakley Howlett. Didn't start the race, unfortunately. But some brilliant drives through the field. So I think that was just...
yeah, brilliant final there. And Giant Prakash, perseverance paying off there as he took the victory. Great move there once the slow period came to an end there. Just saw half a gap and went for it. And that's how it works sometimes. Just find that opening, and then almost the race looks after itself. Penultimate race of the day, the Mini Inters. The rain continuing to fall here in fits and bursts, but maybe just seems to have abated for a few moments, so the Mini Inters will still have a treacherous circuit here. But all bodes well for another close final. Two more races to go today. We have the Mini Inters and the Junior Rotax A final getting underway to round things off. James Roots from Jensen Sale, Ethan Lloyd and Will Eden on row 2, Ryan Townsend and Elliot Bork on row number 3, Finley Beals and Jack Brown on row 4. Row number 5, we will see the number 25 of Rudra Golkanath and Isaac Garth, 10th position. Row number 6, Dimitar Ruzanov from Alfie Phillipson. Row 7, Jake Hansford, Rio Panayotu. Row number 8, Hayden Wardale and William Davidson. On row number 9, we have the number 19 of Eli Owen from Elsie Gannon. And the rest of the field, row 10, Jess Kirby, Archie Humphries, Ethan Cooper and Eddie Duncan on row 11. And Jack Daniels, row number 12, the final driver on the grid.
This is going to be an exciting one yet again. James Roots, who's been up at the front end all weekend long, of course, took the second heat victory. Jensen Sale, who we say with a veteran of this mini and of course came through the Micromax series as well. Ryan Townsend up there as well. I say he took the win at the Wilton Mill Winter Cup. He could be on for his second win here. But will they go around once again? Yes, they do. That was very sort of out of formation there, so they're going to have another lap to get, of course, the tyre temperatures, brake temperatures, everything they need. And James Roots nearly going off the circuit then. He went full sideways action, nearly went off and managed to keep it on the circuit. Of course, that's the number one thing you don't want to do, is go off on the formation lap. Not always the best start to the race. But there's a driver who sat on the outside going into Derek's corner there. So I don't know what's going on there, but... yellow flags are out, so he will rejoin at the back of the crew.
Whether it's Isaac Garth possibly didn't pick up on the lap charts there, possibly, but looks like it's all sorted itself out. We've seen more than a few drivers hitting trouble on the formation lap today, which just goes to show how difficult the conditions are here today at this first round of the HKRC Kart Racing Club Championships here at Kimbolton. It's January, it's going to be tough out there for the drivers, but certainly great experience in all weather conditions, as the number 132 of James Roots will lead them away from Jensen Sale, Ethan Lloyd, Will Eden, Ryan Townsend. Once again, a fairly wide open final, I would say. Any one of about half a dozen drivers would have a good shot of victory. As away they go, somebody getting a good jump down the inside there. Will Eden very aggressive off the start, although, that's brought out the wave round flag there. I think they a little bit too early for it there.
A bit too happy on the start there, and that's quite unfortunate. It meant they've had to go around once again. There was no way we're going to be able to start the race, because especially when you've got a few drivers who moved out of formation, you're just going to end up with a very scrappy turn one, which is obviously not.
It's a ripple effect. One driver jumps out to go for the pass, another one jumps to defend it, and it just all ripples through then.
Yeah, it all bunches up into each other, which is always not the it's what we try to avoid.
I mean, basically the idea is, of course, try to keep them in a relatively tidy order when they cross the line to stop them from bunching up dangerously going into the first corner.
It's all about just keeping them in nice formation and making sure that they're nice to slow down as well, so they can use the straight to pick up the speed as well. I mean, we have got one of the largest straights in British karting, so they've got plenty of time to build up the speed. So hopefully we can get going for this time. They've just got to be nice and steady, and I can understand it, because you want to get you want to get going, but there's a whole long race of 9 minutes plus a lap, so you've got plenty of time to sort yourself out. Will we finally get going here in mini inters? Yes, we do, and we're off and away. Now, which side will be the quickest start? Sales trying to hold it round the outside. There's a couple of drivers losing the rear end of the carts as they enter into turn one. But up at the front of the field is a great start by James Roots, who holds on to the lead of the race, and into second place comes Rian Townsend, and he's going for the fight early, trying to go around the outside. That's going to cut into the inside, and Roots off the circuit yet again, off the grass, and Townsend, this is going to be his best opportunity, and he's taking it with full arms. Townsend to the inside, round the outside, is going to try and come to number 12. Now that is a driver, he's a bit further down, that's Alfie Flipson.
He's had a brilliant start, Alfie Flipson.
Halfway down the field. He's had a great start for the Coles Racing team, and he's going to go for second place. Unbelievable. And he's going to go for the lead.
What a move.
Oh, this is brilliant stuff here for the Coles Racing driver. What on earth has he done to that go-kart?
Phillipson's had a difficult second heat, which pushed him right down in terms of the grid. So he's had some work to do on this first lap, but he is right in the mix now. The unfortunate Jensen Sale got pushed wide on the first corner. He went down to 6th position. So he's trying to fight back as well. This one's wide open, and Rian Townsend really needs to try and break away. Down the inside. Out of nowhere was the 132, and this time keeps it on the track.
We got close. He tried to go around the outside there, was Alfie Lipson, but he has absolutely drove off at the start of this race.
Townsend can't break away. And he makes that mistake.
Commentator's curse.
Rian Townsend can't get away. That line on the outside of the Dan Weldon corner is a nasty pothole where the carts have run wide there on the soft soil, and it's catching the drivers out. They can't afford to be too loose when they come out of the Dan Weldon corner, because that's what happens. We'll watch that corner as the race goes on. James Roots leads the way, and Alfie Phillipson, who had a difficult second heat, really has fought back well in the final. Had to have a good first lap, which he did, so he's made up 10 positions on the first 2 laps, and now fighting for the lead. But there you see James Roots very aggressively guarding going into Derek's corner, which will compromise him as he goes out to the corner, and that allows Alfie Phillipson to very easily sweep around the outside and go into the lead. Here we go through the Dan Weldon corner. Look out on the outside line there on the curb. You see where drivers have gone wide, and number 57's done it there, Eddie Duncan. That outside line is punishing there. You can see where the soil's washed away a bit in the wet conditions, and they're just running out of road. So it really does require a good smooth line to the Dan Weldon corner. He can't afford to go wide there.
Yeah, but that was brilliant by Flipson. Just managed to find where the hidden grip was, round the outside, and manages to hold on. That was just superb driving from the Coles Racing driver, who started all the way down in 12th place as well, which is a brilliant drive indeed. Of course, was all the way up there in that first lap, and just has been working at it. And he's pulling away now from James Roots, who's, of course, was the main man to watch out for, the driver who was at the front end all weekend long. And when it matters most, he's really losing out here. And he's trying everything that he can. It's just not going to be enough at the moment. He's really got to put the laps in now. So it's going to be the tail between the Coles Racing car and that Dan Holland Racing car. Now he's really closing in on that last sector. He's really good at that last corner. But will it be enough to give him an opportunity into turn one? They're going to go for the outside. That might cut to the inside. Never mind. Number 12 defends off
Oh, Philipson here, he's put the fastest lap of the race in here, 50.34. Only James Roots can live with him so far. Really has come into his own in this final. And Philipson knows exactly where to plant that kart, where to block into the corners where he has to. But he can't afford to be too defensive either and sacrifice his speed. They've both pulled away from Ethan Lloyd, Eddie Duncan. Ryan Townsend, that small mistake on the Dan Weldon corner a couple of laps ago has cost him dearly. But there you can see the drivers just respecting that curb on the outside of the Dan Weldon corner. They can't go too wide there. And let's see what James Roots can do as he comes down into the final corner. Not close enough to go for a nip there on the inside as Alfie Philipson holds on to the lead. Alfie Philipson down the straight he goes. 4.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go. Guarding that apex, preventing James Roots from going for the pass. And they see Roots just losing a little bit of traction there in the approach into Stowe corner, but switches back well. Very quick through the willows. Oh, and a small mistake there from Philipson. Philipson just got a little bit squirrely coming out of the willows, and that's going to allow Roots through, and he guards the apex there. Albie Philipson fights back though. They're side by side, and Philipson back into the lead. Neck and neck here as they make their way through the Dan Weldon corner. Very neatly down onto the straight in towards Kestrel corner. So a small mistake there from Alfie Philipson. But he recovers well, keeps his composure. Very important here for the drivers just to keep a cool head even if they do make a mistake. As we still got 4 minutes, they really are pulling away now from Eddie Duncan and Ethan Lloyd, 3rd and 4th. But this one I think going down to the wire. And fastest lap of the race a couple of laps ago was that 49.90 for Alfie Philipson. But James Roots, he still has eyes on victory here.
How he held on to that, I have no idea. But he always seems to struggle coming out of there. It really gives an opportunity for James Roots here. And we're seeing a real mix here. There's certain areas which the number 12 is really good at. And obviously areas where Roots is quite good at as well. So it's really just going to be a tale of who can finish in front of the other. But running wide like that will not help out. Of course, little mistakes that they're making is going to lose them out big time. 3 minutes left on the clock. Can I move for the lead of the race? Roots goes on the inside. The number 12 has got to try and find his speed again. Get in that slipstream. Work out where he can make some hidden lost ground. But he's gone really hard on the brakes into turn 1. That's running wide. That's really lost him time now to James Roots. And Philipson has had a rough first sector there. Oh, that might seal it. That might seal possibly, it for Roots. Yeah. But of course, we say that every time there's been someone in the lead, they've always made a mistake. So he's just got to really focus up now. Can't make any silly mistakes. The second he does one, it's just going to put himself back in the firing line.
This part of the lap here, I think, Charlie, is where Philipson does seem that little bit quicker. He just had a quick look over the shoulder just to check his progress now. He just needs to try and focus now on James Roots and try and close that gap. Here comes Eddie Duncan and Ethan Lloyd, 3rd and 4th. Those two now well clear from the 5th place. Dimitar Uzanov, who's fought back well into the top 10. The unfortunate Ryan Townsend still in 6th place. He'll be ruining that mistake on the Dan Weldon corner at the start of the race. Very neatly down the inside goes Ethan Lloyd as Eddie Duncan momentarily runs wide, trying to close up on Albie Philipson, who again, another driver just checking the shoulder. Doesn't need to worry. He's got the gap between 2nd and 3rd. He just needs to try and close up on James Roots, who has set another fastest lap of the race. So James Roots, number 132, has got his tactics right here, gone into the lead. And as soon as he gets into 1st place, just puts the foot down and puts a good solid lap in there just to try and break away from the rest of the field. And at the moment going very well for the 132.
This is going to be interesting. Can the number 12, can he hold on to, can he even hold on to his 2nd place? Because at the moment he's getting real pressure now from Ethan Lloyd. Something we need to watch out for in the next lap. Actually, Ethan Lloyd's got past him. Ethan Lloyd's into 2nd place now. What on earth is going on for Alfie Philipson? His first few laps he was absolutely flying, and now he's dropping like a bag of flies. Really something's gone on there. Of course, that could be a multiple effect. Could be tyre pressures, it could be anything. But something has gone on to that number 12 car. But, well, Ethan Lloyd's having a good race so far as he runs wide, and that's going to open up for fourth spot. Eddie Duncan's going to try and have a go at this. He's going to try and go around the outside, maybe cut back to the inside, inviting Dimitar Uzanov as well. He gets that move done, but there's something's not right here.
It looks ragged compared to how he did 2 laps ago now. Whether that's just him losing his rhythm, or if there is, like I say, a fault with the tyre pressures or something going off on the car.
Could be something to do with the tyres and burning them up. But
really lost it now, because Root's now comfortably ahead. Eddie Duncan, who really has fought through very well indeed, is comfortably into 3rd place now. The unfortunate Alfie Phillipson drops to 4th position now. There is just 5 seconds left on the clock here, so James Root's keeping it together. Look at that, very smooth through the Dan Weldon corner. No need to go for the curbs. Minimal steering input through the corner, just guiding the car through, making it all look nice and easy in these tough conditions. And as things stand at the moment, James Root's just got to put a good steady lap in here, and he will take the final victory in mini inters. Here he goes over the line to take the last lap board. There we see Ethan Lloyd in 2nd place. And the gap just over 5 seconds, so Lloyd still in 2nd position. Eddie Duncan, that good fight through to 3rd place. Dimitar Uzanov up to 4th position now. Jensen Sale 5th. And the unfortunate Alfie Phillipson. Phillipson just struggling at the moment. He drops to 6th position.
Yeah, really unfortunate for Phillipson. What it could have been for the number 12. But James Root, what can we say about this man? He has been on it all weekend long. Straight from the get-go, he's been up at the front end of the field, and we thought it was going to be a really tough battle between him and Phillipson. Phillipson dropped off, he kept his cool, and round the final corner, and James Root is going to top this off. And a brilliant way to start the season with a victory in his pocket. James Root takes victory in mini inters from Ethan Lloyd, who will come across the line in 2nd place, and very happy with that one. That's his first podium in the series. Rounding out your top 3, it was Eddie Duncan, but what was the margin at the very, very end? It was 200ths of a second that decided the podium. Eddie Duncan, who started all the way down in 22nd, finishes up in 3rd from Dimitar Uzanov, from Jensen Sale, Rian Townsend, from Alfie Phillipson, Elliot Bork, Will Eden, and Jack Brown rounding out your top 10. The rest of the pack comes flying through, and we only lost Hayden Wardle in that race. Brilliant stuff there to end the mini inter race, and it came down to the very end, and it came down to the driver who made the least mistakes, and James Root, who was up there at the very start, he's ended it in style.
Yeah, drove incredibly well there, came under a lot of pressure from Alfie Phillipson early on, but James Root holding on to the victory. Shout out there though to Eddie Duncan, making up those 19 positions to get onto the podium in that mini inter final. So James Root with the victory. There now follows one more race, the Junior Rotax A final, to bring to a close this first round of the HKRC Championships here at Kimbolton. So Junior Rotax A final just assembling on the dummy grid right now for our final race of the day. The next round of the championship scheduled for the 8th of February, and all club championships throughout the season will be streamed on TNL Sports. So enjoy the Rotax A final. We will, of course, see you on the 8th of February. But there is still one more race to go here. Junior Rotax in association with Drift Limits, London Motor Circuit. We are about to get underway, and we'll have a look at the grid in just a few moments' time. So it's been a pretty closely fought Rotax category, as you would always expect with the Rotax. And as they line up, we've got Charlie Wolfett, who was in great form earlier on, taking pole position. Yeah, almost banging wheels on the way out. There's Zach Turner. Ryan Rapini, Connor Large on row 2, Blake Southern and Alex Shepherd on row 3, Luca Holmes, Ballack and Samuel Aston on row number 4. Row number 5 we have the number 143 of Theo Bradshaw from Adam Turek, and Teddy Cooper, John Richardson on row number 6, Jensen Hookey and Oscar Keane on row number 7, Samir Paul, Laurie McVeigh on row number 8. Row number 9 is the 28 of Bo Winslade, 27 of Archie Buchanan, shades of Honda and Ferrari there, 28 and 27. Noah Moulton and Devon Taylor, row number 10. Stanley Williams and Max Wheatley, row 11. And row number 12, Arthur Murfitt and Tobias Johns on row number 12. Toby Farthing, Max Braskoff on row 13. Archie Ray Watson, Benjamin Lawn on row 14. Row 15, Karthik Kamita, Miles Burton. Row 16, our B final winner, Jacob Aston from Molly Misen. And the final two drivers on the grid progressing from the B final, Jack Bowie and the final qualifier, Joseph Berkery in 34th position.
Who will be the man of the Ice Age, the man of the hour? Will it be Charlie Wolfett? Will it be Zach Turner? Who will be our Winter Warrior? Let's find out as they head off down into turn 1, and Wolfett will defend that inside line. But what's for Turner? Because he's gone off wide. Large is off. Wolfett's off. Rapini's off. And who's going to be leading the race?
Yeah,
it's Teddy Cooper.
Teddy Cooper's gone through. There's big trouble on the first corner. Still drivers all locked together on the first corner. Quite a few of the favourites in trouble. There's carnage further back in the Willows. A chaotic start to this junior Rotax A final, where they've all got going just about, I think, so there'll be no need to slow the pack down. We are still under racing conditions for a lot of the favourites in trouble there.
Oh, that was pure disaster for Zach Turner, who we all thought was the main man to beat in Richardson, who is up at the front end. He's ran off wide.
That's John Richardson there.
John Richardson and Charlie Wolfett's trying to fight his way back into second place. That was a brilliant move down the inside of the number 33, and we'll see who that is, because he's had an amazing start. That is Jensen Hookey from 13th on the grid. Well. Yeah, Oscar Keane's had a brilliant start, and the rest of the pack is trying to find their way through. You'll watch them come through in just a minute. The whole pack is there, trying to sneak their way through. Oscar Keane to a spin. Oscar Keane's gone into a spin.
143's off as well. Theo Bradshaw as well. Max Wheatley, I think, stayed on the track just about. So here we see the number 6 of Charlie Wolfett, who is trying to get to work now. Pulls away from John Richardson, who's still there in third place. And Wolfett just about escaping the carnage on the first corner. Teddy Cooper, the K-plate holder, has got the advantage here. Needs to try and pull away as down the inside goes the number 18 of Arthur Murphy, who's fought through very well after the first corner melee, as gets past Ryan Rapini, who managed to get away in the top 10 as well. Over the line they go. There's Richardson guarding the inside line. 114 there, Tobias Johns, who's made up an incredible 20 positions on the start of this heat. Making his way through. He's still got 7 minutes plus the 1 lap remaining, so looking a little bit further down, Zach Turner with a bit of work to do. Blake Southern down in 20th position. We seem to have really lost Alex Shepherd and Luca Holmes, Ballack, Samuel Aston, quite a few drivers in trouble there at the start. Molly Meison's come through very well. She got through in the B final. She's up to 17th position, managing to avoid the worst of the melee on that first corner. Jacob Aston just on the edge of the top 10, but yeah, Molly Meison, the driver who got through into the B final already, well and truly into the midfield.
I think Teddy Cooper must be the luckiest man alive, because he was absolutely blessed with that start. Just let all the action fall around him, and we, as you say, we lost some big drivers who we thought were pretty much going to sail to victory. As Rapini's into the spin, and we were talking earlier about that little wet patch on the entry to turn 2, which makes it never easy when it comes to overtaking. He tried to look on the inside of John Richardson, tapped the brakes, and he went straight into a spin. Rapini is not starting this 2026 season the way he wanted to. But Teddy Cooper...
That's very brave driving here from our occasional co-commentator John Richardson there. He got the Rapini down the inside, but Richardson just held his line, kept his elbows out. That corner was his, and Rapini, unfortunately for him, paid the price.
It's the way to go. It was his line at the end of the day. There's nothing that John Richardson could have done differently. You know, it's his line. He didn't have any real pressure from Rapini, so I do think that was more just a driver mistake. But
look at this though. It's Charlie Wolfett
right on his tail now.
He's found nearly half a second on Teddy Cooper, so Charlie Wolfett really fighting back well. But as they say in racing, catching up is one thing, getting past can be another here. So let's see. And there's that mistake.
That's not what you want to do, Charlie.
Good save there from Wolfett.
5 minutes left on the clock, but
I'll tell you what, Charlie, that curb on the edge of the Dan Weldon corner demands respect, doesn't it? If you get on the curb, it sends you onto the grass. So there's that pothole, I think, where plenty of drivers have done the same.
Yeah, to be honest, it's one of them things where you want to use the curb, but it gets to that point where it then becomes, a real spark plaza. So you really got to be careful. But Teddy Cooper here, he's using different lines.
He's a lot quicker through the
willows there.
Charlie
Wolfett's found better ones. Now Charlie's got the pace, as we said. But it's one thing getting past. You've got to try and find a way by. He's going to go for the cutback. Will he try and go round the outside here? This will be a pretty strong move if he could. No, he's going to think about it once again. Try and goes to the inside. Nope, there's no room. Let's just sit back. Let's
Stays off the curb this time. Yeah. You can see the ruts on the outside there, those little holes where the carts have been hitting it, and you don't want to get it around there.
Yeah, you don't want to get it wrong around there. We've seen it time and time again when drivers have ran a bit too wide. I mean, the grass and Wolfit getting very sideways, but he still kept momentum going. This is a brilliant battle for the lead. Who will hold on to it? They're rubbing bumpers as they head down into turn 1. This is why we love Junior Rotax Racing. Now Wolfit, he got a bit of moisture. You just saw there sealing off the tyres. So that's not going to help him out whatsoever.
He's got to, he's just went it wide there, didn't he? And it's just going to affect his traction for the next half lap or so. This is bringing Tobias Johns into the fight here, who's made up an incredible 21 positions. That is Johns, isn't he? Number 114, he's come out of nowhere.
Much about him. He has not had a podium here this year, so
been quietly there, hasn't he? But then, an incredible 21 positions. He's made the most of that carnage on the first corner. Oh well, stranger things have happened, you would say here. If Teddy Cooper and Charlie Wolfit get a bit too close, then Tobias Johns, I'm sure he knows, if he can just stay with these two, he could be in with a shout of snatching victory. And there you can see as they start defending and blocking each other, this has really drawn Tobias Johns, a driver who started 24th position, I believe. And he could be in with a shout of snatching victory here. But I have to say, Teddy Cooper has drove very well here because Charlie Wolfit has been a lot quicker. But he's not found a way through so far.
Yeah, I think Teddy's really good at knowing which bits he's quicker at, because you saw him through that first sector, really defensive. But once he got out of there, he really just opened himself up and just started doing his own lines. I think he knows where he's quicker than Charlie Wolfit. But I should say, Tobias Johns, what a drive so far, and it can only be better if he can make these final 2 spots. It would be a brilliant drive, and Teddy Cooper's made a mistake. He leaves run wide. It could be an opportunity for Wolfit, who tries to have a move on the inside, caught that wet patch. He's just about held on to it. The racing's still going on, and Tobias Johns is going to go for second place.
He has a look on the inside.
Contact made, but Wolfit holds on. Cooper, this is your only opportunity. You need to try and pull away before it's too late. Wolfit's driving over aggressive, and he's lost out. Tobias Johns to second place. This could be an extraordinary drive from Tobias Johns, who we haven't spoken about all weekend long. He started all the way down in 24th, and he's into second place.
Yeah, he's driving very well indeed here, the 114. Just the slightest of mistakes there from Charlie Wolfit, who was the pre-race favourite, you might say. Just a small mistake. He's had the pace, but luck's not quite been on his side. But Tobias Johns from the midfield here, like we say, started way down in 24th place, but making up 22 positions here. Teddy Cooper still driving very defensively here, so not really pulling away, and Johns could be in with a shout here, but Teddy Cooper making up 10 positions at the start of this race, the K-plate holder. And there we just saw Johns just straying onto the curb there, but it doesn't come off worse. You've still got 55 seconds on the clock here. The driver's lapping at 48, so this is going to be tight on the clock here. Just looking very closely as Teddy Cooper goes over the line. He crossed the line there with 48 seconds on the clock. They're lapping about 46.
Wolfit's gone round the outside.
Wolfit there, good move there from the number 6.
That was superb from the number 6. Into second place goes Charlie Wolfit, and the fight is now on.
I'll tell you what, this could be interesting, because I think that Teddy Cooper might get over the line just before the last lap board goes out. So this might give Charlie Wolfit another lap to try and snatch the victory. A bit further back there, Conor Lard has set the fastest lap of the race in 4th position. Arthur Murphy, Zach Turner, Lauren McVeigh, Adam Kuracek, Samir Paul and Blake Southern rounding out the top 10 at this stage. 10 seconds on the clock, so we're going to look very closely. The starter just keeping a close eye on the timing screens here. Teddy Cooper will be hoping to see that last lap board, which doesn't go out.
No,
about 2 seconds on the clock.
This has all gone wrong for Teddy Cooper. He'll been hoping for that last lap board, and he's gone over the line with just 2 seconds left on the clock. This is a 2-lap race now. Charlie Wolfit,
and the thing is as well, Charlie, it's not as if he can slow down really in this situation and let the last lap board go out, is it? He's just got to keep it planted, hasn't he? So
there's no way you can slow down, especially with a man like Charlie Wolfit, who has been the warrior of the winter so far. But who is going to take this? Teddy Cooper who we have not spoke about all weekend long. He's been in the mid-pack, but he hasn't been up in the pole spot for this time. It's going to be close. The 53's got a technical flag, but that won't matter. One last lap, and look at Teddy. Look, he's overslowed it just to try and defend the line.
Oh, that's going to bring Tobias Johns back into it as well.
Johns is back into play. Wolfit's really going to be confused, but Cooper has drove this defence superbly to defend off, and Connor Large is also getting involved in this as well. Teddy Cooper, the K-Plate winner, is going to do the unthinkable. We were all thinking who was going to be the master of the winter. Wolfit's throwing hands saying, Tobias, why are you defending? Why are you throwing me off? Round the final corner, 47 drivers entered, and your winter warrior goes to Teddy Cooper. What a race from the K-Plate. Teddy Cooper takes victory, and Wolfit, who will be denied victory, who he was up at the front end the whole weekend, but lost out at the end. Connor Large jumps up to third, Johnson fourth, and Zach Turner with a dominant drive gets all the way back up to the top five, but what it could have been for the 99.
Yeah, that was a real shame for him, and you could see on the look as well of the number 6 of Charlie Wolfit when he raised the visor, the look in his eyes. He knows that's one that got away. But that's not to take anything away from Teddy Cooper, who defended superbly, got the jump on that first lap, and even on that last lap of the race was full defensive. He had to be brave to do that tactic, but he did it and took the victory. Connor Large snatching third place from the unfortunate Tobias Johns, who nonetheless takes a brilliant fourth, having made up and eventually making up 20 positions. Zach Turner, Arthur Murfitt in 6th position, 7th for Blake Southern, Ryan Rapini recovering to 8th position, 9th for Lauren McVeigh, Aaron Turek, Adam Stanley Williams 11th, Samir Paul, Devin Taylor, John Richardson in 14th, Molly Misen from the B final into 15th, and the B final winner, Jacob Aston, taking 16th position. So some great driving there, particularly from Molly Misen and Jacob Aston, who qualified by the B final, and they bring it home with some great results in the A final. So brilliant way to round things off. And the first round of the championship comes to a brilliant end here at Kimbolton. Next round of the championship is on the 8th of February. We will, of course, see you there for round number 2 of the championship. Just rounds us to say a big thank you, of course, to all of the officials with the HKRC Racing Club, to TNL Sports for all their hard work, and to the Orange Army of marshals and track crew for all their hard work today. The medics who, fortunately, as we always like to say, have had what appears to be a fairly quiet day, which is what you always like to see as well. And any final thoughts for the first meeting, Charlie?
We've seen a lot of drivers who, they've shown their true talents today. We've got to say big shout out to Zach Turner, who's really been up at the front there in the junior Rotax race. Great driving all the way round.
Well, that's it. So fantastic stuff today. Thank you for tuning in today. We will see you on February the 8th for round number 2 of the championship. See you then.